have the right one. There we go. I'm going to start this over from the beginning here. Till you guys all come in here. And we can watch. That was crazy. This is like George Floyd level. Good job, Heather.
This 16-year-old kid was badly injured in a dirt bike wreck. His 3 brothers later showed up to pick up the dirt bike and bring it home. But as they were loading it into the back of one of their trucks, a police officer shows up, and this happens.
We can take it out of the truck.
It's our property.
Do you need pictures of it? I'm sorry?
It's our property.
Do you need pictures of it? Take it out of the truck.
It's our property.
Yeah, do you want to argue about this?
Dude, what do you want? Yeah, what's
Take the bike out of the truck.
Why?
For what? It's part of my investigation.
Do you need pictures of it? Because we can stand it up and take pictures here.
Stop resisting.
Stop what? I'm not resisting.
Stop
what?
resisting.
Resisting what?
This is fine.
Hey, I'm not resisting, jackass.
Your car.
Get back down.
Holy shit.
Here's my question for you. Was any of that justified? I'll show you the footage, and then I want you to leave your answer in a comment before you hear my answer. I'll tell you more about what happened, I'll tell you about the law, and I'll tell you what I think. We're entering a new realm of tyranny. Our 3-letter agencies like the CDC, the USDA, the FDA, which were once symbols of protection, seem to have been weaponized against us, the American people. These agencies are being run by the big pharmaceutical and chemical companies that they are supposed to regulate. For that reason, we are the most unhealthy that we've ever been. Obesity rates are up 88% since 2019. The number of new cancer cases globally has risen by 37% in 8 years. That's what happens when you have a healthcare system that favors profits over people. Now let me tell you about the NMN supplement, a game changer. A recent Harvard study showed that NMN can reduce weight, cholesterol, and blood pressure in overweight adults. But the FDA is attempting to change the status of NMN from a health. If we don't, they will. I don't promote many people, but these guys are fighters, standing up for what's right. They're offering an amazing buy 2, get 2 free in Ada County, Idaho, and this is the same county as the video I fairly recently did about the 70-year-old guy who got arrested by the...
That's your fault, Al. You did that.
This 16-year-old kid was badly injured in a dirt bike wreck. His 3 brothers later showed up to pick up the dirt bike and bring it home. But as...
Oh my gosh, I did it again.
This 16-year-old kid was badly injured in a dirt bike wreck. His 3 brothers later showed up to pick up the dirt bike and bring it home. But as they were loading it into the back of one of their trucks, a police officer shows up, and this happens.
We can take it out of the truck.
It's our property.
Do you need pictures of it? I'm sorry?
It's our property.
Do you need pictures of it? Take it out of the truck.
It's our property.
Yeah, do you want to argue about this?
Dude, what do you want? Yeah,
Take the bike out of the truck.
Why?
For what?
It's part of my investigation.
Do you need pictures of it? Because we can stand it up and take pictures here.
Stop resisting.
Stop what? I'm not resisting.
Stop
what?
resisting.
Resisting what?
This is fine.
Hey, I'm not resisting, jackass.
Your car.
Get back down.
Holy shit.
Here's my question for you. Was any of that justified? I'll show you the footage, and then I want you to leave your answer in a comment before you hear my answer. I'll tell you more about what happened, I'll tell you about the law, and I'll tell you what I think. We're entering a new realm of tyranny. Our 3-letter agencies like the CDC, the USDA, this move is not based on the safety of for fighting for our health freedoms head on. Now let's get back to the video. This footage is from Meridian, Idaho. This is in Ada County, Idaho, and this is the same county as the video I fairly recently did about the 70-year-old guy who got arrested by the cops for just daring to look into one of their vehicles at the police station. When Mick Hakela appeared just for a matter of seconds through the window of one of the police cars that Ada County taxpayers pay for, in a public parking lot in broad daylight, he was accosted, attacked, and manhandled by police officers and then handcuffed, arrested, humiliated, and jailed. Though they charged him with resisting officers, the Idaho judge presiding over his case dismissed it, concluding that there was no way the prosecution could prove that Heikkila had committed any crime. The court ruled that the officers had no lawful basis to stop, detain, or seize Heikkila, much less manhandle, arrest, or jail him. He filed a lawsuit. Now, not only do they have to pay, but they have to make a public statement and retrain their officers. Keep that in mind as you watch this. I don't believe you will have seen this footage anywhere else because it was provided to me by the father of these kids. It all began with this guy's 16-year-old son getting in a wreck on his dirt bike. This is footage of that wreck that was taken by some kids down the street. He was pretty badly injured. The EMS personnel had to come in and get him and provide medical treatment.
Okay, real quick. A lot of people think that like Iowa and all the heartland are these dumb farmers that just drink beer and they're not causing. There's a lot of real world problems in states like Idaho. It's the struggle is real, for real. And it appears like Ada County is at the top of the list there. So.
Almost 6. I was just doing the math. I think he's almost 16 now.
And in the process of that happening, somebody had rolled the dirt bike several houses down and just leaned it up against a tree in some random person's front yard. Now, as I understand it, the reason for that is because of the emergency medical personnel at the scene. They had to clear everything out of the way. So one of the neighbors rolled the dirt bike that I guess was leaking oil down several houses, like 5 houses, to their own front yard and just leaned it against a tree. Had nothing to do with this family. The 16-year-old was taken to the hospital. His 3 brothers were told where the dirt bike was, and they went to pick it up. The medical scene is gone. They're just retrieving their brother's bike. And it's not easy to get it in the back of the pickup truck, so they sort of back up to the incline of the driveway, and it takes the 3 of them to get this thing into the back of the truck. It wasn't easy. As they're loading it and trying to figure out how to strap it down, a police officer shows up.
What do you mean it's not going to work?
We take it out of the truck.
It's our property. Pictures of it?
I'm sorry?
It's our property. Do you need pictures of it?
Take it out of the truck.
It's our property. Do you need pictures?
Do you want to argue about this?
Dude, what do you want? Yeah, what's
Take the bike out of the truck.
Why? What?
It's part of my investigation.
Do you need pictures of it? You can stand up and take pictures here. I'm not unloading and reloading.
Come on with me.
Just walk around, dude. I don't got big like that.
Albert Chambers.
Are we being detained?
You got to.
Okay, Samson, you can drive away now.
Okay, I'll have to sit back.
No. Okay. What do you want? What the hell is your problem, dude?
Stop.
What the hell is the matter?
Stop.
Hey, what's the
I'm
problem,
not doing
dude?
anything.
Put your hand behind your back now.
My hand is
Hold
behind my back, dude. What the is the matter with you?
Stop.
Whoa.
Stop what?
Put your
Stop what?
Stop
Stop
resisting.
what? I'm not resisting.
Stop
what?
resisting.
Resisting what?
This is
Stop
fine.
resisting. I'm not resisting, jackass.
Get
You
away
said we were
and get
being-
back
hey,
now.
You said
Get
we
back.
were being detained.
Get
That's what
over
the hell's
there.
the matter?
Both of you, get back.
Hey, don't
Touch me, dude.
don't.
Get the away from me right
Back
now. You
up.
have no legal reason to touch me.
What the hell's the matter with you?
You touch
You said we
right
were
now.
being
Out of here right now. Get the out of here right now. I swear.
Don't.
I swear. Get
I'm
the
not
out of here.
This guy hits
West of the traffic.
You were the
He's
one
not
that laid
gonna hit
hands
you.
first.
What-
I'm not gonna
Roll
hit
over on
you.
your stomach now.
I'm not gonna hit you.
On your stomach.
If you'll let me roll, I will, dude. What the hell? Holy dude.
Give me your hand.
I can't give
Now.
you my hand because you're holding my face.
Just give him your hand.
Dude, I can't.
Get back now.
Get away from your car.
Get back down.
I'm away. I'm away, man. I'm away.
Step back farther down.
Back up. Both of you guys, go over here. You film him from over here. Let him do his job.
He's not doing his job properly, okay?
Hey,
He's not doing his job properly whatsoever.
get on the sidewalk. Back up, dude. You don't want to go to jail.
All of you back up, please.
I have no legal reason to go to jail.
Get on the sidewalk. Get on the sidewalk. Back up.
For what's the reason?
To get out of his way.
I'm not.
He's
I'm
only
20 feet away from him.
This is Officer Bradley Chambers of the Meridian, Idaho Police Department, and this is his police report. This is what he says happened. I responded to an injury accident. Prior to my arrival on scene, the involved dirt bike had been taken from the scene and moved to a front yard. I made contact with 3 male subjects, Samson, Gannon, and Jax, who had loaded the dirt bike into a pickup truck. This is what he says. I told Samson, who was standing in the back of the truck next to the bike, I needed it out of the truck as it was part of my investigation. Samson and Gannon refused to remove the bike and argued with me about why. For the most part, that appears to be correct. But look, these kids were not under arrest. They even asked if they were being detained, and were told they were not, at least not yet. After going through all the trouble of getting this thing loaded up, they didn't want to unload it if they didn't have to. So they offered every opportunity for him to examine and photograph the bike. He goes around to the back of the truck, and he appears to be doing that.
Do you need pictures of it?
You got a truck.
That's our problem.
Do you want to argue about this?
Dude, what do you want? Yeah, what's
Take the bike out of the truck.
What do you want?
It's part of my investigation.
Do you need pictures of it? You can stand up and take pictures here. I'm not unloading and reloading.
We're going with this.
Just walk around, dude. Don't gotta be like that.
Albert Chambers.
Are we being detained?
You got to.
Okay, Samson, you can drive away now.
After several requests and when they began to tamper with the bike, I told them to step back from the truck so I could secure the scene for our investigation. Samson did not comply and obstructed my investigation. That's what he wrote, but what really happened? We see him behind the truck, having every opportunity to perform his investigation, but he's doing nothing. He just stands there, and he stands there while these 2 boys are trying to get this dirt bike situated. They're trying to stop, I believe, an oil leak and get it strapped down so that they can bring it home, which is only like a mile away. And then that's when you see Officer Chambers goes from just 0 to 11 because in his mind, apparently he's decided that the oldest kid, Samson, he's going to arrest him. He's going to arrest him on an obstruction charge. And you can see, just like my last video, see how quickly they do it. It's not about anyone obstructing an investigation. It's about setting up a false arrest. It's about arresting somebody because you want to retaliate against them or they've done something to disrespect you. Here, this officer is perceiving disrespect. He doesn't like being filmed. He doesn't like being told that they don't want to unload the dirt bike. And he's going to arrest the oldest kid right here. And he does it like within seconds.
Okay, I'll have to step back.
I took control of his right hand and attempted to detain him. Despite repeated commands to stop resisting, Samson physically resisted by tensing his body, arching his back, and pulling his arms from me. He was taken to the ground and held down. That sounds great, right? I mean, Samson sounds like a really bad criminal. In reality, what happened, Mr. Tough Guy Baldhead Cop here, who already was a cop in California for decades, and of course, retires with all sorts of government benefits in California. Where does he move? To Idaho. And I think they love Californians in Idaho, right? So kids in Idaho get a taste of what it's like to deal with these bully cops in California. So his report reads very official, very proper, very reasonable. Despite repeated commands to stop resisting, Sampson physically resisted by tensing his body, arching his back, and pulling his arms from me. But when you watch the footage, again, these kids are not under arrest. They haven't been suspected of committing any crime. They're trying to get their injured brother's dirt bike. The cop was given the opportunity to take pictures. He clearly doesn't appear to be interested in taking pictures. What is he really interested in? Well, he's not interested in the dirt bike at all. In fact, after all this thing happened, do you think he got the dirt bike out of the truck and examined it, investigated it, took pictures of it? No. You know what he did? Not a damn thing. Some other cop took pictures of the dirt bike right where it was in the back of the truck. Because, why? It would have been a pain in the ass, a royal pain in the ass, to get that dirt bike out of the truck when you can take pictures of it right where it's sitting. This whole thing was about absolutely nothing. So what does Mr. Tough Guy, cop from California, really do? He goes over there and just within a couple of seconds, he sets up this false arrest for obstruction, but look closely at what he actually does. You know, he talks about the Sampson resisting. No, go look at what Mr. Tough Guy does. He tries to face plant Sampson from the very first moment.
Okay, I'll step back.
What do you want?
He chose violence. He went up to this kid and committed violence. Look closely. This guy likes his leg sweeps. He grabs a hold of Sampson very quickly, and then he sweeps his legs out from under him with the officer's right leg.
Okay, I'll step back.
What do you want? What the hell is a corral?
And just about causes Sampson to face plant into the concrete.
Okay, I'll step back.
What do you want? What the hell is a corral?
Stop!
What the hell is the matter?
Stop!
I'm not doing anything.
Put your hand back.
And actually, this kid could have been very seriously injured. The only thing that saved him from doing a face plant into the concrete. And remember, Tough Guy Cop has his right arm already, so he couldn't catch himself with his right arm. It's only his left hand, his left arm that's hanging onto his truck that maybe saves his life from doing a face plant into the concrete. And a lot of people do get killed that way. Cops kill a lot of people that way. I've had one client who a cop swept his feet out from under him. He went into a coma. He ultimately died. I was there when they pulled the plug. I was there with his mother when they pulled the plug.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I had another client, Logan County, West Virginia. A cop leg swept a guy he had in handcuffs, did a face plant down into the asphalt, fractured his head open, and he was in a coma for an extended period of time, and he fortunately survived. And I was able to get him a settlement. But who knows what would have happened to this kid here who had his whole life ahead of him, no criminal record, law-abiding citizen, had committed no crime, wasn't even there for the dirt bike wreck that his brother had. He could have been killed or paralyzed by doing a face plant into this driveway for no reason, just because this cop chose violence first. And you can see he gets angry when Sampson is able to save his own life, perhaps, by hanging onto his truck with his left hand. That's when the cop gets angry and he wants the left hand also. But then, as you'll see, Sampson complies with that, and he gives him both hands behind his back.
What's the matter with you?
Stop.
Whoa.
Stop what? Stop what?
Stop resisting.
Stop what? I'm not resisting.
Stop
what?
resisting.
And then, when the kid's completely defenseless, the cop does it again. Because he's a violent person. He leg sweeps him again. Whoa. And fortunately does not take the kid headfirst into the asphalt. But it was very close. And I believe he did end up with a concussion from what this officer did. Gannon and Jax continued to interfere, and I eventually had to draw my taser to gain their compliance.
Last of the traffic.
He's not gonna hit you.
Roll over on your stomach now. On your stomach.
If you'll let me roll, I will, dude. What the hell? Holy
Give me a hand.
I can't
now.
get my hand because you're holding my face.
Just give him your hand.
Dude, I can't.
Get back now.
Get away from your car.
Get back now.
Holy
Holy. Are you serious?
Just
back farther.
back up. Both of you guys, go over here. You can film him from over here. Let him do his job.
Step back.
Hey, chillax, man.
Hey, back up. Get on the sidewalk. Get on the sidewalk. Back up.
All of you back up, please. Get on the sidewalk.
This guy's pointing a laser at me,
Get on the sidewalk.
or a taser for no reason at all.
Get out of his way.
They're detaining my brother for no reason.
Sampson was taken into custody, placed in handcuffs that I checked for proper fit and double locked. He was cleared at the hospital and booked into the Ada County Jail on the violation of Idaho Code resisting and obstructing.
Yeah, Meridian Police Department. Woohoo, you guys fucking rule. I'm not.
After the arrest was made, Officer Chambers had a conversation with his sergeant explaining to him what had just occurred. Listen to what he says.
Okay. So,
253, that's his badge number, by the way.
so no. Staying here. This gentleman here as well is obstructing. He's about ready to go to juvenile hall if you don't get back. Both do not want me to take the bike or even look at the bike. They start to load up. Strap it down, so move back, move back again. This gentleman as well. So I said you're gonna move. You can test that. Full up. Sounds good.
One thing he says is they were trying to take the dirt bike away. I didn't see that in the video, did you? He also says that both of the kids did not want me to take the bike or even look at the bike. Is that true? No. The video shows otherwise. They told him to examine it, to take pictures of it. He chose not to.
Do you need pictures of it? You got it. Do you need pictures of it? You can stand up and take pictures here.
He said they started to load it back up and strap it down. The video didn't show that. He said move back, and move back again. So I went up and said, you're going to move. That didn't happen also. But he did say that Sampson tensed up and then we went full on. Well, the video shows that he went full on, not Sampson, Officer Chambers. What was the sergeant's response to this? Sergeant Albers with the Meridian Police Department. Now, this guy is a high-quality public servant, high-quality supervisor. He just says, sounds good.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
The main
I'm here to help
problem
you.
that I see here is when the officer first walked up, he says he was investigating, but he didn't ask for anyone's identification. He actually told the kids that they were not being detained. And if you're not being detained, what are you allowed to do? You're free to leave. Then after the fact, he says he had to seize Sampson because he was trying to take the dirt bike, which he wasn't. They were in the process of trying to fix the oil leak. They weren't even trying to drive away at that point. I mean, just the video itself shows that everything he said happened that was alleged obstruction didn't even occur. The main issue here is the violent use of force that he engaged in to seize and arrest Sampson. Even where a police officer is allowed to physically seize somebody, they have to do it in a reasonable way. And if they use an unnecessary amount of force, that is a Fourth Amendment violation. That is excessive force.
Real quick, the thing about your police force out there, Al, is they do deal with a lot of very high pressure, tense situations and violent situations on a regular basis. So they were the first ones, I in my opinion, to really militarize and separate their forces from the public, and they had so much pressure and so many cases from the public that it enhanced it and made them bigger enemies with the way that they see regular citizens, and in a lot of cases, if you're some type of law enforcement or military, you get a break, but we see that even then it's not the case. And sometimes I believe that they're going with the blackmail thing to climb the ivory tower or take somebody out that they don't want around. But the problem with the police forces out there doing that and reacting in the way that they did is they set, so California goes, so goes the rest of the country. As my mom used to say that. And in San Diego, it's not that they put these holds on people or tase people or hurt them in any way. They shoot them. And I've seen it point blank. The gun to the head. Comply. And if somebody doesn't, they literally shoot them. And it happens if you do something bad and things aren't going the way the police like it, you are getting shot in San Diego. Point blank period. It's a known fact. It happens on the daily. Just like people here in Largo hit and run once every day, twice a day. The police out there, and so now that has swept the country, and we have the same situation here, where this is a kind of a backwater podunk town without any influence of huge gangs. Like you have the streets and pyros and whatever out there in the West. We have tanks to fight crime here, and I'll be honest with the biggest crimes that we have that require a billion law enforcement officers are where they barricade themselves. But do you need a tank to take one guy barricading himself out? But what you'll see coming up, what I was saying on the other cast was that I forgot what I was saying again. I'll just go back to the video. Shut up, Kane.
The U.S. Supreme Court, in a case called Graham versus Connor, laid out 3 elements that we are to look at to analyze using the totality of the circumstances. Every case is different based on the facts, whether or not an excessive amount of force was used in this case. The first factor is the severity of the crime at issue. Sampson is the one who had force used on him. He wasn't suspected of having committed any crime at all. That factor very easily goes in favor of Sampson. The second factor, which is the most important, is whether or not the suspect poses an immediate safety threat. That one also, in my opinion, goes to Sampson. He hadn't made any verbal threats to the officer, didn't make any physical threats to the officer. At most, he was engaging in passive resistance when the much larger officer came up and just suddenly grabbed him and then tried to headplant him into the concrete. The only individual posing an immediate safety threat was the officer against Sampson. The video shows that Sampson never attempted to harm the officer or strike the officer in any way. The third grand factor is whether the suspect is evading or attempting to resist arrest. The officer is saying, stop resisting, but that's all theatrics. That's what cops are taught to say right before they get violent with somebody.
So there you go. There you have it. What cops are taught to say, or what they pick up on in everyday activity, like things like "I'm here to help you," "Stop resisting," these types of meridians that I would say, landmarks of how you already have planned to get out of the charges or the repercussions of what you just did.
Purpose of that is so that nearby witnesses will remember, the officer said stop resisting, and the kid was resisting. At most, the only resistance that was occurring was passive resistance. They were actually working on the dirt bike at this time, and there was no attempt to evade the officer in any way. There are many court cases out there to stand for the fact that just mere passive resistance in an obstruction type investigation does not justify violent uses of force, such as trying to slam somebody headfirst into the asphalt. In my opinion, this is a clear case of excessive force and perhaps also a false arrest, though the criminal charge is still pending. And so if you're going to sue over a false arrest, which just means a warrantless arrest in the absence of probable cause, you have to first beat the criminal charges, because if you get convicted of it, that is going to get honored in federal court due to something called the Heck Doctrine, and you're going to lose. Now, if you beat the criminal charges, you still have to prove the total absence of any probable cause, and that in that you have to go through the state issue of whether or not the conduct that occurred, can meet the state law definition of obstruction or resisting. So usually it's best just to wait, see if he beats the criminal charges first, and then go through the weeds of whether or not there was probable cause under Idaho law. But the excessive force case here, in my opinion, is a slam dunk. It's a piece of cake. But I look forward to seeing in the comments what you think. Do you believe that this officer acted reasonably? And if you like going through these sorts of cases and discussing constitutional rights, please subscribe both here and at the blog at thecivilrightslawyer.com. Follow me on X at John Bryan ESQ. Remember, our rights don't end where your fear begins.
I saw
Freedom
your
is
video
scary.
about
Deal with
WSU's
it.
enrollment. Yeah, so you try to draw it too. Well, first of all, me saying that I'm a bully. And then second of all, trying to tie it to the Greek system and saying that WSU's enrollment is down because of Greek system and rituals and the Idaho 4 murders. Well, that's not why enrollment's down. Enrollment's down because of incompetent leadership. And because of me. Because I keep coming on here and dissing all the creators and, talking out my mouth. And, well, I'm a Wazoo graduate and some of the people here just like you guys, so they like ya. What can I say? So, this is because of me. Enrollment's down because of me. Opening my mouth. But it's not gonna stop me. Because I'll get him there somehow. Yes, I will. Bubbly, bubbly, bubbly.
Oh my gosh. One more time on that? I don't mind.
Bubbly, bubbly, bubbly. I saw your video about WSU's enrollment. Yeah, so you try to draw it too. Well, first of all, me saying that I'm a bully. And then second of all, trying to tie it to the Greek system and saying that WSU's enrollment is down because of Greek system and rituals and the Idaho 4 murders. Well, that's not why enrollment's down. Enrollment's down because of incompetent leadership. And because of me. Because I keep coming on here and dissing all the creators and, talking out my mouth. And, well, I'm a Wazoo graduate and some of the people here just like you guys, so they like ya. What can I say? So, this is because of me. Enrollment's down because of me. Opening my mouth. But it's not gonna stop me. Because I'll get him there somehow. Yes, I will. Bubbly, bubbly, bubbly.
Well, nothing half-assed. Imitation is the highest form of flattery. That was great. I need to change my title and put Viviana in there. I'm sure she'll see it. You guys get a lot of hate messages and stuff like that, apparently. And for some reason, up till recently, I hadn't had anything. But hold on, let me see what's going on. What's wrong here? Probably need to make this bigger. I haven't had any kind of issue. And damn it, what is wrong with you, Meg P? Type something, Meg P. Just type a dot or something, or a brat. Make sure I got you. Oh, okay. Hold on. Type one more thing, somebody. There we go. Okay, I'm trying to. Let me see what I'm doing wrong here. Ching chong bing bong bing bong ding dong. Shit. Okay, now you're good. Okay, got you. What was it? Where was I? What do we have? You got another one, Bubs? You know what? I haven't checked on Nothing Half-Assed today, guys. Let's take a look. And, hey, we could also see if I got any responses from... now, I did. There were some new things from the Gonzalez's... Goncalves? Somebody was... How do you pronounce it? I always say... Gonzalez, but it's Goncalves. Maybe the C is silent. Gonalves. Maybe we can see if there's something. There was something new. We watched a photo montage that had a bunch of pictures that I don't think we'd seen before, and it brought not a tear to my eye, but Twiz was bawling his eyes out. Let's see. I got a message. Somebody must have released a video because I don't. Oh, no, Twiz made a comment. I got a comment. See that? Now there's a good example. I don't know if you guys can see it of a true fan, a true friend. He left a comment in the other video before he came over here. Thank you, Twiz. That was very nice. Robert does the same thing. He's a great guy too. So let's see videos. And she's been busy cutting the lawn. As you know, Bubs has to vacuum. Nothing has to cut the lawn and pull weeds. Let's see if she got a short. I think I remember seeing this. I see one that I want to see. Oh yeah, we saw this.
In my veins, I've been driving this train.
I don't know. I think that's she's allowed to use that because it's so much of the chat replay. It's her friend Ryan Seacrest. No, Ryan Upchurch. Well, hopefully he'll buy my song. I don't know, Bubs, you missed it the other day. I wrote a song and unfortunately I can't put the title out because they give it away. But I said I'd give it to him as long as he cuts me in on some of the money or hooks me up, whatever. When it becomes a huge hit, because it will be a huge hit. It's the only country song I ever wrote, and it wrote itself. It was one of those things where you sit down and I wrote the whole song and I'm like, wait, what are the chords? So I was like, and I finally got it. So we'll see how that all plays out. She's real good friends with Ryan Upchurch, who is a member of, the famous people, but he doesn't involve himself, and he himself vets that even in country music, the devil is in charge. I hate to say it, man. Which was a very interesting fact to learn, and it's super cool that he stays independent. And he's selling out stadiums, guys. It's not like Ryan Upchurch is a joke. That's a bad dude. He's got some great tunes. But he doesn't hang out with Luke Bryan and Morgan Wallen and all the hot shots. And he says, yeah, it's a creepy, the whole thing. Nashville, Hollywood, wherever you want to put yourself. Look at Austin. Austin to me was the first one to fall. Austin was such a big thing. It was gonna be everything. It was gonna be everything. And if you ever fly into Austin, you'll see they have these 50-foot guitars in the airport, and they build themselves as the capital of the world in music. Okay. But the reality of Austin is, I sound really thin there. I don't like that. This gives me a little beep. The reality of Austin is when it first really started to launch in the early 90s, late 80s, it was a mecca. And everybody had to play Austin. And all Austin is, honestly, is a very old town, very windy roads downtown, and a bunch of little bars, just independent little bars. that, some of them have grand stages and seating for, 100, 200 people. So it's not like it's that different from any city. But then you had people like Stevie Ray Vaughan and all these huge stars coming out of Texas, and they were just playing there because it was convenient. And so it rocketed to this music mecca too fast. And so you had all these starving musicians that decided it's better to live on the streets than to not be playing music, and they just would busk on the streets or try to work their ways into the bars. And so what happened was the cops, Texas cops, started beating everybody down, and they made it illegal to play music on the streets of us. So they passed an anti-music law in the music city, which, outside of Nashville. And that right there, that move right there, I feel was a trigger. Now, they say what killed live music, and it's true if you follow me. What they say what killed in the 70s, when I was a kid, man, I could not wait to grow up and go to bars. We had these advertisements on the radio. You'd have it at concerts all the time. Aerosmith's coming, Black Sabbath, Led Zeppelin, Rush is coming, and, got you all excited for music. But you also had especially around here, all these killer bands. We had Fastway was a band that was on MTV that came out of Tampa Bay. And we had these just local cover bands that were amazing, and they had these huge bars. The Crown, you'd hear the ads on the radio when you were a kid. Crown Lounge this weekend, Stormbringer. And it just got you all hyped. Oh my God, I'm going to go see this band, and it's going to be the coolest. And everybody's drink specials, $2, dollar shots from 9 o'clock on, ladies drink free. And you're like, they just build it as this amazing experience that you're going to get. And so what happened was the cops. What killed music is number one, local music is over, right? I know in San Diego it was like a ghost. LA, where are you gonna play now? I'm sure San Francisco still has a killer music scene there. You got Jello Biafra still lives in San Francisco, for God's sakes. They should have made him the mayor. They should have made him the governor, actually. Finally have somebody with a brain in office. He was the lead singer of a band called the Dead Kennedys, and they were the leader of the punk movement. Now, all these punk kids were a bunch of teenagers. So you'll see Henry Rollins and all these guys, and they're 14 years old, and they wrote all this killer music. And what happened was the skinheads took over the scene. And the punk rockers were not Nazis or anything like that. And the Dead Kennedys even released an album called Fuck Off Nazi Punks. And, they fell into a trap because in one of the Dead Kennedys songs, they use it autonomously, not as hate speech, but just as actually, what do you call it? A jab at society. They use the N-word. Okay, and so when the skinheads caught on to that, they latched on to Dead Kennedys. But Dead Kennedys were just a bunch of very, very talented and extremely intelligent musicians. And so anyway, I was almost there. I played guitar. I was getting better at guitar. I'm 15 years old. I can play anything on the guitar or whatever. And I'm just starting to write my own stuff. And then right as I'm getting to the age, 16, 17, bars are still going. But slowly, for some reason, it started to die. And it's because the DUI. So people were leaving these bars completely hammered, sloshed. There was no regulation. There was no common sense. People would just get in their cars and drive themselves home. Because what are you going to do? Leave your car there and have to call somebody? And back in those days, it was a lot easier to get a ride. but they didn't think of it that way. And so after the death of a few people, the MADD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, started, and it put pressure on the police to make drunk driving a number one priority. Thank God they did. My best friend was killed by a drunk driver, and his mom was a big part of the chapter here in Tampa anyway. It's probably cut down on a lot of deaths, but people still do it. But anyway, so that's what the first thing that killed it. And then at the same time, you had not so much a disco movement as you did like kind of a new wave. It was a new wave. And it brought back the disco scene. It brought back dancing. It's stupid, moms. It brought back the fancy clothes. You wear the Jabode pants and the whatever, the Donna Karen or whatever. Excuse me, sorry. That's exactly well, yeah. So you had that scene starting again with the dance clubs, which were just bars with a DJ. And that became popular, but still you had the come on, get 'em, Stormbringer tonight, $3 shots, all ladies get naked. And you had a lot of bars still opening, and within those 3 years, these huge mega bars opened in Tampa and Clearwater. Bubba the Love Sponge, a radio personality, had a bar. They had all these banana bars, and they would have, basically a freaking concert in right in the middle of your city. So the DUI started putting a choke on it. How many times can you get a DUI and be able to afford to go out and drink, let alone drink and drive? And then you had the other bars, and then the last nail in the coffin is the same thing as the hardest thing about rollerblading. The hardest part of rollerblading is telling your parents that you're gay. So, that was a quote, allegedly. I never heard that joke before. But anyway, the last nail in the coffin for, hi Carla, was the karaoke. And so now that people could realize that they could be the star, that caught on huge. And so within a year, many of those large mega bars went out of business. They became other things. At the same time, you had the release of CDs, whereas CDs now did more. What they promised us with CDs was you're going to get digital clarity, unheard of. You'll hear things in your records you never heard before. Well, guess what? We're gonna do in Echoes a karaoke night with Swamp Rose apparently coming up. That should be fun. I promised her I'd do cruising. She wants to do duet, so that'll be our honeymoon moment. Me and Swamp Rose. But it's not questionable at all that the technology came there to remove. Well, the technology was always there to remove the vocals from records. All you have to do is center pan it. But the people, if you look at the world, if you ever get into a conversation again, if you ever see real people, you guys in your life again, one thing you'll notice is, especially nowadays, is that some people will grant you the time to talk about how you are and what's going on in your life. But they're just sitting there biting their lip, waiting to tell you everything about themselves. Because people are typically, they can give a crap about you. So it's not a surprise that karaoke kind of swept the nation beyond the fact that the technology advanced so fast for people to be able to easily remove the vocals from records. So that's what killed local music. How I got into that topic, somebody tell me. I'm gonna have to rewind on that. El, you did get the name correct for. You know what? I love this video right here.
You're up. Let me know, what are we supposed to think about this evidence this new expert's going to testify to about Brian's phone actually knowing where he is? What do you know about this, doctor?
Thank you, Fancy. I have to tell you, this computer knowledge man talking about phones and not in one place. Yeah. All junk science. Yeah. All junk science. Only fools would believe anyone other than Koberger did it.
Okay, doctor, professor, whatever your name is, I could just reach out and just smack you right now. But, anyway, sorry. What about the real DNA on Koberger that we got off of his daddy out of the trash? Tell me, you're up.
Where is she? I haven't seen her in a few here. I think she was in the chat maybe last night for a few. I think she was saying she's busy with something. There's a lot going on in Ohio, right, Heather? I'll take a look at the names here, and then I'll look at the Thought Riot. A forgotten water cult. Forgotten, huh? Mega tsunami caused by huge landslide made the earth vibrate for 9 days. Were you guys vibrating? There's some song that, and I wish I'd clicked on the link, but it's one of those history of a classic rock song, things, and it said a lot of people don't realize that this hit was about somebody's self-pleasuring device, I guess, dildo. I died. Not that I'm curious. I'm just saying. Oh, well, this is what Heather wanted me to play. That's why I wound up there. See, I'm not smart. I'm intuitive. Of course, they had to play music. There goes my cat replay. You guys want music? I'll give you music. Neener, 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 neener. Blood moon, blood moon. Beato, beato, beato. What's the big deal about the blood moon, Heather? That's a hell of a shot, though, isn't it? Oh God, what on of all the commercials in all the world to play on our cast? That one? Can we rewind commercials? University of Phoenix. Did you guys see that? Thank God I started this damn program over. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Does University of Idaho own? I'm sorry to yell. Oh my God. You guys all saw that with me, right? Put a 700,052 in the chat if you saw that. Alive can watch Alive. Yeah, I check in on Bubs. I'm sorry. On Swamp Rose all the time. I'm live in your live. I'm casting your cast. Is that what I'm doing? Am I checking out? Did you guys see that or not? Nobody was watching, were you? I'm not recording, but YouTube is. Holy frackin'. Who the hell's the volume on this, Bubs? Talking to me? What the hell am I watching here? It's over already. Is this alive? Oh, this is alive. Okay, so they're driving. We're driving. Where is this? It's daytime. You saw it? L, you saw it? Somebody vet that they saw that damn ad. Tell me you saw that ad. I can watch my own live. Is that what you're asking, Bubs? I'll live my own live. I'll unalive my own unalive. Oh, I see that. Okay, the numbers now. I see. I was like, why are they putting their phone numbers in the chat? after that's my memory span right there, you guys. Now you know. I asked for it. It's like we need the public's help. We're gonna flood our own zip line, my friend. Okay, Bubs. Is this just ASMR kind of? I feel like this car is just gonna crash at any second and go off a cliff. This is making me get car sick, and I've never been car sick before. What am I looking at? I think you're trying to mess with my head, Bubs. Everybody saw it. Dang. Oh my God. I want to play that again. Bubs. I love your video, but this is making me yakety yak. Heather, help me out. Put something in there. Sense of humor? Carla, did you see that video? Okay. We're going to watch my live, because live is live. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Let me see if I can do a Rolamato. I've done it real. Elle, you do. Oh, my God. You guys, I had you down because I watched you for like an hour the other day. And I had your voice perfect. And it's like a kind of a drawn out extension of a La Jolla voice. L. So don't get mad when I do a impersonation. And I was just doing little bits and pieces the other night. I could probably do a whole video in your voice. So you guys, right now the video I'm gonna play is Alive of Alive. That's me and you combined right there. That was a perfect me and you. You and me and you. No, I'll go back to the car sick in a minute. Yeah, promise. I'm here to help you. But we need more me. There's just not enough me in the world. If you guys agree. Bubs hooks it up. Ghosts. Hey, you know about my ghost tree trip, right? All right, so let's see. Which one are we on? We're on this one here. I wonder if this is some kind of paradox if I click on this link. If I get transported to another dimension, guys, that's what happened. No. Bubs hooks it up. Ghosts. Hey, you know about my ghost tree trip, right? All right, so let's see. Which one are we on? We're on this one here. I wonder if this is some kind of paradox. It only stays live. Hold on. If I get transported to another dimension, guys, that's what happened. No. Bubs hooks it up. Ghosts. Hey, you know about my ghost tree trip. Okay, right here. All right, so let's see. Which one are we on? We're on this one here. I wonder if this is some kind of paradox. It only stays live. Malkovich. If I get transported to another dimension, guys, that's what happened. Okay, we'll try one more time. Bubs hooks it up. Ghosts. Hey, you know about my ghost tree. Okay, right here. Which one's not me? All right, so let's see. Which one are we on? We're on this one here. I don't know which one. I wonder if this is some kind I live. Malkovich. If I get transported to another dimension, guys, that's what happened. I don't think I can open the third. Listen how it's I'm breaking YouTube right now. You know about my ghost tree. Okay, right here. This is awesome. Nobody's ever done this before. I think I did it once by accident. Some kind of paradox. I have my head down. Right now. If I get transported to another dimension. Hold on. Wait. How can? There's no rewind button. I'm breaking YouTube right now. I'm driving myself crazy. Okay, right here. This is awesome. I like myself. Ooh, you guys saw it. I did it. I think I did it once by accident. Some kind of paradox. It only stays head down. Right now. Maybe this. Maybe I'm looking at it. Here's what we do. I got it. Oh no, I can't change that. And you can't change that. I wanted to play the Eddie Rabbit song, I Love a Rainy Night. So that was the title of oh, it should be, okay, that's what the title of this video is. Man, I want to watch that damn commercial again. Let's do this, guys. Here's how you solve this problem, Kane. Oh my, I'm vibrating from the title, The Tsunami, for 9 days. Let's see if maybe we'll get lucky. Why does Google? Does Google? I don't think they do it anymore. But they used to have that option, like you could search or I feel lucky. What the hell was the difference between feeling lucky and searching? What do you mean lucky? What do I win if I get the website I want? Man. The improvements that Google makes are amazing. Oh, this is a university. So wait, I asked a question. I'm sorry. They were hiding you from me. I kind of I honestly, up till now, I've been faking it. I'll be honest. But you mean a lot to me. No, I've been faking it. Whereas, when I would go live, if I had a scheduled broadcast, I didn't know how to start it later when it was scheduled. I thought it would automatically start. It didn't. You have to do it. So finally, I figured out how to do it tonight, and I was on for probably, I think last night, 20 minutes, and I realized, oh, this was the practice one. It's private. And I'm like, why is nobody getting in the chat when I'm sitting here broadcasting and talking and showing you stuff? It's not like I've been reading a move like Paul Horror. Anyway, good Lord. I wonder if my voice is going to be as sore. Let's see what Phoenix University has to offer. But I did ask the question, and I don't see any answers, and I'm very disappointed in your class. Why were they hiding you? So basically, I would guerrilla broadcast. I just play my 5-minute theme song at the beginning and then wait for people to find me, because when you're on YouTube, you just kind of click around until who's going live, nobody live. It's like an auction. One live and one time one live, give 1,500 the man blah. That's clicking around on YouTube. I gotta make shorts out of these awesome jokes I make. Oh, good. All right, so let's see. We can go to the university, or we can go to videos right away and see if we find that ad. Commencement. Phoenix proud, folks. Phoenix proud. That's a brand new spanking ad. But does anybody know, was the question, if University of Idaho has completed the transaction to buy? I don't think they have. And there's so much controversy around it. I wonder if it is going to follow through with the close of the sale. But does anybody know offhand? If you do, I just drank a cup of coffee. I don't know. I didn't even know I did 12 hours. I did 12 hours without blinking, and 6 of it were probably with Jen up here. And once Jen got rolling, it was like hotcakes, because I just had to listen. She was pulling stuff out of her hat that I was like, okay, really? And it just started this whole chain. If you guys were tuning in and out, maybe of maybe you got to be a nurse. There's hospital jargon for you. We got police jargon all day, and stop resisting, and then make. Yeah, it is frustrating to be able to find stuff in any. I don't do Twitch or anything. I just do YouTube, and I've been on YouTube since day one. I think I was very heavily into video. I was doing surfing videos when YouTube came out, and I was doing eBay, and I instantly used it to video my products so people could see what kind of condition they are within a video. And, it was more of a trusting time, and I was honest. But, we had waited for some dependable platform to be able to upload our personal videos to and watch. And not too far into it, Google bought it. And then it wasn't bad for a while. It was actually got really good. And then one day they started offering. They said, "Oh, well, you have a channel now. Choose." And at first it was like sign up thing for your channel, and you can have your own channel. I didn't know what that mean. I had a computer that would have streamed just fine, I'm sure, but I didn't see the value in it. But I've been on YouTube since then, and progressively after the purchase, Google completely ruined it, and it partly because of their policies, and partly their policies stemmed from a lot of crazy shit happening. But when you got people angry enough at you to come to your headquarters and try to break in and unalive people, you might want to reconsider what you're doing. But they don't care. They just continue on. And they piss millions of people off a day. And it sucks because MySpace had better social options with the videos and stuff. Even though really you didn't have video up then, as it went towards the end, you did. And if you look at what's that Yahoo one? What the platform that uses a circle? That is to me the pinnacle of how a social media site should operate. I mean, this chat, we love it, but half of you guys can't post a link. If you post a link, it won't let me out of YouTube to look at it. You can't put a picture. How many times would you like to put a picture of your dog or your cat or something stupid that would have made us all laugh? And you put a picture up and that's it. Or God forbid you post your own video, a little mini video right here in the chat. I mean, these are features that are no-brainers that they just refuse to implement. And then they have these messages that they send us. Oh, how do you like YouTube? Let us know what features we can add. You know what features you can add. Don't ask me. Don't waste my time. So let's find that Phoenix. I guess we're going to have to go to the webpage. And I'm sure that we can find it. Let's see what happens. I already broke YouTube. It imploded in another dimension. I am coming to you from the planet Krypton. And the Martians have invaded and they're taking over. Give me something I can believe in here. Add. Dude, we got to see that again, bro. That sucks. I can't rewind my own live. I don't understand. University of Idaho. Water tower. I would love to spray paint that water tower. You know how that one guy spray paints all kind of crazy stuff in New York or whatever? You know what I'm talking about. I wonder if they're called Ida Phoenix or Ida Nix or Fodaho. Fodaho. You heard it here, folks. That'll be a short right there. Going in the short category. I wear short shorts. Let's see here. Advertisement video. We will find him. I don't quit. I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna use DuckDuckGo. I know. I can already hear Jen saying, "Why are you using DuckDuckGo, man?" The new workplace. Let's see. Ding 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 ding. Yahoo is just. Whew. I used to use Yahoo and I hated it so much. I couldn't wait. And then Gmail came along and I was stupid enough to fall into that one. Was it him? Oh, DuckDuckGo. Ba ba ba. Man. Alright. And then. Well, good morning, anybody that's just waking up on the East Coast. We got Temperatures from 74 to 43 degrees. Here in Clearwater, Florida, it remains a raging 98, even in the middle of night. The air is so thick that you have to stomp on your own chest to be able to breathe. When you walk outside, you instantly start sweating, and you need a shower 3 times a day. Welcome to Clearwater, Florida. All right, and this is all I got. This video is not yet available to be watched here. What in the world? Where have you taken me, DuckDuckGo? This is your fault, Jen. I wouldn't have done this if it wasn't for you. Here, television commercial. 2008. Let's take a look. It's from Shure. Copyrighted, damn it.
One university understands how you live today.
What do they call them? The fienders?
And where
are they called? The fienders? Are you a fiender? You fiending? You fiending, bro? You mad, bro? We will find him. Okay, so that was 2008. So it's easier to find something from 2008 than it is from today. Literally today. Tanel Ray, we are searching for the New Zealand version of Phoenix in the Has television commercial on YouTube that is not available. This is
what if you could earn?
Oh, well, that's the old one. I don't want that yet. I Spot TV again. This is a trap. They don't have anything. $11,000 a year. Did you see that? Who sings If Only I Had a Brain? That is Bill Murray. I happen to know that one. Looks to rise with new ad campaign. And this is... We'll find out. New ad campaign. Is it? Come on, guys. Give it to me. Give it to me. How is it hard to find it? I see ads all the time. Like, oh, I want to know what that was. YouTube will usually have a link, but I sure missed it on that one. I was too busy trying to recover from the fact that wearing a mask in the beginning of it. Wow. Wow. Pow. Pow. Damn gators. That's a big one right there. This gator. Don't. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is how you do it. Put in the air. This is how Bubbly says. That's why her phone's swollen. Boom, 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 boom. Hope nobody's on accident. Boom, 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 boom. People are gonna watch this back and be like, "What the hell is wrong with this dude?" Scam school. Deceptive advertising. What University of Phoenix students to get nearly $50 million in false ad settlement? When was this? That's 2021. What is the attraction to buy this flop for however millions, 100? Oh my good lord, man. Anything that's on Spot TV is not for me. Where is it? It'll have the mask in the beginning of it, darn it. 11,000 a year. Love it. Phoenix Strong, folks. Where are you? Oh man, that's a real bummer. Good link though, Bubs. That was Bubs' link, by the way, that brought that up, and almost tempted to shut down his live just to see that again. Let's see if it happens if I play it again.
Hi, I'm Whitney.
And I'm Camden. Welcome to Ghosts and Garnets, Murder in Idaho.
2023. First episode of the year.
That is wild.
So wild. I know. I can't believe it. I did feel like 22 really dragged. A lot happened in 2022 in my life. And the last few months, the last couple months were the greatest because we got to do this.
I know. It's been so fun. And 2022 was kind of a, ugh, I don't know. I didn't love it.
Yeah.
But I love the end of it.
Same Z's. So guys, we are not talking about murder today.
I think this might be worse.
There's some definite ick in this story. There's some trigger warnings we're going to talk about. But we're going to talk about a cult. We are talking about
I like this already.
An evangelical cult that is slowly taking over the town of Moscow, Idaho. And they are doing it so quietly and so methodically that they have managed to buy massive amounts of storefront property and land, slowly driving out businesses that are not run by church members, and moving toward their leader's vision of an entirely Christian utopia where men can conquer women, women can do all kinds of...
Bubs, are you sure we're not triplets? Because this is like the perfect bow to this show. This show has done itself. I haven't done a thing. And it's over 12, carry the 2 hours. Many hours of, I mean, even Rush Limbaugh didn't go. And I'm now the serotonin that Meg IV'd me is starting to kick in. So the brain juice no flow good well, and I probably need a pillows now me. But look at this bow she puts on it, and even there hasn't been a minute of this broadcast that I wouldn't watch. There hasn't been 1 minute. Maybe when I was looking for something, but it always led somewhere. I can't even explain that. It's ridiculous. And if you're just waking up, good morning to you. Welcome. This is coming to you live from the west coast of Florida, where we got Criminal Confidential. We got Tanel Ray from New Zealand. We got Meg P, a new moderator. Carla is in the house. Toozle Steak is visiting by. He took his break from his video games and pizza. We've got Criminal Confidential posting up links for us. Heather is always in the chat. She's always busy editing. So good morning to you, and welcome to the Purge, the Forever Purge. That wasn't cool. It would have been good to the ending, right? That's okay.
Surrendering quietly and meekly. And sexual predators are excused for their sins and wrapped in the loving arms of Pastor Doug Wilson.
Ugh.
Who we hate.
So I loathe this man so much. And when you're talking about this Christian utopia where men conquer women and women surrender quietly, it sounds like one of those old romance novel covers that he's wishing he lived in. Like where women were just like, oh, you're so...
The amount of fragile male ego in this story is enough to make a gal violently ill.
Or turn them into a lesbian if they aren't already.
You're not allowed to be a lesbian in Pastor Doug Wilson's utopia. So.
I know. I don't want to be in it. Ever.
Yes. So this is not, we're not covering the story because this guy is a conservative Christian, seriously racist, seriously misogynistic church leader. There are many of those. That's not really a story. We are covering this story because he has twisted this church that he founded into a cult. And the difference is a cult is a group or movement held together by a shared commitment to a charismatic leader or ideology. It is a belief system that has all of the answers to all of the questions you could ever have. And the only solution to those questions is gained by following these rules that the church leader has created. And it is about intimidation, it's about suppression, it's about slowly removing people from any outside influences and really isolating them. And the fact that he has managed to do this so successfully and continuously since the 90s is wild, because he is not a quiet cult leader. This motherfucker is on YouTube. He's on Twitter.
He's written how many books? Ugh.
I mean, the things that he says are so revolting. You just think there's no way that this isn't a cult, because there are 2,000 people that are following this man.
You'd have to be in the cult to believe anything that this man is saying. He is what gives religion a bad name.
Agreed. Especially Christianity. Because everything he espouses is like, well, the Bible says this. The Bible says this. No, asshole. The Bible does not say this. You are taking the crazy Old Testament stuff and stabbing people with it in the brain.
He said recently to some students at the University of Idaho, everyone can agree that the Bible is sexist, but that the Bible is always right.
Yeah.
What? Oh, he's maddening. He makes me actually crazy.
He is maddening. And he has a couple of degrees. He went to U of I, and one of them, I think his graduate degree is in philosophy, but neither of his degrees are in theology. He has no actual formal education in religious teachings at all. No. And neither do any of his family members that preach and counsel to his congregation.
At his schools, I know. And if you look at their website, at Christ Church's website, and you look at their elders and their teachers and their...
She also believed that there was
old white men, and then there's this one white lady who...
Is it his wife?
No, I don't think it is. It wasn't the same last name. And
okay. No,
she just is probably like, name. Oh, all these white boys love me.
I wish you guys could see Camden right now.
I'm the belle of the ball.
Angel baby face.
All these batshit crazy men. God.
So I stumbled across this Vice article by a reporter, and her name is Sarah Stankkorb. And she wrote this article in September of 2021. And it was this massive, deep dive into the church.
Pretty good. We've done a lot of
years and years of research and interviews and all kinds of stuff. And I will link the article in the show notes, because it is an incredible read and everybody should read it. And we got a massive amount of information that we're going to share with you from this particular article. So I will make sure to share it. All right, we're going to get into it. And this is set in Moscow. The entire world knows what's happening in Moscow right now. We're not going to talk about that today, but we do have on our page a link to where you can contribute to a scholarship fund that one of the victims' families set up. And I'm sure at some point we will be talking about it. But we are not going to be talking about it today.
No, we're going to talk about this dick bag.
Yep.
I'm pausing right there. I see people still watching. I just want to make sure that everybody's vested in this. I'm enjoying this, but I don't want to clear the waiting room either. And I'll continue on with it. If you guys want to keep chatting, it's up to you. So let me know. Is anybody out there?
I'm going to talk about a dick bag today. For those of you that don't know, Moscow is a university town. University of Idaho is there. Camden and I both went to University of Idaho. We made very poor choices, but Moscow itself is delightful.
Agreed.
It is a little liberal arts mecca in the heart of conservative northern Idaho. And it is strange to me that Doug Wilson chose
very much
Moscow as his place to make a conservative Christian utopia, because it is predominantly a liberal community. They overwhelmingly voted for Biden in 2020.
I think he did it for that exact reason, is to be the only crazy in this Christian,
that's a good
quote
point.
Unquote, that could get everybody to believe him. He'd be the mecca of it all.
Yeah, that's true. Because I was thinking, God, there are towns in Idaho that are probably 99% there already. you know, you would have very little trouble just making it 100%.
A little fish in a big pond there, but here he's a big fish in a little pond.
That's true. That's a good point. So they're in Moscow.
I want to just interrupt for a second with what Meg P and Tanel were saying here, and we touched on it earlier, but it's you've lost with the change of venue. You lost the package deal, the judge, the prosecutor, and in many respects, the public defender dissented a long time ago. Although she's still part of the case, apparently Bill Thompson not part of the case, not 100% true or vetted, but it appears to be the case, since his name did not appear on the document. And so it's, you know, like Jen was saying earlier, why do you, Carla, that's a great question. What makes you ask that question? What Jen was saying earlier, it's not my circus, not my monkeys, but it's the same circus moving to a different venue. And so with the problems that we have with obviously clearly in Moscow, what are we in store for? And it does make you nervous, doesn't it? Because, you know, from day one, he could drop the gavel, say case dismissed. Or he can say, I'm going to need time to review. Does anybody know exactly what this hearing is for? I briefly read the document. I don't remember now, and I wasn't really paying attention to that because at Colder Covered had pointed out that Bill's name wasn't on the document, and that's what I was focusing on. So I guess I could pull that up, but I'd rather play this.
And he has laid this foundation since the early 90s, and he has been working towards this goal of Christian takeover of Moscow, an entirely Christian town. And the people in this church, it's called Christ Church, they're known as Kirkers. And
okay, so that's what a Kirker is, the members of the Christ Church. Thank you. You guys might have put that in the chat for me. So that's where that term, now the only thing we have left is, what is this joke about the bottles of lube on the wall? That one's going over my head. I'm sorry. I know you guys have stuff. It's a status. So what does that exactly mean? A status hearing? That's what I'm afraid of, Carla, is we've taken this case as far as it's going to go, but the reach of Moscow, Idaho extends across the state, and there's a lot of whether it's through the university or through secret societies, connection with all the people involved. And you know, the trippy thing about it is Anne's involved. She's all up in it and everything. And so she knows the ways, and she knows the secrets, and she has the key to the kingdom, so to speak. Joanne says status hearing is like an update onto where the kid. So they're gonna get their bearings in Ada and start setting, because all the dates that were set in Moscow are now deleted. So they're going to have to schedule stuff, and Twist seems to think it's just going to be a 10-minute thing. I think it takes 10 minutes for the congregation to sit down when the judge enters the room. But I imagine it'll go at least an hour or two. The last one went all day, practically. So if anybody out there didn't get the link to the new live stream from the Ada County Courthouse, I'll put it in the chat after we play this, so that anybody that wants to stream it or watch it or whatever on their own are welcome to do that. And so I have the link, and I'll put that as we're done here.
Which is also called Mother Kirk. Most of the members call it Mother Kirk, and it's because apparently Kirk is the name for church in Scotland.
Okay, move along, sir.
Don't bring the Scottish people into this.
Do not.
Doug Wilson.
How dare you.
But anyway, they call them Kirkers. And in Moscow proper, there are about 900 congregants in the town of around 25,000 when school is in session. Over the years, Doug Wilson has built this church with many arms out into different areas of the community. So he has a K through 12 school that's called the Logo School. He has his own publishing house called Canon Press, where he publishes the most wackadoo books you have ever heard, and we are going to share some of his quotes with you. He has an unaccredited pastoral ministry program called Greyfriars Hall and a private college, which is named New St. Andrews. And at the center of it all is Doug Wilson. So we're going to give you a little rundown of Doug's greatest hits to give you a little insight into this brain of his. These are all direct quotes from some of his self-published works. Yeah. Last year, Wilson published a novel called Ride, Sally, Ride, about a Christian man who runs his neighbor's sex bot wife named Sally through a trash compactor. In his book, Father Hunger, the pastor writes, quote, "The sexual act cannot be made into an egalitarian pleasuring party. Instead, he argues that, quote, a man penetrates, conquers, colonizes, and plants, while a woman, quote, receives, surrenders, accepts, and that true authority and true submission are therefore an erotic necessity." Gross, Doug.
Throwing up in my mouth.
His wife is in on it too, guys. Her name's Nancy.
I want to say that that's a step out of line for a evangelist to put in a book. Wouldn't you agree?
She wrote a book called The Fruit of Her Hands. I don't know why they're always with the fruit. The Fruit of Her Hands. And in it, she describes wives as lovely, enclosed gardens, cultivated for marital sex. But of course, a husband is never trespassing in his own garden.
Sick. Sick.
Well, Doug, all the fruit of her hands. Sexual act cannot be made into an egalitarian pleasuring party. Instead, he argues that, quote, a man penetrates, conquers, colonizes, and plants, while a woman, quote, receives, surrenders, accepts, and that true authority and true submission are therefore an erotic necessity. Gross, Doug.
Throwing up in my mouth.
His wife is in on it too, guys. Her name's Nancy. She wrote a book called The Fruit of Her Hands. I don't know why they're always with the fruit. The Fruit of Her Hands. And in it, she describes wives as lovely, enclosed gardens, cultivated for marital sex. But of course, a husband is never trespassing in his own garden.
Sick. Sick.
Well, Doug also describes himself as an expert on. But of course, a husband is never trespassing in his own garden.
Sick.
In his own. But of course, cultivated for marital sex. Enclosed gardens, cultivated for marital sex. But of course, a husband is never trespassing in his own garden.
I was trying to figure out what exactly she was saying there. Somebody put that in perspective for me, because the man plants and sows. The man is never trespassing in his own garden. That's a pretty. That's out there.
Sick. sick.
Well, Doug also describes himself as an expert on women and their most important attributes. He said, I am in a good position to state that there is a marked difference between Christian women and women of the general population. Christian women are a lot prettier. In 2019, Wilson created 6 episodes of a talk show he wanted Amazon Prime to pick up. It was called Man Rampant and featured episodes entitled The Sins of Christian Women, The Sin of Empathy, and The Lie of Servant Leadership. In his book Reforming Marriage, he wrote, wives need to be led with a firm hand, and that it is tragic that wholesale abdication on the part of modern men has made the idea of lordship in the home such a laughable thing. In Federal Husband, which is quite a title, he asserts that men must assume full spiritual responsibility for the household, including any wifely negligence to submit in. Then you need to be aware of your woman's spending habits, television viewing habits, weight, rejection of your leadership, laziness in cleaning the house, lack of responsiveness to sexual advances. Such a husband must confess failure in leading his wife, outline clear expectations, and repeatedly point out her failures. If she complies, quote, he must move up a step, requiring another of her duties be done. If she continues to rebel, it is appropriate to call in church elders. Now, let's bring in the racism. He wrote a pamphlet with a Christian minister named J. Stephen Wilkins, and it was called Southern Slavery as It Was.
Oh, this is rich
in it,
here.
On top of a whole bunch of other garbage, they wrote
this is
that,
what got him
quote,
in a lot of trouble.
Slavery produced in the South a genuine affection between the races that we believe we can say has never existed in any nation before the war or since. I could have gone an hour into this Southern slavery bullshit.
Let me just, because I am going to for a minute. Because,
oh, good. Okay.
And then it said, slave life was to them, the slaves, a life of plenty, of simple pleasures, of food, clothes, and good medical care.
Could you even imagine that? Oh my Lord.
It's my turn to be at a loss for words, and it is rare, and I don't think I've ever sighed so heavily and so often in my whole entire life.
I know. This fat man sits on his YouTube channel smoking his cigars and spouting this nonsense at you, and he's so fucking smirky, and you just think, how is he still leading people?
They drank the Kool-Aid.
They did. They absolutely did.
And he talks about how that whole thing about slavery got misinterpreted, and he was misunderstood, and he meant it in this way and not this way. And then one student reported being taught at his logo school the curse of Kane was black skin, and that black is the color of Satan and white is the color of good.
Nice.
Yes. Excuse me, sir.
Really?
Okay, you're not racist. Sure.
Well, and it's interesting that he decided to start this in northern Idaho, where the whitest of the white people congregate.
We see you.
We see you, Doug Wilson.
Does anybody remember that Dave Chappelle skit where he plays a blind black man, but he's a member of the KKK? He's rolling around with his buddy in the truck, hanging his head out the window, and he, what power? What power? He's yelling at the black people from the car. Oh, and then they talk about, they finally tell him that he's black, and he so then my wife is an N lover. It's like, oh man, dude, Chappelle killed it, dude. It's and it's too bad that, like, with what we saw earlier I can play it again, I guess. With the Paul Harvey thing. That I forgot to say. Shut up, Kane. All right.
You just can't stop sighing.
I know.
Okay, so to learn about Christchurch's culture of abuse and social control, Vice interviewed 12 former and current church members and Logo students and reviewed legal and medical documents, church correspondence, and business filings. Ex-Kirkers described a community in which women are told they must defer to church leaders and cannot say no to their husbands. Men are taught to strictly control their homes, and those who speak out can be isolated and harassed. In a November 2021 investigation, The Guardian found that church figures have browbeaten elected officials over COVID restrictions, built powerful institutions in parallel to secular government, harassed perceived opponents, and accumulated land and business in pursuit of a long-term goal of transforming America into a nation ruled according to its own ultra-conservative moral precepts. Anonymous sources told The Guardian that members of the church were expected to pay at least 10% of their income to the church in the form of tithe.
I feel like tithes are not really here or there, but it is so sketch that so many of their followers are actually employed by the church. So the church pays them and then they have to give 10% of their income back to the church.
Money laundering. Alert, alert, alert. I did find, and I will post it when we post the episode, but I did find a rather interesting picture of what is to be all of the businesses that are run by the church.
Fascinating.
It is. The first story we are going to tell you about is Jean, who at 16 years old moved with her mom to Moscow after her parents had separated.
Hold on one second. Sorry to interrupt you. Guys, this is a trigger warning. There are a lot of stories that we are going to tell you about this church that involve all kinds of abuse, sexual abuse, spiritual abuse, rape. We don't get super into it, but you will hear about it. So just...
warning.
Just be warned. Sorry, go ahead.
Once they arrived in Moscow, men and children from Christchurch met them at their new home to help unload their moving truck. Jean was charmed by the town and was excited about the move. She was going to start school at new St. Andrew's College, which she thought was just like any other religiously affiliated school, and thought that Christchurch was just another church. This was in 2000. At that time, New St. Andrews had about 150 students. During her first year, Jean met a handsome upperclassman whose father was a deacon at Mother Kirk. By her second year at the college, they had started dating, and he said he wanted to marry her. I had stars in my eyes, remembered Jean. But then he got physical. I was a virgin, and it scared me. Within the first few months of dating, heavy petting had turned into coercive sex. He would essentially get her drunk and not listen to her when she said no. He refused to wear a condom. She had been raised in a very conservative household where purity was preached, and because she had allowed him to take her virginity, she felt she had no choice but to marry him. She said she felt unclean and unworthy. Before they got married, she joined the church, taking the covenant vows in front of the congregation. After taking her vows, congregants introduced themselves and shook her hand, telling her how beautiful she was. Jean would learn that this was a very big deal within the leadership of Christchurch, that they would brag about how their women are more beautiful than pagan wives. 4 years after Jean moved to Moscow, her wedding was officiated by Doug Wilson himself. Beginning 9 months after they were married, they had a baby every other year until they had 4 children. After their first baby was born, Jean said her husband came home drunk one night after she had gone to bed. When she told him she was tired and she didn't want to have sex, he got really angry. She fought him, but he pinned her down and he raped her. He passed out drunk, and she locked herself in the bathroom and cried for hours. And because she had recently had a baby, she also bled internally. She called a female friend that was also a member of the church the following day. When she told her friend what happened, her friend said the same thing happened in her marriage and that it was normal. Jean did not report it. Jean's husband raped her over and over again, a couple of times a week for about a decade, either with violence or by waiting until after she took a prescription sleeping pill. Sometimes, she said, quote, I'd wake up with him having me, or I'd wake up the next morning and be bleeding or see the signs. After years of this treatment, Jean went to several different pastors at church and told them her husband had been raping her. Although they did notify church leaders, because of her husband's father being an elder, who could be disciplined if his son continued to sin, the pastors of the church told her not to report it and that she was wrong. Her pastors told her that a wife is not allowed to tell her husband no. As Jean's husband's drinking increased, so did the violence against her. He would throw her into walls, shove her into doors, and once pointed a loaded gun at her. He also raped her with a champagne bottle. Again, she went to church leadership, and she was again told not to go to the police and not to separate from her husband.
Man.
Eventually, she could no longer stay and prepared to leave the church. She knew leaving her husband would mean being excommunicated.
That's the part I want to hear.
A woman's counselor from the church called her after she left, telling Jean that, quote, she was causing her husband to turn to porn now that she was divorcing him. In the time since leaving the Christchurch community, Jean's car has been vandalized regularly. She's been harassed online. She had to block Kirkers, including teachers from Logos,
Bam.
angry about her divorce.
Boom.
She said, I have been called a whore, a bitch.
So Kirkers are the same as Scientologists. They have the same tactics. You can see their belligerent stance in the Stickergate, whether the police were right or not. The thing now, I have a question for all of you. If there was a religious assembly in your town, in the square, during COVID, whatever this happened, the Stickergate thing, and they were singing religious music, hymns, whatever, would you be the type of person, or do you know anybody that's the type of person that would go out of their way to try and interrupt their gathering and playing loud music and drums and whatever they were doing to drown out the singing? Does that seem normal at all? If it happened here, people would be like, honk, honk, the light screen. Go. Nobody's stopping. Go ahead and sing all you damn want. Where did these protesters come from that they have the time to go and make a drum circle to be louder than the church guys? Where's the end game there? Where's the Koopy doll at the end of that rainbow? I mean, that just twists it even further and further and further into nothing making sense. Where's the battles? You see, so you have now your lines are drawn that you have the religious right, and then you have the indoctrinated university on the left, as far left as you can go and as far right as you can go, and everything in between. But not a whole lot of mystery in between. Am I right? But so is that the other side? Is that the left saying no matter what this guy, or is it enemies of the church declaring their hate for him, and no matter what he does, we're gonna shut it down? Or was this going on for 2 days? I know at least that they were out there singing. They're singing at night with the teenage daughter of the dean. No, but they were singing Christian music. They weren't even singing devil music. They hate anything. But you have a whole entire group of people that attempted to overpower them and shut them down. So were they people that were families of the police officers that had to deal with this situation, and they told their families and friends, we need, and somebody came up with this great divisive plan. They do weird things beyond that. Look at the basketball game in when Utah was in Idaho. It was in Boise, against Boise State. And the women's basketball team was there, I guess, with the men's basketball team. And they were staying at a certain hotel. And people were going out of their way again, whatever, to drive by this hotel and yell racial slurs. And you guys have all, I'm sure, caught that video. I know I posted it on one of my lives. If you haven't, maybe when this is over, I'll take a look at that also. But where's the motivation for this kind of stuff? When we have the softball championships for girls or whatever here in Clearwater, right? It was right catty corner to where I just moved from. And I'm telling you, man, they bring ESPN and they got all the mobile trailers, and it's a big deal. It's like the World Series of Little League for softball. So all the best players from, I know at least the country, are coming here. And we roll out the red carpet. They have, 24/7 police protection there. And there's nobody out there trying to say, hey there, Kane, don't you come to my town with your bald head. And, who has the time for this? People are struggling to feed their families. You're gonna drive downtown Boise in your truck and waste your time doing that. What does it even gain? And then there's no prosecution on anybody. If somebody had been hurt, I think maybe even somebody was hurt in that situation. It certainly scared the crap out of the athletes, and they had to change hotels. But I don't see the philosophy. So you have a town that's constantly at odds with each other, with itself, and the fight between wrong and right is blurred because it's wrong and wrong. You have this church, and we're finding out way more than I even with my research did in this short video here about what Doug Wilson's philosophies are. They obviously are not something many people are going to agree with outside of his own followers, his own flock. But they present themselves as a typical megachurch and the values of Christianity, and it's sweeping the nation. Bubbly. That's what if you're still listening, if you're not vacuuming, I wanted to ask you if you knew anything about the congregation in Troy, Idaho, and I'll look it up myself if you're not still watching, but the Christ Church has a denomination in Troy, Idaho, which that caught me off guard. I did not know. And the national organization that they're affiliated with, when you click on the link, it just takes you to Christ Church. So they are the national organization. They are the movement. They are the chairmans of the board, so to speak.
And a cunt. I hate that word so much.
I know, I do too. I never say it. If this was the only story, this is horrifying. All of it is horrifying. But there are 50 stories just like this.
What I can't wrap my brain around is that she told at least 3 people. At least. The very least. And not one person thought, this is wrong.
No, you know what's fucked up is they knew it was wrong. They knew that her father-in-law would get in trouble if it went any higher. And so it became her fault.
Yeah, they made her wrong.
Yes, she was wrong because her husband cannot trespass in his own garden.
If that's not gaslighting, I'm not even sure.
So fucked up. And then she finally has the courage to leave. And then you're in this teeny tiny community within a teeny tiny town. Mm-hmm. And you have these people harassing you on top of everything else. And women are not allowed to work in this church. So how are you going to leave? You don't have any money. You don't have a job. How are you going to take care of your 4 kids that you've had in 4 years?
Mm-hmm. It really reminds me, have you watched any documentaries on Scientology? It reminds me of that, the harassment after they left. So horrific.
And they call it fair gaming.
Super Christian of them. Don't you know?
Yes. On top of the raping of your wife is A-OK chatter that they gave their male congregants, it was also a pedophile haven. This first story we're going to tell you about, her name is Natalie. And in 2005, she was 14 years old and a member of Christ Church. A Greyfriars Hall student, so the unaccredited pastoral program. His name was Jamin White, who was in his 20s. He started sexually abusing this 14-year-old girl. Natalie reported the abuse to police. Doug Wilson, the head of the church, asked the investigating officer to give leniency to Jamin White. Doug Wilson told the police that their sexual interactions were a result of a parent-arranged courtship, something that Natalie absolutely denied.
Oh my God. Oh, this is me. I can't do your voice like it is. I need to listen to you again. I had you down smack dibbly. And echoes too. Echoes a little easier. Right now I'm going with the guy voice. You get down to the Walmart and take a right, you find echoes right there.
Despite that, the judge accepted Wilson's narrative and rejected a more stringent.
That was funny. You got me off guard on that. That's good.
Agreement.
Where's P. Fox? Is she working her shift?
Under the charges of sexual abuse of a child. After White was convicted on the lesser charge of injury to a child, Christ Church leadership emailed congregants thanking those praying for Jamin White. Following his release from prison, the church funded $3,000 towards sending him on a Haitian mission trip. Then in 2013, he was charged with attempted strangulation of his wife and later found guilty of a domestic battery charge. Doug Wilson also officiated the wedding of Stephen Sittler, a former New St. Andrews student convicted of lewd conduct with a child under 16, despite Sittler's parole officer's objections. Sittler was on lifetime parole due to the number of victims he confessed to abusing and could not be unsupervised with any child ever. Now, Doug Wilson is strangely mixed up in this story. So he encouraged Stephen's father, who had discovered the abuse, to report it to police. But then Doug later welcomed Stephen back into the church with a chaperone. And then at Stephen Sittler's wedding, which Doug Wilson presided over, Doug Wilson explained to the people at the wedding that sometimes people just need to get married so that the flesh can be contained. Ugh. Using a wife as a sexual decoy to distract Sittler from children did not work. Later, a judge ruled Sittler must be chaperoned around his infant son due to admitted sexual stimulation resulting from contact with the baby. Big sigh.
That one I knew, and that's as disgusting as it gets. Now, with a couple of these things, you could argue that maybe Wilson was trying to better this man and cure him, and whatever. And you could say that he's fighting the religious fight as boldly and as strongly as the devil is fighting. So it's fire with fire, which is the only way that the battle ever could be won. But it won't be won. The devil will win the battle of the earth, and then it'll take care of, the Lord will take care of it from there. But he's obviously not going to win. But he has a good portion of the world convinced he will, and that it's worth to have your worldly possessions over just being a good person in general. I mean, it's people are just crapping all over each other all day long, every day. I mean, look at what's happened to Elle in the last few. I mean, such a sweet girl. And she's done very hard research. She's even got credit from very big creators, very popular people, the beautiful people. Not these people though. They turn on her and they send her. And I was trying to say I haven't, knock on wood. Let's put the idea out there. Had much dissent. I don't know. Maybe at this point, not enough people have seen outside of our little group. My broadcast, but the only thing is lately I noticed that since I Scott Metzel had since I did a late night video and just joking around, I was gonna put I put Viviana in the title when we didn't even talk about her for more than a second. But ever since that video, I've been getting dislikes on my video. And before, I think it was about 100% likes. You know, like, because it's mostly people in our small group that watch, that appreciate what I'm doing. It's obviously different than what other people are doing, and I have a different approach, and I know that. And you know, if it's not for some people so far, they've just tuned away. But for the last 3 videos since that Viviana video, there was, you know, a small portion of dislikes, but the timing coincided, which is what led me to that conclusion. Anyway, so shut up.
Most recent Wilson disciple found guilty of a sex crime is former Christ Church deacon Alex Lloyd, who was indicted for having pornography featuring children under 12 years of age on his phone. He pled guilty last August and was sentenced on December 19th. I do not know what the sentence was. At the time, Wilson said, quote, "We regard this entire tragic episode as one more casualty in the unconscionable pornification of our culture."
Ew. But then he goes on to say in an interview that how dare everybody come after these child molesters and rapists. They're only doing it because they're coming after me and my church. There's tons of other rapists and child molesters out there in the world, but nobody cares.
Got a lot of
because
preachers
really they're just
sheltering
coming
them.
after me. And the people who are in my church who have done that are here to become better people and repent for their sins.
I hate him.
I don't even have an eye roll big enough for when he opens
I
his
don't think
mouth.
we could find 2 people in this chat that agree.
It is the unconscionable pornification of our culture. It's not the fact that you house and coddle sexual predators, Doug. Has nothing to do with you at all. It's the pornification of it all.
It's a pornification. Dream of pornification.
So the flesh can be contained.
Gross. There's nothing grosser than flesh. I hate it. I hate it so much.
Flesh.
The word flesh is kind of just nasty.
This guy. Okay, so we're going to talk about the schools
Get
a
out
little
of
bit.
bed.
In 2017, Michaela Peterson, who attended Logos through 11th grade, and other students reported inappropriate touching by one teacher to the Logos school board. According to Peterson, one male teacher would feel up Peterson and other girls in the hallways and rub their backs without permission in the classroom. In one instance, the teacher said to the class, "You see, everything has a male and a female part. Oh, this is so cool. The projector cord.
I cannot.
Shh, let me get this out. The projector cord is the male, and you stick his penis in the outlet's vagina as he stroked the cord and then pushed it into the socket. Who let this guy teach? Who
It's
did
not
it?
funny. I just literally cannot. Like, I don't even know how to react.
Well, it's just so gross that he did something so gross that now we have to say the words to report on what his...
Trigger warning. Man, I might have to call Tommy Jutsu and get a little boom.
grossness is.
Not funny. Kid.
As he stroked the cord.
After the students went to Logos' superintendent in 2017, this teacher retired with an email from the superintendent thanking him for his service. He then landed a job with the Classical Christian Press and runs a Moscow small business. According to Peterson, at least one other Logos teacher has been accused of sexual abuse with a student, as reported to police 2 years after the abuse occurred. We're going to move on to another story. Kamila Niska, who is now 25 and attended Christ Church and Logos through 11th grade,
as if that wasn't enough.
Spanked
Another story
with a wooden paddle in 6th grade. Once by a female administrator, once by a male principal.
That is the Hasidic Jews. And I don't know if that's just on their wedding night or if it's every time they make love. But they have to have a sheet with a hole cut in it between them to make love. It's
Copy of the 2012-2013 Logos
Tradition.
Parent-Student Handbook provided to Vice, the discipline policy states, the principal may require restitution, janitorial work, spanking, or any other measures consistent with biblical guidelines which may be appropriate. Raised by an adoptive, single mom, Niska says she didn't get touched by adult men. So being bent in a prone position, hands on her principal's desk as he struck her, haunted her dreams. I would say so.
Mm-hmm.
Later in 10th grade, when Niska was covertly seeing a boy at Logos, Nancy Wilson, this would be Disgusting Doug's wife, started pulling her into classrooms to talk and asking her if they'd done anything physical. Were they in a relationship? Was she keeping pure? Since Niska left the school and church, she has heard about Nancy and Doug asking multiple students about their sexual activity. She said, quote, he just wants to sit there and listen to everything that transpired between these two teen lovers, like all the graphic detail. Another former Logo student named Helen Shores was called in for a solo meeting with Doug Wilson after she lost her virginity at 16 to her then boyfriend, who had confessed they'd had sex to his parents. Wilson wanted me to tell him in detail everything that happened when we had sex, says Shores, who was told by Wilson that her boyfriend had already told him everything. So I needed to tell him in absolute detail what sexual experience happened, how many times it happened, and all that kind of stuff. Ew.
Like so many of these cult leaders, this guy gets off on making people so uncomfortable. It's this power dynamic of making people so skeeved out. He gets off on it.
Yeah, and I also think he gets off on having them describe every detail of their sexual experiences. It's
because as much as Doug is talking a big game, Nancy is not letting him into her garden
ever. Her garden is closed
for
locked
business.
Up.
Yeah,
sick.
It is. There is nothing growing there. No one is planting or pillaging or
accepting
anything. No seeds are being plowed.
Plowed. Nothing's getting plowed. That is right.
No. Now that we've beaten that farming analogy quite to death. We are going to talk about how the Kirkers do all of their counseling in-house.
Seems legit.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with this at all. Let's, get all of the school children who go to the Kirker schools and the church members who go to the Kirker churches and the married couples. And let's let these pastors, and I say that with quotes because they're not, talk them through all of their major life milestones. It seems like a very good idea. At the head of it all was Doug Wilson, who holds pastoral and counseling roles within the church. Although he has no formal theological training, did not graduate from seminary school, and is not a licensed counselor. But he is going to listen to your teenagers give him all the dirty fucking details about how they had sex with their boyfriends. All right, so we are going to talk about a girl named Kimberly McCullough. Kimberly's ex-husband was an early Doug Wilson disciple. She was 56, dutiful. She homeschooled her kids. She read the Bible with her kids. She listened to her husband when he said stupid shit like, "No wife of mine is going to work." And when she needed his permission to cut her hair. But when he started disappearing from the home for long stretches and still demanding sex when he returned, she started feeling like, who is this strange man who wants to use my body? She knew not submitting to his wishes would be sinful because of Doug Wilson's teaching. And Jim Wilson, also not a licensed counselor or pastor,
when it was reported
Doug's
to us that an
father
adult
counseled Kimberly when she came to the church with her issues. She said that he told her that if the wife did not concede, she was in sin, and that she could be excommunicated from the church if she refused to have sex with her husband. She was incredibly religious. She really tried so hard to be a faithful congregant. She thought she did everything right. She really tried it. She couldn't understand why sometimes her throat would seem to close and her body suddenly gripped with panic. Well, it turns out she was having major anxiety attacks that went undiagnosed for years because she was being counseled by a fucking ninny idiot. When she finally left, the counseling sessions that she had done with Doug Wilson's dad, Jim, were used against her in her divorce case because Jim was not a counselor and not an ordained minister. He said he didn't have to maintain confidentiality. He saw himself more as a Bible teacher. So he spread her business all over the court, all over the community, and used all of her struggles against her when she finally left her husband.
One of the things that is so hard for me to grasp and understand is why any mother or father would bring a child, especially a daughter, into this life.
Yeah.
I mean, it's quite obvious that they think of women that they should look pretty and be ready for sex. And that is...
And shut up.
Literally it. And clean their house.
No, it is absolutely a cycle of brainwashing entire generations of women into thinking that they are not worth as much as men, and wrapping it in this pretty picture of they need to be cosseted and taken care of by their men, and that their job is just to create the home and raise the children, and let the men make all of the big decisions. You don't need to vote. You don't need to have an opinion about anything. Shh, just quiet down. Yeah. Shh. God doesn't want you to fret your pretty head.
Many of the emotional dynamics ex-members described in the church run parallel to coercive control in abusive relationships, while theological demands for submission normalize the same pattern at home. Church leaders, doubling as counselors, know how to hurt rebellious members. In a letter on Christchurch letterhead, the church's Center for Biblical Counseling ministry counselor Mike Boyer informed one woman after hundreds of hours of counseling that she was being suspended from the table of the Lord until she confessed and repented after leaving it up to her husband to clean and prep food, putting her kids in daycare, and ignoring the God-given roles, including submission.
How dare she make him prep food? Who does she think she is?
That bitch. Okay, so in a community as small as Moscow, how has Doug Wilson gotten away with this type of bullshit for the last 30 years? Well, just like every other cult leader, he has built his empire around the ideas of submission, discipline, and fear. For Kirkers, speaking up takes serious courage. There is a regular section in the printed church bulletin listing the names of those who have strayed. As one former member describes, a list of the excommunicated, along with a prayer request for repentance from sin. It functionally serves as a record of people whom Kirkers ice out. Families cut off loved ones over leaving the church. Others, as Gene found out, lash out against ex-members with harassment. Small businesses suddenly lose customers, and unfounded accusations make their way through the community. For years, Christian blogs such as Spiritual Sounding Board and the Wartburg Watch have detailed accounts of Christchurch's spiritual abuse, a phenomenon typically defined as faith leaders creating a toxic culture within a church or community and using their position to shame and control. Members of Christchurch have been terrified to speak out for decades, but that may be changing, as former and current church members are stepping forward now thanks to a new YouTube channel called On Courageous Empathy. Host Kevin McGill, a Seventh-day Adventist pastor, interviews ex-Kirkers about their experience with the church. Over recent years, multiple secret groups for Logos survivors have organized online. Among those who work to help survivors is Sarah Bader, who left Logos school as a kid. She has appeared 5 times on Kevin McGill's YouTube channel. Bader and others' public appearances on the channel have prompted more survivors to reach out. Since the channel's conception, 27 victims of some sort of abuse, whether it be spiritual, physical, emotional, or sexual, from within the church or its schools, have come forward.
And I watched one of these episodes with Sarah Bader on this YouTube channel, but it's really interesting. You guys should check it out.
I can't imagine how hard it would be to leave something that is all you have ever known.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think too, knowing that there's a significant chance that you are going to be totally ostracized from your friends, your community, and even your family. A lot of times, these people's families totally cut them off. So they're alone. Okay. We're going to talk about a woman named Hillary. And this particular story I think it really encompasses the just level of nastiness of this man in this church. So Hillary Medina attended Christ Church from around age 9 to age 21. And she was 15 or 16 when her mom told her she needed to go speak to Nancy Wilson, who is Doug Wilson's wife. Unbeknownst to Hillary, her older sister's husband had sent a letter to Doug Wilson saying that Hillary's father had done something inappropriate to Hillary's sister when she was young. So Nancy asked Hillary if she felt safe around her father, and Hillary admitted she'd thought she had been watched in the shower through the bathroom window by her father. According to Hillary, Nancy confirmed that that was actually her dad who had been watching her shower through the window, that he had confessed to it, as well as inappropriately touching her, which she had blocked out. Now, Vice reached out to this father when they were writing this article, and he did confirm that on a few occasions he watched her in the shower from the window. After about a week, the family was called into Doug Wilson's office to hear the father confess. Now, the father confessed to inappropriate behavior toward his eldest daughter for a year or two. At this meeting, Hillary's father asked her to forgive him for looking at her in the shower and, quote, other stuff that you don't know about. But he felt he didn't need to detail that since she was not fully aware of it and didn't really remember. She does remember back rubs that strayed to her butt and the sides of her breasts. Her father said he did not recall doing this, but said if she remembered it, it probably happened. Now, this is wild. While unclear whether criminal under Idaho law, unwelcome touching could potentially have violated the law against lewd conduct with children under 16 or other statutes.
I would say so.
Uh-huh. What? Not sure why that's unclear. Also in Wilson's office that day, the family cried and held hands. Her father says his behavior was his own choice, it wasn't caused by Wilson, and that Wilson counseled him to avoid being alone with Hillary in the future. Then Hillary remembers Doug Wilson telling her something that she has never forgotten. He said if down the road a bird or something hit the window when she was in the shower, she may think about her dad watching her, and that wouldn't necessarily mean that she was bitter, but she should confess the bitterness right away.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Hillary also remembers Nancy Wilson telling her in their subsequent counseling sessions that her father hadn't done anything illegal. When Hillary would mention, for example, a hug where he had grabbed her ass, Nancy Wilson suggested she give him the benefit of the doubt. That's the Christian thing to do.
Nancy Wilson from
I
Heart?
do not like this.
You know, we talked about this in the Von Ellinger case a little bit, about women who actively participate in the trauma of other women.
Right.
And that there's just, in my brain, there are very few things that I find to be more abhorrent than women who involve themselves in the abuse of other women this way.
Right. The other thing is, you know, with Hillary Medina's story.
Yeah.
Her father was the one who had done something wrong, clearly, obviously. Yes. And yet they still turn it around on Hillary and tell her, she's wrong if she has bitterness in her heart, that she better confess that.
Yes.
Like, everything is just so turned around and backwards, it's hard to...
It has to be. They can't control people if people aren't confused and afraid.
You want to know what's confusing? The Christ Church website. I have to read you part of it because...
I looked at it and immediate was like, nah, I'm good. Just exited right out. I just couldn't do it.
They have the forms on there where you can tell on...
Yeah, the tattling forms.
Fellow members. And it goes on to where they're basically going to go before a judge and jury of the church. It is ridiculous. But in one of their drop downs, in one of their headers, is their mission and their distinctives and their constitution. But their distinctives is what really I read through, and it just killed me because who is writing this shit? But bear with me. Life is right at the center of God's purposes for this dead world of ours. But the way into this new world he is fashioning is quite similar to the way we got into the old world. We have to be born into it. A new world, a new creation, requires of necessity a new birth. How will the new world get people otherwise? But this new world is being established in the midst of the old house. It's like a remodel project in a house, but with nobody moving out. while the work is in progress. The end result will be a completely new house, and there is some debris in the meantime. And you can see aspects of the old house disappearing, and the shape of the new house is becoming clearer, and the whole thing is quite exciting. Now I'm not done. Material from the old house can, and usually does, go into the new house. But in order for that to happen, it must be made new. It must be made alive. The old material has to become new material in order to go into the new house. This is the meaning of the new birth. And the transformation is no incidental or surface thing. It is not a matter of sanding or painting or carving. No, the dead stones are turned into living stones, which of necessity affects everything about the stone, except the fact that it is stone.
Oh, Jesus.
But stone that is alive now, which is not exactly a trifle. So not only is this a remodel project, but it is one in which the house is in the process of becoming a live organism. Now, what? Who wrote that?
Well, no, it's a word salad, and it is there to make people wander around in circles trying to figure out what the fuck they just read.
Let's listen to this. It gets better. Now, all churches have distinctives, and ours is no exception. We believe certain things are true, and not other things. And we organize our worship services in a particular way, and not in another way. And so on. What? I mean, and let's be clear, I am not making light of or making fun of the teachings of the Bible or Christianity.
This is not what that is. That is not neither Christian or Bible related. That is filler. It's fluff. There's
nothing to it. I know.
There's nothing there.
It screwed me up.
We do it this way and not another way.
We organize in one way, but not another way. No shit, Sherlock. God.
Shut up, Doug.
Talk about a narcissist.
Oh yeah, I feel like we should just call this podcast "Narcissist" because
I love these. I absolutely.
I know every time I go, what a narcissist. And we do know the definition.
Yeah, these are.
Yes, we do. Let me tell you this, Idaho. Okay.
If I could find.
Did you know that there is a town in Idaho named Good Grief?
No.
There is. It is an unincorporated community in Boundary County. It was saluted in the early 1970s on the television show Hee Haw as having a population of 3 with 2 dogs and 1 old grouch. No, that's not my Idaho, but the Idaho happens in Good Grief, Idaho. So there's a little background for you on Good Grief. So in Good Grief, back in 2021, a man named Owen Benjamin, who was at one time a comic, and had a supporting part in the 2008 Playboy-related movie The House Bunny, and he was also briefly engaged to Christina Ricci, bought 30 acres of land in Good Grief, Idaho. See, his acting career had tanked after he had become increasingly racist and anti-Semitic, and he had established himself as the leader of an alt-right group called, quote, The Unbearables, whose guiding principle appeared to be just allegiance to him. So he goes up there with his crew, and he's making videos, and he posted his videos online, and he described the property as this peaceful place to commune with nature and fish and hunt and form his own little community. But elsewhere, he posted different videos where he touted the land as a place where a paramilitary force will defend itself against the dark forces of modern life. He hoped to bring people to his community by describing it as, quote, new Ruby Ridge-style compounds.
Ugh.
The man who sold him this property realized too late that he had erroneously sold it to a crackpot, and he tried to raise a red flag to the County Planning and Zoning Committee, but it was too late. he did tell them he was worried about a potential unpleasant outcome with the group's presence in Good Grief. Now, the scary part is I cannot find what happened to this community.
Good grief.
Good Grief, Idaho. I do not know if this man is still up there building a Ruby Ridge 2.0 in Good Grief, Idaho.
Well, and did he do his research on Ruby Ridge? Because no one that was there on either side of it would ever want another one.
No.
Dumbass.
Randy and Vicky would be like, shut up, Owen. Exactly. Go back to California. We don't need any more of you up here.
Not even one. Good grief, yes. Idaho. That's very interesting. I'm going to have to do a little bit of research on that. Well,
if you guys didn't sigh 35 times, then we did not do our job correctly.
I have no sighs left.
Yeah, I spent the last hour with my mouth hanging open, blinking at the screen.
I know, same. As I was watching some of his videos today and reading this stuff, I just was like, are we sure this is from the 1990s and 2000s and today, and not from a man that lived in the South during the time of slaves? I just can't.
Well, I think the scariest part is that because this man has figured out the internet, and it's so easy to spread bullshit disinformation, that he really has reached an entirely different sect of people.
He's reached the extremists and people who are people who have low self-confidence. They want somewhere to belong. They can belong there.
Yes. Particularly terrifying because he's an educated man. He has several degrees.
Right.
He went to school. And he's just smart enough to manipulate all of these people around him into thinking that he knows what he's talking about.
Well, he's got to be damn smart. And if you look at his list of staff members, there's doctors on there. Mm-hmm. There are other people who are educated.
Cult.
Well, that is the story of an evangelical cult and its disgusting leader, Doug Wilson, and his equally horrifying wife, Nancy. We hope you enjoyed hanging out with us today.
And if you did, we hope you still like us.
Yes, we do.
Please like wherever you listen to our podcast. You can subscribe to our show on patreon.com and get all kinds of cool monthly bonus stuff. There is a link in the show notes. It says support the show and it will take you right there. If you are interested in sponsoring the show, you can reach us at ghostsandgarnets@gmail.com, and you can find us on Instagram at Ghosts and Garnets Podcast and on Facebook at Ghosts and Garnets Murder in Idaho. We will see you next week with probably some gory stuff.
Thanks for listening. We'll see you next time.
Okay, I had to let that play all the way through because I lost whatever tab it was associated with. That's where we're at, folks. And yeah, okay. I'm gonna play that bubbly video. She dropped like 2 videos. She did. I think she did that one specifically for me, which was absolutely hilarious. But yeah, if anybody would like to join in, let me know that you clicked on the link, and I'll add you to the room if you would like. We're here all night. I have another video though that I started playing earlier that I want to play now for y'all. Beep 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 beep. I don't know where that went. Where'd it go? Where do these things go? You know what? I have so many windows open. Go too fast here. Watch. Too fast. I was trying to ask Scott if you're listening. I was trying to ask if you're going to go to the Maiden last tour supposedly or whatever. It's like Bruce Dickinson said that this is the last time they'll play the song. So I posted the link. I don't know if you're brushing your teeth or eating breakfast or whatever, but I was curious because it's going to be mostly, from what I saw, a European tour. So I don't know if that I'll ever even get a chance to see them grow up. You gotta put a little bit of, oh my god. So guys, I did a video and then the microphone didn't work. It was muted. And then I played it, and you guys, I really want you to hear. Hold on, let me turn up a little bit. But you guys, oh my god. There, I lost. I had it. I was right there. Welcome in. Good morning. Welcome to the Forever Purge. We're on hour 16 now of this broadcast. It only says 4, but you have to stop at 12 and restart, as I learned from the magical Twiz, the beautiful Twiz. A lot of people would give up on somebody like me, but not Twiz. He brings out the dogs, the big dogs. We like the dogs. And we like the Twiz. Twiz is the good guy with the good beard, and he holds it down. Jerry Lewis. What? That is some old school. Oh, you did see it. Oh, good, Scott. So, it's got to be pretty expensive, Scott. It's going to be over $200 for general. I don't. You guys have general admission over there? I don't know. With no guns, people. I always picture fights or knivings in England because nobody has guns, so they keep it real, you know. And it's like you get too close to somebody, get a little jab in your back. Oh, these are the M50s that Twiz is talking about here. You can see these were my go-tos at the recording studio. These are M50s, MX50s, and you can literally, Twiz, you take out a capacitor or something. It just pops right out. I've watched the video on how to do it, and it upgrades them to the exact same headphone that the MX80s are, which is I think it's MX80s or MX60s, whatever it is, the next step up one. And that one has the removable cable, which you can never find that size. It's smaller than an 1/8 inch. It's like a 16-inch size cable, which doesn't make sense. Usually they use that cable for headphones with microphones because it has the 3 little lines on it. But these are very clear headphones, very good flat reproduction of sound. Audio Technica. I have 2 pairs of these, and I have 2 pairs of the 60s or whatever it is, and they're pretty amazing. Then I have like 12 pairs of Samsons, and I have some. The Sonys suck, but I have the Pioneer ones, the good Pioneers, and I like the Pioneers, but my favorite is that I have is I actually sold them. And they were like $399 headphones. And they fold it all up funny, and you can put it in a little bag. But they were amazing. There was some Italian brand, and the name escapes me now. But those were insane. I don't know why I was sitting here talking about headphones 7 in the morning in Clearwater, Florida. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the west coast of Florida. We're broadcasting live from the Twizzled Stick Gang Studios. Here I am, KaneBlandford, and I welcome you all in. Oh, you got orange. That makes it. I knew they did. They had. I've seen the white, and a lot of companies are doing the one-off runs of the colors, like with the keyboards. They have the red, and then they have one that's all black keys or whatever. It's like, how do you know? But you just have to do it by feel, I guess. Anyway, but you know the controllers. They have the gold ones for the guys that have to have gold everything. No, I imagine it's a blast. I can't wait. I'm gonna go after next July at some point. Maybe we can meet up for a pint. Scott, is it true that you guys only drink beer warm? Now, I've, for some reason, gotten used to drinking beer warm, and I kind of like it. It kind of more has a flavor. You know, they say you should drink water warm, you know, then you hydrate yourself better. You know, like room temperature. But everybody always says that the beer is warm in England. Is that true? I do not know. So let's see. Do you do the orange? I can see you with the orange M50s in your head. That's hilarious. All right. So I guess before we go any further, I need to know right now, do you love me? I'm gonna play Post Woke in a minute, because I saw one on there that was pretty juicy. But this is Bubs, and she's a hardworking gal, guys. And she put this out, and she was in the chat, and she didn't mention this one, but she'd made one for me, or whatever, a joke one. It was funny. It was a kind of a tribute to Nothing Half-Assed, I felt like. Oh, she's got the newsy thing now.
So, good morning, everyone. Interesting find out the Potato Sleuth. You rock, man. Let me tell you, you found a few more than I did. I definitely was on that path, and now I'm just going to cruise a little bit more because that's unbelievable. It's crazy. I think this is great that you have put this out. Hopefully, a certain someone will keep her nose out of things, and if not, I'll fight for you. I'll fight for you for sure. So, with that being said, I'm going to look up these places and find out who is behind all this, right? Who's the one that owns this? Who is this person or people? So I'm going to put in University City.
This is something we were talking about.
I would put LLC, but I already tried that because I wanted to make sure this worked. So University City, click there, and you've got right up top.
I kept talking about University City. Look up University City.
Inactive, dissolved. This is moving things back and forth. Look at number 4, number 5, number.
Can you say Brian Laundrie?
6, number 7, How far does this go up? They even have their own mortgage management company, City Mortgage Insurance. Remember, you guys, from my earbuds are going out. Hold on. Let me.
That's the way you do it, because then you have it every step of the way. When you want to buy property, you have your own mortgage company. You want to buy property, you got your own realtor. You got your own insurance company, property management company. You don't have to bring in any outsiders to be poking their heads in your business. You know what I'm saying?
Give me a second. Do you remember from the beginning when, just from the 4chan, all that stuff when it first came up, and the Garden City was brought into it? You know, that's where the weapon allegedly was going to be, was disposed of, and blah blah blah. Well, it brought in the part where Brett Payne owned an insurance company, and that's where Maddie and Jake worked in the summertime. And they had worked that prior summer, and they were planning on working this summer or something like that. I mean, I don't know the facts with that, and I don't have the receipt. I just know that was, I'm sure everybody will remember that. Hopefully they will. If they don't, that's really not that big of a deal. But this isn't insurance. They're like selling. I feel like these policies, what they're doing, and with this property back and forth. Oh, you guys, the rich just get richer and we just get poorer. I swear to God, this is just not fair. It's not fair. It's wrong. It's actually, and I haven't looked into these guys yet. I have no idea anything about these guys. I've seen their name. That's why I immediately jumped on after I saw that video on Euphoric's channel on YouTube. Really good channel too. Love it. Go like and subscribe to both of these. I don't know if Potato Sleuth is on YouTube or if it's just on TikTok, but no matter what, still go check it out. So.
Come on down
just
to the lab.
And I don't know if these are all. Well, these are all in Idaho because this is an Idaho business search under the Secretary of State of Idaho. And typically, you can find, anything and everything in here. Oh, University City Moscow LLC, inactive. good standing. Oh, I'm going to see if there's the rental one is inactive. There's an inactive. Look at all these inactives. This is going to be interesting, you guys. Wow. Okay. First of all, let's start. Ooh, I don't know where I want to start. Let's start with an active one. Oh my God, you guys. Oh my gosh.
She means me by you guys, by the way.
Look at the, oh geez Louise. You guys. Hold on, I gotta take a second. I gotta take a minute. Hold on.
Say I'm invested in the Idaho 4 Brian Koberger case. This is what I mean. So first we're going to start with the 1122 King Road property, which is owned by 1122 King LLC, which is then owned by Dan Esty and Scott Perkey. Dan Esty also owns 1118 King LLC and 1112 King LLC. So when these were filed, they are showing that they had a registered agent of Braxton Kerwin. And Braxton Kerwin purchased University City, which was renamed White Pine Property Management, which was owned by a Michael Ulster.
So this video is literally a dude watching another dude trying to watch another dude.
And a Matthew Becker. This is important to know because this business, White Pine Property, went out of business and there was missing money from properties that they managed. It's also important to know that 1126 King had a special warranty deed with Eagle Investment Group, which allowed them to do basically a parking easement agreement to allow properties to share and access their driveways. What's important is in 2022, just 1 month, almost 1 month after the unaliving, the registered agent is changed to Team Idaho Real Estate Inc. Until 12/8/2022. And it changes to Givens Pursley. Along with this special warranty deed, 1122 King LLC was eventually sold to Eagle Investment Groups on July 25th, 2023, and recorded by none other than Julie Fry, who is married to the chief of police in Moscow, Idaho.
Oh, wow.
He has been the chief of police since 2016, but she was just elected as the Latah County Recorder in November 2022. Back to Givens and Pursley. So why this is important is Givens Pursley Corp LLC was the registered business agent of all three of the King Road LLCs. And Franklin Lee was a partner there. And he is actually the one that signed over the University of Idaho to the King Road house. He is the one that signed over to donate it. So Allison Barry Ochoa worked at Givens Pursley from 2002 to 2014. Her son, David Barry Ochoa, was in Sigma Chi with Ethan. But ironically, guess who also worked at Givens Pursley from 2002 to 2013? Ada County Judge Stephen Hibbler. He was a partner there. So it's interesting to me that all of these connect back to the King Road house. And I'm also interested to pursue this further about the missing money from Michael Ulsterhouse.
Hey, you guys, so I'm going to bring you little blurps of pieces of videos, little small ones, short ones, and I'm going to add them all together. So my voice might sound different, which it might sound different. All right. Or it might sound like this. No, just kidding. Okay, so here we go. This is renovation, a work in progress for Sliced Pizzeria. Moscow-based tap house will add two. Sorry, you guys. I'm actually downtown doing laundry, so you're going to hear vehicles. You're going to hear some stuff in the background. I can edit some of it out with CapCut, but not a whole lot. As I tried to edit one the other day when I had the fan on, and boy, it was bad. So anyway, hopefully it'll get better. Well, he's shutting his vehicle off, so that's good. Okay, so Moscow-based tap house will add 2 stories onto building for apartment's new restaurant. Slice Pizzeria and Tap House in Moscow is renovating to open a new restaurant, which is undetermined at the moment. Eliza Collis, September 21st, 2020. Slice Pizzeria and Tap House is planning on investing about $1.4 million to add 2 building levels, which will include a new 2,000 square foot commercial space and apartments. Owner Matthew Becker said the addition will include another restaurant space with patio and small luxury apartments. Due to the lack of housing in downtown Moscow, the apartments will be tiny, compact like houses. Slice Pizzeria and Tap House is one restaurant in the open-air dining area at 2nd Street in downtown Moscow. Becker and his wife own the complex.
Wait, I have to stop. Was that a typo? Bloodstock? Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. Bloodstock. It's just like, okay, what could be the exact evil opposite of Woodstock, peace and love? Bloodstock! Raise your lighters! Sorry, I just carried away.
And will rent.
Delirious.
And will rent to other restaurant owners while running Slice. So they own the downtown.
Like Slice
okay, I see. So it's a whole building that
I don't want to open it.
They have other areas that they have already, made up for cooking and stuff. Is that what I'm getting? So that's kind of what I'm getting at there, but I don't know. Let's just read some more.
That's
Becker's
interesting.
wife own the complex and will rent to other restaurant owners while running Slice. The space features large picnic tables and a jungle gym. Wee-haw. Stairs lead up to a new commercial space where Becker is installing large garage doors looking out to the patio. I'd love a taco place, maybe a burger and beer place, Becker said.
Another coffee place?
The current ground level space is occupied by Slice, a coffee stand and a Bangladesh restaurant. A Thai restaurant will open soon, he said. Yum. Let's see. The owners are also installing solar panels to power the apartments. Becker hopes the solar panels attract renters and that the panels eventually pay for themselves, he said. There will be 16 apartment units with high-end appliances, granite countertops, and efficient use of space. Since COVID-19 restrictions were implemented, Slice was closed for a few months back, but okay, my attention just went somewhere else because the laundromat is literally right across from the fire department, and I just thought they were just going to turn their sirens on because it gets loud when I'm down here. Okay, so let me back this up. Slice was closed for a few months, but is back open now, even during the renovations. When they first reopened, they left the roof off of the dining area, so it served as an outdoor bar. Although their sales have been down about 30%, Becker said. Becker shut down operations so employees could collect unemployment rather than having a slow business, he said. Oh, it was good for everybody, huh? Somebody doesn't do that just for the employees. That's just not how this works. There was benefits for him to shut it down at that point, in my opinion. I mean, he might be a good guy. I don't know. I'm just reading. The renovations will be finished in about a month, and he hopes to have a new restaurant opened by spring, Becker said. Becker is funding the renovation by selling other properties he owns. You don't say.
Okay.
I wonder what other properties
more middle of the road.
Are. Okay, on to the next one. Well, let's just go see the Tap House right now. The Tap House. That looks like a sandwich.
Oh, this is the one that Heather was asking me if I knew about. That somebody was walking out of or something there, man.
Now that is really cool. Don't you guys think? That's pretty cool.
Very cool.
That definitely looks good. Pretty big, isn't it? Craft beer selection. Dang, that's a lot of craft beer.
I don't know.
Wow. They do like their beer there, don't they?
I'm sure she would mention that.
That is a lot of beer. I wonder if they have peanut butter beer. Have you guys ever had peanut butter beer? Oh my god. It's a peanut butter dark beer like a what's that dark one that I like so much? Not the Guinness, it's I can't think of the name of it right now. That's weird. Oh, it's pretty popular too. Why can't I think of the name? Anyway, it's real, that dark beer like that kind of has that rich dark kind of, it's almost like a chocolatey kind of underlying flavor. But so that's the body of the beer, and then it tastes like peanut butter, And I was at a bar. Where was I at?
Thinking of
Was I in
Michelob
Montana? I think I was in
or-
Montana. Anyway,
Blue Moon,
cruising through,
no?
out,
It's
you
not
know,
darker.
running
It's an
around,
IPA.
vacationing and stuff. Anyway, this beer, I saw it. And I was
think
like,
she's thinking of the
come on, I
Michelob
got to try
one.
this, right? And
Oh,
I asked
yeah.
everybody at the bar if they'd ever tried it, and they're like, no. And I'd be like, okay, well, anyway, I decided I'm going to try it. Took one sip of it, got it up to my mouth first, and the nose, and the aroma, the smell, the notes of it that were in it were just, they're just awesome. I mean, I just couldn't even, my mouth was watering before I even sipped it. And when I took a drink of it, I was like, whoa, okay, this is good. Anyway, I was asking people if they wanted to taste it down the bar, and they were kind of looking at me like, are you crazy? It was just like COVID had just gotten over and everything, right? And so a couple of them actually did taste it, and then a couple of them down the bar said, well, can we get like a little shot glass of it to taste it? And so the bartender did, and 3 of them ended up ordering it. So anyway, I'm a good salesperson. You know, that's the whole moral of the story.
You're gonna get a sponsorship, Bubs, for sure.
Okay. So, Oh, this is when they're...
Except for you have product endorsements. Main thing.
Hold
Remember
on.
the name.
Okay, now the truck's gone. Okay, so I don't remember what I was saying. I wonder how close this is to the other places, you know, like the girls' works and stuff. That's the last picture? Guess so. Okay, let's go back. And let's see. You guys want to see their menu? Salad looks good. Coffee. Caesar salad. That's what I would get. I love Caesar salad. What about you guys?
That's not a bad price either. Capri
Spinach
salad.
crust Caesar. Oh, see, that's not a bad price either, actually. It's actually a pretty darn good price for those. The margarita pizza. Potato bacon ranch.
I can't believe
Mediterranean.
pizzas are $30 now. I
Barbecue
just
pizza,
can't
chicken
believe it.
bacon.
My
They're
favorite
copying the
foods,
Delight
out of
pizzas
reach.
up at Papa. Was it Papa Murphy's? Yeah. Bacon wrapped date pie. Now that I would try. That would be like South Park. Chocolate chicken pot pie. Spicy Italian. Build your own. What else you
With the
got?
impersonation's
Bangkok
great.
pie. Ooh, peanut sauce. Yum. I know that bacon wrapped date pie sounds pretty darn good. Okay, let's see. Already did the photos, but is this more? And there's a couple more. It's kind of a cool looking place. Looks like that's a calzone.
Really nice.
It's pretty cool. I mean, it is a really nice place. I mean, I like the atmosphere of it. So, and you can't beat freaking,
It had a creepy vibe at night,
the
though.
wood,
when
cooked pizza.
JLR
Or whatever
did
it's
that
called.
walk through Moscow thing.
You guys know what I mean.
I don't know if it was open.
Slides
yet,
for the
actually,
kids.
or if it was
Gotta
closed
keep the
at that
kids in
point.
there, right? Okay, let's see what else we got. Okay, so
Close
this
the
one
lights.
popped up underneath there. It was
Bars have to cater
a
to
Reddit.
children.
So it said, I'm going to read this puppy.
That'd
So
smell
it says,
right.
WTF, another amazing restaurant being screwed over. And then it says Kirker on it. It says, order before we close soon. Dear friends, we have been provided a short vacate notice by our landlord. While we are trying to negotiate to stay a few more months at our current place before we move on to the next
This is
location,
bubbly water.
we are facing a terrible outcome for our business in the next few months to come. Besides, we have more than a year's worth of bank loan payments to make for the improvements we made to this location. We will keep informing our customers the updates, like exactly when we close, where we relocate, and when we reopen in our new location. In the meantime, if you could come visit us or call us for an order or just to say a few words, we will appreciate it very much. You could reach us at, and there's a number. We truly love your support, and we can't explain how much of that support we need now. And that is it was called Mella. It is Mela. So, oops. Sincerely, Shaheen, owner and chef. So, this is terrible. Mela is my favorite restaurant in Moscow. Who is the landlord? Matt and Rebecca Becker. Are the Kirkers or adjacent? I thought the whole little area was, with the exception of Mela.
Sorry.
The Beckers are real life Bible thumpers, so fully adjacent, rabidly anti-choice flaunters of city codes with a long history of really questionable business practices, and possessing a generally shitty reputation among their neighbors and former employees. This explains the transitionary nature of businesses located there, mentioned in my other post. Yeah, their MO is to get a tenant to pay a really high rent and to contribute substantially to the improvement of the property, with Matt Becker acting as his own contractor, employing laborers that he's ostensibly rehabilitating. Forcing them to study the Bible, paying them very little, etc. Then, when the tenant can no longer make ends meet, the Beckers have an improved space that the newly defunct tenant has paid them to improve on top of very high rent. Who knows all of the write-offs and tax dodging and likely even money laundering they're doing, but it's got to be a lot, and it's why the improvements never stop. I've always wondered why tenants would subject themselves to this shit show. There's a sucker born every minute, I guess. But yeah, that happened. That helps. This helps explain the constantly revolving door. Beep boop. I'm a robot. Here's a copy of the Bible. Was I a good robot? Wow. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. I like it. They were real life, but recently, in the last year or so, moved over to Christ Church. I would definitely bedrock their bases if we ever happen to be playing in the same Minecraft server. Wow, people don't like them very much. Okay, I gotta get some more money in the dryer. Be right back.
Money, money, green, green, money, money, green. Money, money, green, green, money, money, green.
I just realized you couldn't hear a damn thing I said.
Green, money, money, green, money, money, green, green, money, money, green.
Wow, that's a wild stuff from Bubbly there. I was saying, I don't even remember what I was saying now. What was I saying? I had the mic muted for a second there, and I had to comment that, yeah, I was, Ro, you caught me. Darn it. I call it a Swamp Rose moment. Swamp Rose was like, I actually wrote at the beginning of this broadcast, I finally figured out how, because I know you guys, a lot of you guys were like, I never get notifications for Kane. Wah. And I'm like, you want frat cries with that? What is that? And I was broadcasting for 20 minutes tonight, and I realized halfway through that I'd set up a practice run because Jen from Criminal Confidential was going to be my guest, and I forgot to change the broadcast when I started streaming from private to public. So I was talking to myself for 20 minutes, and I'm like, oh, okay. Let's start the show. So it always looks like I'm a flake and I never start on time, but I actually start like right to the second of when I schedule or whatever. Anyway, for future reference, you'll be getting notifications from me bothering you, and surveys and potential lists for laws and bills they're trying to. Anyway, yeah, I'm delirious. Okay, so the next one I wanted to watch, since you all are with me, it's been a great show so far. I want to thank everybody that's been here with me 100% of the time, and you guys are freaking awesome, and you kept the chat lively and entertaining, as best as you mortals can do. I am a broadcast engineer with talent unknown from God, as we all know, and I will keep broadcasting as long as I want to keep broadcasting, because I like broadcasting, and I like talking to people, and I like my little group of friends, and I don't want to know anyone outside of it. Is that a problem? No. So you can't stop me, but I don't think anybody's even trying. Who's Kane? Who the hell? So this had Homie the Clown, and I love Post World Girl. I've gotten in her chat. I don't have any copyright issues. I don't know how these people work around. Is this her intro? What's going on here? Yeah, there's a copyright. I'm trying to avoid. Oh, there she is. Okay. Homie the Clown, everyone. She's coming out swinging, boy. Oh, there we go. Got Eminem. I don't know how they get by the copyright strikes. Like, I can't. She's still singing. She's got the whole Chinese dressing screen behind her. That's a pretty dope one. Lana, you're gonna have to bump it up and get down with post woke. Let's see when she starts moving her lips here. I'm not a lip reader, but I can. Oh, she's still rocking out to the oldies. Like the headphones. What are those headphones? I don't even know. This might be the creamsicle. Yeah, matching Gucci, Bonaducci, Machi Bucci. I see lips moving. What do you think?
If you feel like maybe you broke my rules, this is for you. Otherwise, don't take it personally.
Post woke don't take shit.
All right,
from
guys.
anybody.
So,
I'll tell you that right now, guys.
What is up, everybody? Wow, I got a lot of attention on that last video.
I thought that was her chat,
and I appreciate it. I was listening and reading through all the comments, and there's a lot of great stuff in there. Stuff that I'll follow up on.
Because the only reason I bring it up is because whenever I get a copyright thing, and I don't get struck or anything, but they won't post my chat replays. I guess that's my punishment for disobeying the YouTube gods.
Follow up on it yet, but I will follow up on it. I just wanted to make a comment that the car that I brought up, that Jay Embry has, that red car with the two driver's side, whatever, the Dodge Journey that has two, rear view mirrors on each side. A lot of
Scott, she's the lady three posts above you. That's Post Woke. She's in the chat right now with us. She's an amazing creator.
A lot of you let me know in the comments that that's common for Google search or Google images and stuff, for it to sort of like have like a blur or a split screen or something. So that totally makes sense. I don't know why I didn't think of that, but I appreciate it. And no, I never thought that Jay was doing anything suspicious. I was just pointing it out because unfortunately, this is kind of my motto here, in case you didn't notice. And sometimes, it's not always easy living like this, okay? Let's just be honest. When you notice everything, okay? When you notice everything, like I do, it can be overwhelming. And, anybody who notices like I do, you know what I'm talking about. I think it's like a trauma response, honestly. You learn how to just, I don't know, pay attention to everything. It's kind of unusual. Anyway, moving on. All right, so let's see.
This just reminds me of Andy Rooney from 60 Minutes. And you ever notice?
These are not functioning the way I want them to. I'm just going to take them off. That's fine.
All
right, so
what brand are they, Post Woke?
Let's get into it.
We're curious.
Let's first go back to Jay's. Let's go back to Jay's video here. All right. So you can see I have it up on the timeline here, but Jay's timeline, he has at 1:32, Pav, I'm sorry, he calls himself Pav. Pav's timeline is at 1:32, someone spots Farley prowling around Linda Lane Apartments. We'll talk about that in a minute. At 1:45 a.m., Ethan and Xana return to the King Road house. At 2 a.m., Kaylee and Maddie return to King Road house. I think it's like specifically at like 1:56 a.m. for those of us who have dissected that out. 3:15 a.m. is suspicious man walking toward King Road. And that we saw in the video I did yesterday, where allegedly innocent shows that guy in the upper right corner walking across. And also the guy was dropped off, I guess, by a car that Pav thinks is a Dodge Journey, and there's all kinds of other thoughts about that one. And then 4 a.m., this is when, according to law enforcement, this cracks me up that he called it an atrocity. I mean, I understand what he's doing. This word, though, atrocity, is interesting because it's an interesting choice, because typically it's referring to some sort of a government catastrophe. So it makes me think maybe Pav was in the military at some point, because it is an interesting choice of words. I'm sure you could call this an atrocity. I'm just going to say the murders because I'm not monetized, and I don't think I'm going to get kicked off for saying the word murder. According to Ellie, that's when the murder started. And then up here we have, let's see, appealing to law enforcement. Oh, according to law enforcement, the perpetrator leaves. And I think I can't see it, unfortunately, because that's blocked. But then 4:23, unknown individual leaves Linda Lane, and one appears to be a Dodge Journey. 4:59, suspicious man reappears on Queen Road awaiting his ride. And then at 5:01, suspicious man is picked up on Linda Lane by what appears to be a Dodge Journey by an unknown assailant. Sorry. I had mentioned in my timeline yesterday where Pav talks about the person who's basically walking from 315 to that he believes goes to King Road. I said that I think that the murders had already occurred by that time, and I'll go over why I think that. And I'm not saying I'm right. Okay. So like people that get like all butthurt and stuff over that, like here, I'm just going to put the glasses back on for you. Okay. Like if you're going to get butthurt because my opinion isn't as educated as yours, or, you just have a differing opinion, then these glasses are for you. Okay. Because I'm not arguing anything here. I'm just saying my opinion. That's all. I'm not married to any of this. I don't take offense. This isn't my
just in case you don't know, you say you're not married to it, but if you want to be, Doug Wilson will be happy to perform the ceremony. Just saying.
Murder case as a detective. I'm somebody that comes on YouTube that finds this stuff fascinating, and I've been looking at it. Outside of that, if it ends up being Brian Kohberger, it's Brian Kohberger. And, if it ends up not being Brian Kohberger and it's the frat boys, it's the frat boys. And if it's not the frat boys and it's the informants, it's the informants. At the end of the day, that will not affect my life and what I'm doing later tonight. Like, it's just not going to affect my life. Okay. So I don't take any of it personally. All right. I really don't. Does that mean that I think it's not important, or I don't, No, of course I think it's important. And I think it's important to be respectful to the victims and their families. And I've always been that way with all the victims and families. I'm not going to bash any family, even the Gonsalves, who I think sometimes, are out in the media saying things maybe they
Told
later
you.
might wish they hadn't, but I don't want to be in their shoes. So
Trying to set a
all
standard
that to
here.
say, like, I'm not a professor. This isn't gospel. And if you enjoy it and you want to have an open discussion without like getting like puckered up, as Pod would say, this is a great place for you to be. Okay. I personally don't think that there is any evidence at this point that points to Brian Kohberger. I understand the DNA, the touch DNA on the sheath, but I was watching a little bit of harsh reality earlier, and Harsh was saying, Occam's razor,
poor
which
guy.
if you don't know what it is, Occam's razor is typically the simplest solution or the simplest answer with the least assumptions is usually what happened. And so if you use Occam's razor, then finding a knife sheath in a house where people were murdered by a knife, and then finding DNA on that knife that belongs to a person, then using Occam's razor, not making any other assumptions, just the knife sheath, people killed by a knife, and then DNA on the knife, just those three things, right? If it was a test question, everybody would answer whoever's touch DNA is on the sheath is most likely the killer. That's easy, right? That's simple. And that's what Occam's razor means. That being said, Occam's razor does not take into account all of the other shit going around. And so,
There's a lot.
there's tons of other things. And we also know
Take your pick.
that we live in a world
It's a
where
pick
law
and a poke.
enforcement does frame
Sorry.
people, where law enforcement
Did she pause
does
for that?
drop a little baggie of coke into your pocket when you get pulled over by
We've seen that video.
decides to steal your money and then put you
And
in
that
jail
one.
for trafficking narcotics, right?
Yep.
This happens. This shit is real and it happens. Sandra
Daily.
Birchmore, perfect example. If you follow that case in Massachusetts, if you don't, it's a devastating case and hard to read and go through. But essentially, a young girl who was groomed by a young age by a group of older policemen at a after-school place where kids went to learn about being a police officer, right? It's always the places that advertise, we're here to take care of your kids that end up abusing
We're here to help
kids.
you.
All right. But anyway, ultimately ended up when she became older, was still in one of these relationships, one of these monsters that molested her when she was a teenager, and got pregnant. And then decided she was going to start telling him, you better do X, Y, and Z and jump this high, or I'm telling your wife. And he didn't like that when he wasn't in power anymore. So he killed her. And when he killed her, he made it look like she hung herself on a doorknob and he staged it.
Oh my
And
gosh.
the police believed it.
I don't know this story.
Didn't look any further into it, even though there was tons of signs for it. And only now has that been reopened, and he has been indicted for murder and is in jail as we speak. So yes, like shit like that happens. There are bad police officers. It sucks, right? But that's just the way it is. So you can use Occam's razor, sure, but you can also say that touch DNA is really fishy. And on top of it, they had such little of it. There was such little
There wasn't
of
enough
that
to
touch
make it a
DNA.
full
And they were
sample.
able to, how many
Partial.
times did I think they tried to
partial
do it at the state police, and then Othram got involved. And don't get me started on Othram, but I did do a video on that. And one of the people that gave it seed money when it started up was it was a political operative. I can't remember his name now, but he's a real jackass. He's got red hair, and he was part of the whole alt-right movement at the beginning of Trump's presidency. And when I say alt-right, or when I talk about Proud Boys, and when I say all these things, that's another thing I think it's important to know. I am not personally offended if you like them, if you don't like them, if you are left or right or moderate. I don't care. And I don't think anybody else should care, because we all have our own opinions, just like assholes, okay? And so the only thing that I care about,
Never
which
met
is
an
why I
asshole
have it
without an
right up
opinion.
here as my channel rules, is don't be a dick and show some respect.
We have complete
That's
opposite
it.
rules.
It's really simple.
Now you have to show
It's really
respect.
simple. And I love to hear criticism. Somebody told me that my voice was annoying because it was too loud, and my audio is probably not great. So I appreciate that's good feedback. But when you come on and you're like, I really wish that, people would study forensics before they come on YouTube and make a fool of themselves. I don't care if I make a fool out of myself. Like, I don't care. Okay. If you didn't notice, in case you didn't notice,
she was
like,
cute.
I don't care if I make a fool out of myself. Okay. And whatever, whatever. Just ask. These are the simple things,
buddy.
not just to me, but to everybody else in the chat. Okay. This is a nice place. This is a place where people are kind.
It's a very nice place. It's very neat. My place is
all right.
a mess.
That's what
it's
I have to say about
mess.
that.
You don't even know.
So let's get back
if I showed
to
you my place right now, you
shall
would
we?
roll over in your graves. You'd get a tingle because somebody's stepping on your grave. That's what I do.
Okay.
Waiting now.
And here we go over here. All right, and here is Pob's thingamajig. Okay, where are we, buddy? Sorry, I'm just trying to find where I can start this up, but I cannot do it there, so I'm gonna have to go back over here. Sorry, here we go. All right.
But when we look at the Linda Lane apartment.
Good morning, Cold Recovery. We were just talking about you. I would say cold and covered. Oh, she's got a commercial plan. MGM.
You can see over here.
Oh, by the way, before Jay Embry starts talking, you guys, an amazing thing happened. Now, for some reason, my lives just, I'm going to turn myself up a little, sorry. The mic attenuates itself down for some reason. And, okay, so when I was in the course of doing my live tonight, we did as deep as a dive into Christchurch as I think you could possibly get, and I was feeling pretty satisfied. We'd covered all the bases, and then Bubbly Waters came in and posted a link. Coincidentally, another coincidence for you to mull over, and it was NPR, National Public Radio program, doing a origin story on Doug Wilson. And I don't know if he was in studio. I believe they're interviewing him, and he was telling stories and how he came to be, how he rose to power. But in the interim, when I went to go play that link, lo and behold, cold or covered, there was a advertisement for all things, for Phoenix University. As we're playing the new Christchurch video. And it was a brand new commercial. And at first I didn't even notice it. And then the first thing you see in the commercial is a kid scaring his little brother or a dog or something with a ski mask on. No. Oh my God. I was like, I was in frozen shock phase, y'all. Good morning. I hope I wasn't too loud there and woke you up. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Forever Purge. We're on hour 16 and a half now, and it's wonderful to have you in. If anybody would like to join into the panel this evening, you are welcome to join us. And this is the link right here. Feel free to click on it. Let me know you did so I can invite you in. So yeah, ironically, I'm playing a Christchurch video, and that video was even more revealing about Doug Wilson than it wasn't the NPR one. I'm sorry, it was the girls I didn't subscribe to, but it was one of these videos over here that I'm pointing to that you probably can't see. But and it was all the history of the shenanigans that go on with the Christchurch, the books he's written, the story. Yeah, Post Woke. So the ad just happened to play right before the video, and so it must have been like MSN or another website. So it's one of these. And I've been trying to get the ad to replay, but it was an ad because I have YouTube Premium right now, and so yeah, right, and Okay, yes, cold recovery. Before I forget, Kirkers are what they call members of the Church of Christ in Moscow, Idaho. They're called Kirkers. And I asked Bubbly if it was Kirk Cameron that you brought it up, and she laughed and said no, it's their Kirker. And she actually did a video for us about it that I just played a little while ago. And if you want to watch this video again, you can catch it. And that's the thing is on this very live stream, the second half of my 24-hour broadcast here, we had a Phoenix University advertisement play, a brand new one. And so at the very beginning, it was a kid in a ski mask. And I'm going to try to rewind the video and see. I wasn't able to control the timestamp on the video from my own live, and it was kind of weird. It was like Malkovich, watching myself. It was. I think I blew YouTube up. I think I broke YouTube. It was some kind of paradox thing. But anyway, it was a kid, the very beginning of the video, in a ski mask for Phoenix University, and we're like, well, at first you don't think anything of it. They say, "Oh, and Phoenix is," and there was something else in it. But I mean, the first two things I couldn't even recover from. I was literally like screaming into the mic. It was amazing. It was very crazy. So let's continue now. We'll do this will be the Jay Embry thing about the red car. Yeah, okay. And good morning, welcome everybody. Welcome to the Purge. This is Kane, broadcasting from the west coast of Florida. It's very nice to have you with us. This is the Forever Purge. We are going to broadcast until Brian Koberger has been released from jail, or I die, or fall asleep. One of the two.
Where that vehicle I just showed you would be parked. And you can see this is the angle of that camera. And listening to the video that we're going to listen to here in just a second, we can hear somebody in these Linda Lane apartments appearing to spot somebody that she knew. And as you listen to the way she's calling out to him, it sounds as if the person she's calling out to is actually in a position to where he's trying not to be seen. As you will note with "I see you, Farley," as in to say, I know you don't want to be seen, but I see you anyway. So we can easily.
Okay, so I'm going to stop it right there. And, just going by his timeline, at 1:32 a.m., he's basically tying together some of the audio that's been heard on Linda Lane, where it definitely sounds like Xana to me, but that's debatable. And says, "I see you, Farley." She says a few other things there too that I heard, that I would testify to the fact that I heard it. Does that mean it's accurate? No, not at all. I'm not saying I'm the be all end all. You can listen to it, see what you hear, but that's kind of where I wanted to stop here and look at some things here at the timeline. So 1:32 a.m. right? So, and then what was his other? I think he said, whoops. Sorry, guys. There you go. I just want to go back to his timeline one more time. There. Yeah, 1:32 a.m. Someone sees Farley, and then Ethan and Xana return to King Roadhouse. Right. And then he's saying 3:15 is when he thinks, I guess, Farley or someone gets dropped off. All right. So go ahead a little bit more. All right. And then I'm going to go to a different, go to this now. So let's look at what was happening on Linda Lane before someone heard Farley. Okay. Let's go back to that. There's car door shuts, and there are 3 beeps. And then at 104,
the Kane Man Show.
43, I hear a girl
Hey, I've got an actual mod in here. All right, my
yelling, and she says, "Get off, you fucking something." I don't know what. I can decipher it. And then at 104:45,
I hear a car door shut, and then I see a figure walking in the upper left portion of the screen, and there's a car engine.
And you're more than welcome
and then
to
at 104:58, come
forever.
on, what the fuck, someone else.
Purge
Then at
Online.
105,
We're
I hear another car
broadcasting
door
live here
shut,
in West Coast of Florida.
3 doors shut, and then I hear some walking, and then I see 2 figures walk by in that left upper portion of the screen.
Hold on, be quiet.
There's a lot of car doors in this, a lot of car doors in radio talk. At 105, I hear some radio talk again, and then it's pretty indecipherable, but I hear someone say Jack something camera, and then it sounds like there might be a girl crying in the background. I'm not sure. And then a car leaves, and then there's light in the upper left screen again. All right, and then at 106, I hear some people in the distance. It sounds like some girls. A car sounds like it's kind of peeling out, like going really fast. And then at 107, it sounds like a girl is sort of like struggling, and a guy is laughing. It sounds kind of muffled, but it sounds kind of nearby. And then in the distance, a girl yells, "Have a good night, dude." And then at 108, I hear again a car in the distance. Some more car doors close, 2 of them, and there's some voices getting closer. And then at 109, there's some guys and girls' voices getting closer, and a girl yells, "What the fuck?" And then 109:43 car beeps, and then there's some radio whisper, and on the radio the guy says, "Now." He says, "Now." And then I hear some sort of chain, like as if somebody has like a chain near them. It's weird. 110, a guy is talking nearby, and at 110:51, I hear a guy say, "Yo, how are ya?" And then he says, "Yo, how are you, Ethan?" Actually, I'm sorry. He goes, "Yo, how are you, Ethan?" And then at 111, I hear "Go" on the radio. And then at 111:28, it says, I hear someone say "Ethan" again. And then a car approaches, and then I can hear car in the distance. And then around 112, there's some weird clicking sound that I hear. And again, I don't know if this is like what we're hearing is through a phone, through a radio transmission. I have no idea. It's just really muffled and hard to hear. But anyway, then at 112, there's the odd clicking sound. And then at 112:41 seconds, a car approaches fast and drives by. All right. 113, it's like a really weird, obnoxious sounding laugh. It sounds like a child running or something. And then but it's an adult, but just obnoxious. And then 113:10, there's some radio talk. And then a girl yells "Zoe." And then there's a car in the distance. And then someone says "Paul." Okay. And then let's see. Then at 114, I can hear a girl crying in the distance. She says "No." And then on the radio, someone says "Ready." And then a guy yells "Boo." And then the radio, the person says "A little louder." Almost as if they're instructing the person who said "boo" to say it louder, which is really bizarre. I know it sounds crazy, so it's probably not true, but that's what it sounded like. Then there's an engine revving, car peels out, girl laughing, and then the guy in the radio does something kind of weird, and he says, come on, baby. I'm like, all right, you're strange. Okay. And then at 115, I hear a girl yell, "Zoe, oh my God." And then someone yells, "Pally." And then the girl yells, "Come on." And then the guy says, "Well, there's something." And then the girl yells something. It sounds like it's echoing, and it sounds like some kind of a warning the way she says it. Okay, that was at 115:58.
The echoing part, I think, is interesting because of those 2 large white buildings on Queen Road there, the apartment buildings. And I wonder if you yell through there, if there's some kind of an echo.
That's what they don't tell you about doing a long live. Your ears get sweaty.
At 116, a guy yells "Rah, rah." And then 116:10, a girl, she says back to him, "Shut the fuck up." And then someone says, "Get him." And then there's this like weird thing on the radio again. It's like a knocking pattern. I can't imitate it here, but the guy's like, it's almost like he's singing a song, and he's saying like, I'm in love with Xana," or something like that. And then at
yeah, that part's super weird. And I listened to that over and over and over again.
I haven't
He
heard
was
that
like,
part. That's interesting.
"I'm in love with Xana," something. I don't know. I'm not musically inclined, but it freaked me out. It really freaked me out.
116:35, he whispers, "Xana's behind," as if he was letting someone know out there somewhere that Xana was coming and she was behind. So interesting. And then at 117, it sounds like a carpet that's
Wait, okay, just to interject, from what we've been told and from what the rumors is, what the word on the street is, as Twiz would say, who was in love with Xana, who also had feelings for Xana. I'm just putting that out there. With the David Loach thing, wasn't that a rumor that he was jealous of Ethan because of Xana? Interesting, very interesting verbiage.
5 car doors shut, and then that's when we start to hear some people singing, West Virginia, "Not Mama, Take Me Home."
Not Mama, Take Me Home.
Sounding men that sound very close to where this recording is taking place, and there's some girls talking in the distance. And then I hear a guy number 1, I'll call him, and he says, hey, the motherfucker's parked. And then guy number 2 says, that's so weird, dude, but like there's nothing we can do about it.
And that guy's voice, one of the guys that is talking there, his voice sounds like, oh my gosh, I'm going to blank on his name. He's the one that wore like the puka shell necklace at the memorial. He was really good friends with Ethan and Xana. And his girlfriend is Emily Alant. That his voice, it sounds like his voice when he says, oh gosh, this guy parked here. And then somebody's like, he looks like a penguin, which basically means the person's wearing a suit, right? Like,
I can't hear me. There I am. I want to interject that I am not on hour 16. I take it all back. I'm the first one to admit when I'm wrong. I'm the first one to admit when I'm wrong, and I'm not on hour 16 as previously stated. That's how delirious I am. I'm coming up on hour 12, but I broke this live up into the 2 parts like I was on hour 12 a long time ago. But I'm counting now the clock. I started at 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 11. I'm coming up on hour 11, I think. Close to. Just so everybody knows, now you can rest easy and drink your coffee. Thank you for joining the Purge.
like if you listen to Dr. Dre or whatever, you can hear it, but they're making fun of somebody because they're wearing a suit. And that night, Ethan was wearing a black suit and a white shirt, and penguins are black and white. So take that for what you will.
Good observation.
Lots of people out there think that there's nothing being said and this isn't important, but it is interesting when you come to certain conclusions that bear fruit in other areas. So,
well, also there's the question of if law enforcement did have access. Did you see that? I didn't even notice it. But if law enforcement did have access to these tapes, excuse me, they were henpecking, and they were choosing what they were going to release, and clearly they thought we would be fooled by the white Elantra 3-point turn thing, and nobody was smart enough to figure out that it didn't have tinted windows and a sunroof. I mean, duh. They were going to use that as the strong point of the case. Came from the FBI all the way to the FBI. Well, guess what? I can't talk anymore. Guess what, you jumping jackrabbits? We caught on to your game.
The next guy says, he looks like a penguin, which I'll just say that's interesting because
that was lame.
Dr. Dre song when they're talking about the guy looks like a penguin. I don't know if anybody knows what I'm talking about there, but anyway. And then right after, I'll call this man the aggressive guy, comes up and says, what's up, bitch? And then he says again, hey, the aggressive guy. And then, shut up, says the girl. And then the aggressive guy says, Ethan. And then he goes, fuck Ethan. And then this other guy says, oh, shit. And the girl yells, what the fuck? And she's angry. And then the girl yells, are you kidding me? And then the aggressive guy says, yeah, right, cuz. And then it sounds like Xana saying, E, please. And then she goes, no, E, please, what the fuck? And then the aggressive guy says, come on, bitch. It sounds like then like a fight is being broken up. And then on the radio, it sounds like someone is stifling laughter.
Yeah, and this part is really interesting to listen to if you can hear it. I mean, I tell people all the time to listen, but I get it. But like, I literally picture like somebody walking up and being like, yo, what's up, cuz? What's up, bitch? You know? And then like, I can't really hear Ethan. I don't hear who he's talking to, but he's talking to somebody named Ethan, okay? Because he says Ethan. And then it sounds like Xana. And when I say it sounds like people, it's because I've listened to like their TikToks for the past 2 years. So like you start to recognize voices, you know? So it sounded like Xana, and she's screaming and she's just like, stop it, E, and like knock it off. And like she's cursing this other guy out who's picking a fight with Ethan, saying like, what's up, cuz? What's up, cuz? Mr. Tough Guy, you know.
And then a girl shrieks, saying, "Come on!" And then
Well, we know that everybody at the University of Idaho, and especially Sigma Chi and Phi Beta, whatever, are tough guys, and they only talk like they're gangster, and they have their own, talking smack language, top to bottom. But at the heart of it, there's reality. When they're calling each other out, it's not like it's like, oh yeah, they're like, no man knows when that time will be. OCD. But and then you hear in the background with those mushroom videos or whatever. Oh, straight called him out and whatever, and you'd almost expect a fight to happen right there. It's very odd. It's very, very strange, very unusual. The beautiful post-woke world. A lot of people would have given up on Kane, but no, post-woke world is here to offer her support, and thank you for joining us today at the Purge. This is coming from Twiz Gang Studios here on the west coast of Florida. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Really weird laugh, which isn't like a happy laugh, but more of like a demonic laugh, to be honest. And then at 119,
this is all before the timeline for Pavarotti even starts. His timeline starts at 1:32 a.m. when we get to the Farley part, which I thought was Carly, and then everyone was saying Charlie, and that's all because of the 1122 King Road Clue guy who was desperately trying to pin this on two other frat boys from Alpha Row, I think. I can't remember. I don't even remember their names because I never believed it. But that guy was interesting if you followed him. And anyway, yeah, this is only at 119. Like, there's so much going on in Linda Lane from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock. And I get it. People want to just completely discount it. Most people are just going to completely discount what's being done in these 2 hours because it's not easily heard, because it does take work. And they just think it's nonsense, right? They think it's bullshit. I understand it's not been entered into evidence, or has it? I don't know, because we know that Kane Francetic turned over the recordings to the police, and he tells us in a news article, which I know is hearsay. The news is hearsay, but in the news article.
Post, I wanted to interject in your video and interrupt you again. Sorry, it's because I'm a dick. OCD has set the rules for the Purge chat. You have to be a dick. And then I made an amendment to his constitution, and I said you have to be funny and informative. And Post Woke added a third amendment, which is be respectful. And we like that. We all like that. You can't always be. You're going to pick on Echoes, of course. I mean, of course you're going to pick on her. See, now I go to a guy. I'm trying to do a female voice. I need a pair of high heels, I think.
They said, I think it was from like midnight or 11 o'clock till like 12 noon the next day. He handed that stuff over.
Oh, what I was going to say, Post Woke, was interrupting your shit for, is that what I noticed is, those optical illusions. There's also the audio illusions, and how they do the things where they put a word up, and whatever's being played in the background, whatever word you're looking at. Sorry, this is so jumpy. I don't know why it's attenuating. Anyway, whatever words you're looking at when that voice is played is what you hear, and it's like an optical illusion for the ear. An oracle illusion, is that correct? What I wonder, it's been since it was released or leaked or whatever what was the name, it's hard to hear it because you have a ch and a f sound, or even if it's a Harley, Charlie. But the thing I wanted to add, the reason I stopped, is because there is, in the video of Demetrius getting arrested, a Charlie that is one of his crew. So that is, and if you didn't watch my first video, where we played the Demetrius arrest, I highly recommend that you go back and look at it, or you good luck. Get yourself Waldo and try to find it in one of Bubs' videos. She has so many. If you watch my first one, it's a mind blower, and the way that cops treat him is unbelievable. Like he's a prince or something. They apologize for touching him. Where we just watched the video with the guy crashing the motorcycle, and the cop couldn't wait to stomp on his head. So what is Demetrius? Who is Demetrius that he gets this? Even though, and they're laughing off identity theft charges, and oh, that silly identity theft charge, haha. We thought you were going to bring up an unaliving, and so the conclusion we came to, if you weren't here for that, sorry, it's Jimmy, but I'm trying to keep it at a volume you can hear. The only logical conclusion from seeing all the charges that have been dropped against him, and the way the police even treat him, is that he's a confidential informant of some type for a higher agency than like Moscow PD or Pullman PD or whatever. Now, I doubt Idaho State Troopers would give him the same luxury, but these local cops, even the detectives, seem to have a lot of patience for him. But anyway, yeah, one of the guys in his crew is Charlie. That's all.
Over. So, is this from there? I don't know. I showed you the cameras at Linda Lane in a different video where there's a camera at the very top. There's a few different cameras there, but there's a camera at the very top that has a microphone adjusted to it. And again, I know there's going to be people that see that and say, that's not a microphone, it's X, Y, or Z. And that's fine. You can have that opinion. In my opinion, it's a microphone. Why do you need a big ass microphone by a camera like that? I have no idea. It's interesting though.
I hear someone say, oh, Ethan. And then the girl says, no, please stop it. And then the guy says, oh, Ethan, you're the man. You're going to hit the pavement. I'm sorry. Let me get this right. I want to say exactly how I heard it. I hear a girl say, E, do not go. And then the guy, the aggressive guy, right after weird laughing, the guy says, ooh, Ethan. The girl says, no, please stop. Don't go. And then he says, aggressive guy, Ethan, you're the man. You're going to hit the blacktop just like I told you. And then the girl says, just stop.
And I heard that as clear as day. And that was just like crazy to me when I heard that. You're going to hit Ethan. You're going to hit the blacktop just like I told you. I don't recognize the voice of this person picking a fight with Ethan. I wish I knew what certain people sounded like, but I can hear the person. And if I heard their voice, if someone said this is him, and then I could listen to it, I could tell you if it's that person's voice or not. But I don't know. It's nobody that I've heard a TikTok from, or that, that I can say has been connected with this case in particular. If I went to school there, or people go to school there and listen for it, I bet you they could figure out who that is.
And then a girl yells. And then a girl says, E, come here. And then I hear someone yell, Xana. A girl yells this. And then I hear that aggressive guy again. And he's like, oh yeah, I see you. The same guy.
Oh yeah, I see you.
120, I hear.
He's got such an attitude, this guy. He sounds like somebody who's from like an urban area. He's like, oh yeah, I see you, Ethan. You're gonna hit the blacktop just like I told you. Like, that's how he's talking.
I told you. And then I hear, shut the fuck up, get in the car. And it sounds like it might be Xana saying that. I'm not sure. Mm-hmm. And then she says, come on, Ethan, let's go. Come on. And then this car pulls off. And there's this weird laugh on the radio, of course, because we've got this person who's like, I feel like in the background, directing all of this. I don't know. It's just strange. And then there's this really loud engine, which there's tons of loud engines going on here, guys. And the car peels off. And then, of course, we get another direction from the radio. And the guy's like, now. He just says now really loudly. And then we hear 122, the girl yells, go away. And then at 122:18, she yells it again, go away, as this car is very, very loudly driving by, revving its engine. And then it's quiet. So I don't know what to make of all of that, but it certainly sounds like there was some fuckery going on. At 123, a car pulls in, and there's a radio voice. And I hear them say, 7, come home. So I guess they've assigned people numbers in this operation.
Yeah, this is so weird too. And I get it. This sounds fantastical, right? That there's somebody on a radio giving directions to people that are on the ground. It sounds insane, right? It sounds like a movie. That's fair. You can think it sounds crazy, but this is what I heard. It's definitely what I heard. And me saying they're on a radio communicating is just my mind coming to some kind of logical conclusion as to what's being done here. It does sound fantastical. It sounds absolutely insane. But would it be impossible for a group of people who wanted to get some payback to do so much planning that they have a walkie-talkie system, or like the police, they have those dispatch things that they talk on, whatever they're called? Is it that impossible that they might do that, and that they might have some kind of visual out there saying like, go, or they're coming now, like they're at some kind of vantage point so that they can ambush someone? I mean, I know it sounds crazy. It does. But this is what I'm hearing. And I'm trying to make out like why somebody would be on a radio like that, muffled. It's weird. It's really weird.
And then I hear a girl say, I didn't say anything. And she's talking on the phone. And then 2 car doors shut. And then awesome. And she's still talking on the phone. And then they don't have them. Nope. She's still talking on the phone. And then there's loud music, cars in the background. And then the radio person says, yo. And then on the radio, the person says, forward. And then car comes driving up, sounds like, over the snow or the gravel. And there's a rattling sound on the radio. And then it sounds like the person says on the radio, run forward, focus. And then at 126, you can hear 2 car doors shut. And a girl yells out, yo, 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 yo. And then there's a loud car with lights in the left upper screen. And then I hear a girl yell, yo, E. A girl yells this out. More radio talk. And the guy on the radio says, restricted, get Ethan. And then there's a girl and a guy now, it sounds like maybe talking on the radio. The girl says something, and the guy on the radio says, yeah. So it's just really strange. Okay. So then 127, guy on the radio says, get him. The car pulls in, shuts off. Car alarm goes off. We hear police sirens in the distance. That's at 127:55. At 128 on the radio, this part's really weird. This part, it sounds like on the radio, the guy is instructing someone to say don't. He says, say don't. And the girl yells, don't. And then
Weird.
A door shuts. And then a girl says, well, where are you going? And then at 1:30:16, a girl shrieks and yells. And the guy says, get in. And the girl says, what if I can't breathe? And the guy says, get in. So I don't know if he's telling somebody to get into the trunk of a car. I mean, with everything else that was going on around these sounds, with the car pulling in and all these other sounds, that's what it sounded like. But
yeah, and just as an aside, just back to what Payne said, remember, like, oh, that's an area that doesn't have a lot of traffic at night. There was a shit ton of traffic that night, okay? Like cars pulling in and out, honking, beeping, yelling out the window. I mean, it's crazy, and I get it too. Like, how could that microphone possibly pick all of this up? Maybe it's not from the microphone on top of Linda Lane. Maybe it's a microphone that's, I don't know, maybe it's something on a person recording it, right? Or maybe it's a different place that's been recording it, like right next to 1122 King Road, and it's superimposed on this footage. I really don't know. Although that doesn't even make sense, because I remember checking even before I put the Linda Lane out, because I knew I would get shit over it, right? So I tried to do as much due diligence as I could. And I remember comparing the lights and the sounds at Linda Lane to the lights and the sounds of the police that are talking to those kids on Banfield. And it all coincided. All the car sounds, the car door shutting, the horn, it all coincided. So that's a lot of work to, put all that together for it to match. I think. I mean, I couldn't possibly do it. I guess there's probably some programs out there that can do it, but to what end? Like, why? Why would somebody do all that shit? It's not like I cracked the case over here by listening to it, but what I do hear is a lot of fighting going on and a lot of people outside that night.
I have no idea. Okay, this is all speculation. So then let's see. At 1:31, I hear a pothole cover or a lead pipe type sound again. And that loud truck again, and some voices, and I hear a girl say Xana, and then she says, Xana, it's over, come on. And then at 1:31:58, Xana yells, no, and then she says, I think it's a Charlie or Harley, I don't know. Charlie, I did what you asked. Charlie, I did what you asked. And then at 1:32, it sounds like Xana again, and she says, I see you, Charlie, what the fuck? And then
okay, this is the part where this is where Pavarotti's timeline starts. Okay, so let me go back to this. And actually, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to slow it down a little.
Okay, that's crazy. There's 4 of me and counting.
16. A girl shrieks and yells, and the guy says, get in. And the girl says, what if I can't breathe? And the guy says, I hear a pothole cover or a lead pipe type sound again. And that loud truck again. And some voices. And I hear a girl say, Xana. And then she says, Xana, it's over. Come on. And then at 1:31:58, Xana yells, no. And then she says,
so that's interesting too, because with all the commotion, like in the beginning of this, it's like I feel like Xana and Ethan were like walking back from Sigma Chi towards 1122 King Road, like around that.
Okay, the way I look at it, and it might be an extreme comparison, but the way I look at the missing timeline of Xana and Ethan, the imaginary 4 hours, is akin to the missing 18 years of Christ in the Bible. It's like he jumps from him being 12 to 30. How is that not even out there, right? I mean, anyway, I digress.
110ish or whenever you
first
hear Xana and Ethan, and then somebody decides to pick a fight with Ethan, and something is happening there, and then it sounds like there's a lot of cars and people taking off and coming back and stuff, and then at one point it sounds like Xana is like comforting Ethan or something, and this car like speeds by and like beeps the horn, and that's when she's like, shut the fuck up or go away or whatever. And now I don't know if she ever got into a car and came back, but then she's like, her friend is saying it's over. Now I don't know what's over. I don't know what happened, but Xana is just trying to make heads or tails. I don't know if Ethan went somewhere else to fight somebody. I don't know. It's really strange, but here we go.
I think it's a Charlie or
that's true, Echoes. I knew you were good for something, Trish.
I did what you asked. Charlie.
I'm kidding. You probably couldn't hear me.
Okay, so I thought before I said it was Carly. It's Harley. I thought it was Harley.
Harley. See, I said Harley.
But I said
Charlie.
Because that was the consensus from a lot of people. Because that part is easier to hear. And then of course we have Pav and Bubbly Water saying it's Farley, which and with Pav's theory and everything and the name of the person, that makes the most sense, right? Because I never knew who Charlie was or Harley. That's just what I thought I heard.
And then at 1:32, it sounds like Xana again, and she says, I see you, Charlie, what the fuck? And then Xana says, fuck off. And then at 1:32:36, there's some radio whispers. And then, let's see.
I know you're
1:33, door shuts, car beeps, starts, drives away, radio whispers. And then at 1:33:56, a girl yells, Xana. and there's a loud truck, and car drives by fast. Just a bunch of cars driving by, and beeps and doors shutting and opening and pothole sounds. There's a lot of stuff going on here. But at 1:40:29, a guy moans really loudly. At 1:41:05, there's ringing church bells. At 1:41:10, I hear "Get Her" on the radio, and at 1:41:51, I hear whimpers and sobbing from a girl. And at 1:42, I hear a girl crying. At 1:43, it sounds like a drawer opens, and a girl yells "Xana," and there's more radio whispers, and then I hear a girl saying "Help, help." And it's hard to hear it. I'll tell you that it's hard to hear.
Emotionally, it's hard to listen to.
1:45, there's this odd quacking, weird sounds, and then on the radio again, "Go, go." Then a truck revs up. There's girls' voices in the distance. The car beeps, and then there's the weird ass laugh again. At 1:47, there's a shrieking sound, and a car approaches. And 1:48, 2 car doors shut. Another car drives by, and then there's a sound that legit sounds like a sheep, and it goes "bah." I'm sure that my sheep imitation is not very good, so excuse me. 1:49, I hear a girl moan, and she says "no," and I hear some music and voices, and people are like "woohoo!" They're all excited about something. Music beats going, but then this other girl's upset, and she says "don't go. I love you. I didn't do nothing." And then the guy is really angry, and he says, "You loved me."
Yeah,
happy.
This part was really interesting too, if you hear it, because it's definitely a guy and a girl fighting, and I don't know if I get all the words perfect. It's what I heard, but I could probably do a better job of cleaning that language up. But I don't think it sounds like Kaylee. I don't think it sounds like Kaylee talking here. I know it's been speculated that this is Kaylee and Jack fighting, but to me, it just doesn't sound like Kaylee's voice. So.
And does not believe what she's saying, it sounds like to me. No idea what's going on there. And then the girl starts shrieking and crying, and there's a dog that barks, and then the car beeps ×2, and then the car beeps.
The other reason that lends itself to not being Kaylee is because Kaylee hasn't even been dropped off yet to King Road. She's still like probably en route from that grub truck to 1122. So the timing doesn't work either for it to be Kaylee.
It's again ×2, and then a guy says "hey," and then a girl says "no," and there's music again. And then at 1:52, there's some arguing and struggling. And at 1:52:27, the girl says, "I didn't do anything." Then at 1:53, there's car in the distance with music. I hear at 1:55 a dog barks, and then a whistle. And then at 1:55:04, there's a snapping sound, and I hear a girl cry out after that. And then at 1:56, I hear, now this would be around the time that Kaylee and Maddie would be arriving home. And so I hear a girl at 1:56 crying loudly and screaming, "No, no." And then a guy yells, "Shut the fuck up." And a car peels out. And there's some yelling in the distance, and there's a guy moaning. And then at 1:57, there's a guy yelling, he's super happy, going "woohoo" like this, and a girl shrieking, and there's some yelling in the distance, and then a car driving away at 1:57:54. At 1:58, I hear a car approaching on gravel with some voices, 2 car doors shut. And then this is the part that was like probably kind of freaky that I heard. At 1:59, I hear a girl say, "You motherfucking," and then I don't know what she says after that. I couldn't figure it out. And then a guy says, "Shut up, die, you suck."
Wow, I didn't hear that.
At 1:59:37, and then at 1:59:53, I hear an engine revving, car in the gravel, and the radio whispers again. And at 2 o'clock, the car drives away. So, yeah, I mean, that's just reading all that makes me exhausted, guys. Like, I'm not even gonna say what I think's going on there, because I really don't know. You can take all of this and laugh at it if you want, or okay. So I'm gonna stop that for now. So yeah, I mean, I'm saying the same thing now that I was saying back then, right? For all the naysayers who think this and that, that's fine. You can think that. Like I said from the beginning, I'm only reporting back what I actually hear, and that's what I hear. So I'm sorry if that pisses you off or makes you upset, but that's what I hear. And I don't, like I said, I don't necessarily know where it's from or anything else, but it's just super strange. Okay. And just because, you know, this Linda Lane footage has been leaked, I've heard like some people say, I don't know where or whatever, but I've heard people say, oh, you know, because it's been leaked or whatever, it's not going to be in evidence. That's really not true. That has nothing to do if it's going to be in evidence or not. I mean, that's the whole point, that it got leaked. But the courts never mentioned anything about this leak. So I thought that was interesting as well, or at least that I know of. They've never mentioned it. And it was definitely after the gag order. So it's all very interesting to me. The main question remains, who leaked this footage? And why can't we see the rest of the footage? We know Get a Clue had some of it. Where did he get that from? Why is he the only one that has that extra footage? And if he has it, why won't he release all of it? Like, what the actual fuck? Okay, so that's a little bit of how I feel about that. All right, so then let's go over to give me 1 second, guys. Little intermission here.
Thank you. That made me feel good too,
1
Fox.
second.
I like being called Dick in the Morning. Hi, this is Dick in the Morning. Who wants a little Dick in the Morning? It's just the way I'm sitting. Welcome to Spanish American broadcast Le Purge. Do they say Le Purge in Spanish? El Purgio.
All right,
Fantastico.
and I'm back. Did anybody else hear that song? Jump on it, ride my pony. That song kind of reminds me of that song. Oh my god, it's such an old song. Anyway, all right, so let's go back to Pav's timeline here. So we got all the way to 2 o'clock actually, but just so you know, there's a bunch of stuff going on before 1:32 a.m. And so let's see what he has to say here.
And again, that's at 1:32 a.m. So speculating now that vehicle that was already parked there in the Linda Lane apartments at 1 a.m., it most certainly could have been parked there at some time by TF before he made his way around to his surveillance position.
Think that cute puppy in the pet shop window came from a responsible breeder? Think again. unsafe conditions, predatory lending.
So that was going to be a University of Phoenix.
Okay, now we're going to start back on our timeline. We've got at 1:45 a.m. Ethan and Xana returned to the King Road house. And we know that from the PCA.
I'm laughing at the chat because Meg P is amazing. Meg P sees real people, you guys. I want to do an interview with Meg P. Will you jump up here and let's do an interview about these real people that you see? I don't think you really see the real people.
As it talks about on the evening of November 12th, Chapin and Kernodle are seen by Funk at the State Child House at the University of Idaho campus. And then Funk also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence. Funk also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernodle. So Chapin wasn't supposed to be there that night. But 1:45, we've got Funk saying that that's when Xana and Ethan returned home. All right, then back to the timeline. Then at 2 a.m.
So wait,
Kaylee and
so
Maddie returned
post
to the King
if you're
Road.
still here, post toasties. Hold on. Hold on. Post woke world. I got a question. Why did they put the pudding in the pop? Why can't you just put the pop in the pudding? Whoa. Well, something you said really triggered me just now, and I'm having a seizure, and Tommy Geo's coming there, got me something off. But, well, the only rule here is you have to be funny. What was it again, Shaggy? I didn't write them down. Damn it. Trish, you always interrupt me with your Walmart. It's always about Walmart with Trish, right? Come on, Trish. You're better than that. What was I even talking about? Okay. So, if Xana's dad, as we've heard, and I remember hearing it now, and then you brought it up, and I fully credit Post Woke World with it. If you haven't subbed, by the way, meow, please do, and please hit like in the like column with a good smash for Jen and for the children, you guys. This is the Post Woke World link, guys. Please sub up over and enjoy her content. But what was I saying? Okay, wait, so are you guys? How come nobody's ever said this before? That I've heard. If Xana's dad talked to them before around midnight, and she was at the house eating pizza, this is right in our face. Why is law enforcement saying they got there at 1:15? There it is, folks. That's the Kane B's the Purge Constitution. And it is the forever purge now. It is the OCD Shaggy Constitution Preamble. We the people, in order to form a more chaotic union, will form the Purge group of super chatters who sleep, eat, and wake. Nothing but death and chats and murder! Oh, guys, way too early for that shit. Sorry. Oh, man. So, did I have another kaboom? Canes are kabooms. They're not booms. Sometimes they're bam, 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 bam. Like Bam Bam and Flintstones. Sometimes I have, but this is I've never heard. Now, Post Woke's probably going to come and bust my bubble if she's still here. But has anybody ever put that slice of the pizza together there? If Xana's dad spoke to them and she said they were at the house eating pizza at midnight, how on earth? Cold, man, you kill. Lord Nevin. You heard my question. You heard me. How is that even a thing? Is this another fallacy that I've kabam bam boomed? You tell me, Walmart.
All right, so I just want to stop it there for 1 second. Whoops. Sorry.
Echoes gets mad and she thinks I'm picking out. I'm only teasing you. We love the hell out of you, Trish. Come on. You'll be a mod one day. Don't worry. Keep at it. She made me a mod the other. I got to pay back the favor just so I can.
Oh my gosh! Sorry, guys.
Who is this? Just kidding. Oh, I guess she left in the middle of her video.
All right,
How dare her? That's okay. We're enjoying it. I wanted to know what kind of headphones she was wearing, though. Damn it. We'll never know now.
If
I think I know.
TF is stationed here at 1:32 a.m., then he's got a bird's eye view
Imagine I
of the comings
would.
and goings of the house. So he.
Okay. So I just want to stop it there because at 1:40.
I want to stop it there because, yeah, if you had DoorDash or if you had pizza at 1 o'clock, why do you need DoorDash at 4? Unless Zana ordered it for Ethan. Which I'm tired of explaining their narrative. So, yeah, it don't make no sense. It don't make no sense.
5 a.m. is when he says that Ethan and Xana are on their way back to the house. And at 1:43 is when I hear on Linda Lane, the first time I hear somebody yell Xana, a girl yells Xana, and then help, help. And so that goes on, for quite a while. And the girl screaming loudly, no, no. That was at 1:56. That was when Maddie and Kaylee are supposedly arriving home. And then a car like peels out at that time. And then two car doors shut. And at 1:59 a.m., that's when I hear the guy say, or the girl say, you motherfucking something. And then a guy says back to her like 20 seconds later, shut up, die, you suck. So that's all kind of creepy and weird. And I wonder if that's Maddie and Kaylee being ambushed at their home after they get dropped off at 1:56 a.m. In terms of Xana and Ethan being home at 1:45, I don't know when they left I don't know when they actually left the party, but I can start to hear what I think sounds like Xana and the name Ethan and Xana both being used quite a bit, starting at, let's see, it's at it's actually even before 1:15. It's at like at 1:05, and I also hear at 1:05 and 9 seconds, I hear somebody saying the word Jack. And I don't think that it's possible. It could be any Jack. It could be a Jack we've never heard of. It could be any Jack. However, if I had to guess what Jack that was, it would be Jack Katovich. So I'm going to stop it there for now, guys. We went over quite a bit. I'll obviously be doing a part 3 to this series because I want to keep trying to tie all this stuff together and see what people think. Please leave your comments down below. Be respectful and don't be a dick. Those are the only 2 rules. Anything else? Constructive criticism. You don't think this is it. You think it's this or whatever. Perfect. Put it in. The only thing I would ask is, these things, if you're going to state something as fact, tell me where I can find the proof, because I hear so many things like there's this movie and there's X, Y, and Z and the time of death. If you have proof of all this, any of that stuff, just tell me where I can find it. Otherwise, say this is what I think, please, because it invites trouble when you're going to make assumptions that aren't true and state them as facts, right? I'm happy to look at anything. I just want to know where you're getting this information from, and I'll incorporate it into my next one if anybody has that stuff.
had to shut her down. She couldn't even hang out for her own video. It's a peacock. Don't get me into the peacock. Nobody doesn't like peacock in the morning. I'm delirial. As soon as Shaggy shuts this down, it'll be shut down. I have more though, because there's one. Damn it! This microphone in my voice. I have a loud voice. If you haven't noticed, it attenuates on its own. gotta learn how to fix that. It's not in any of the settings I've looked. I'm looking right now, as a matter of fact. Meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Okay, I'm singing cat. You can pretty much meow your way through any song, like especially like Zeppelin songs. Like, try it on your own. Just meow your way through. All the lyrics sound good as meows. I don't know why Zeppelin didn't think of that. Oh meow, oh meow, oh meow, oh meow, meow. Kane in the ass. Are you Kane in the ass? Not my brother's keeper, for sure. So yeah. So we had a play-by-play, blow-by-blow, I guess, of the Lynn Lane audio, which is, it's tough to sit there and look at it. It's like the grub truck footage. So it was nice to have like an audio book version of it. I think I didn't clear the waiting room, so I enjoyed Post Woke's rendition there, and we got a little red car action from Mr. Pavarotti. He was a friend. Meg P, were you in the chat when I played the squirrel suit, the cliff, the base jumpers, the base heads? And the guy, instead of using his squirrel suit, jumped off a cliff with just a rug, like a magic carpet. And he was able to fly it better, as well as, or better than the actual squirrel suits that they have. Hey, I had a Captain Save-A-Ho friend, Rolamato. I know who you're talking about. Captain Save-A-Ho. Man, he loved the strippers. Well, he fell in love with one of them. And the funny thing is, he looked a lot like, growing up, he looked a lot like Leonardo DiCaprio, you know? And girls were always falling for him. He'd break in their hearts left and right. And then one day he just fell for the most bilateral commission stripper that just destroyed his whole world. You know, he went his whole life, more or less, one or two girls that he loved, but this girl just, and I think they ended up having 2 kids together, and she never really acknowledged him, or on and off. It's crazy. But yeah, that's Captain Save-A-Ho. He wouldn't listen right from the beginning. There was no reeling him back in, man. So here we go. It's one of these guys, unless I close it by accident. And then I might have to shut it down because I'm a jerk, according to Echoes. Oh, I think I did close it. Maybe I am a jerk. Or a dick, as Shaggy would say. It feels, does it seem empty and quiet right now? It's quiet because my voice went down. Softer now, talking now, lower, talking now, talking now, talking now. There we go. Okay, so the other video is we played your whole video, Rolamato, by the way. I think he fell asleep halfway through. He lulled himself to sleep. What do we got? What video was it? It's the bing bong. Oh yes. And I'm gonna move the tab real quick, if you know what I mean, just to get it. So it's a big surprise for everyone. Shut up, Kane. All right, let's see here. Okie dokie. Back, picka, baka, buka, baka. Ching chong. There we go. Which one? This one? Yeah. Okay, here it is, right here. And hold on, lady.
That manages.
Don't start talking yet, pal. Get the volume all the way up. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to The Purge Forever. This is Kane B's The Purge Live with the Twiz Gang and the Super Chat. We have Rolo Motto and other creators in the chat tonight or this morning. I hope you've had your OJ and bacon and beat about a bingo. We're going to watch this quick little video that came out a couple days ago about the different levels of what we all are familiar with, maybe don't know as much as this girl is about to share, so enjoy.
$10.6 trillion. That's more than half the United States GDP. Last time, I covered the shady consulting group McKinsey, and you guys asked for one thing.
Good morning,
BlackRock.
Moscow.
So here we are. BlackRock is the subject of a lot of speculation online.
From Coeur d'Alene to Rathdrum. From the Saigon... That's fucking funny, maybe.
There is a robot that controls more wealth than any country on Earth.
Really, the commander-in-chief is Larry Fink.
They have stock in 95% of Fortune 500 companies, and they've been hired by governments across the world to help manage financial crises and even just conduct normal operations. That means that pretty much any time you interact with the economy, working, buying stuff, driving a car, going to the bank, anything, you're interacting with BlackRock. But that $10.6 trillion isn't really their money. Don't worry, we'll come back to that. And they claim they're just passive investors, which seems harmless, right? While I love a good conspiracy, and I know there was a cornucopia on the Fruit of the Loom logo, how much of a conspiracy is this really? I wanted to get to the truth behind BlackRock and the other nearly identical asset managers, State Street and Vanguard, known as the Big Three. Are they actively controlling the world and shaping it in their favor? Or are they passive investors just riding the wave of American economic expansion? Stay with me. We'll get to the spooky stuff soon, but first let's talk through some finance basics that gives BlackRock their power. What an asset manager actually does, the main product they provide, index funds, their favorite loophole, passivity, and their position in our economy, the not at all terrifying sounding universal ownership. BlackRock is a
I love in the movie Mrs. Doubtfire, we got James Brontosaurus Rex. I like wood. It tastes good. I've officially lost it, folks.
An asset manager, and the service they offer is taking a customer's money and making more money out of it. Their existence relies upon an important invention of the 70s.
This one bed's only $119.
More exciting, the index fund. It was pioneered by the first CEO of Vanguard, and it offers investors a way to invest in many stocks at once. So instead of betting a lot on a few individual companies, you bet a little bit on every company in the whole index, basically just the whole market itself.
The index at least steers a steady course.
It's like instead of betting on a single horse, you're betting on all the horses at once. And index funds are a form of mutual fund, the more general way people pool their money together to make big investments. But someone needs to be the one to pool all that money together and manage it, and that's an asset manager, i.e. BlackRock. Index funds and ETFs are their main products, and they're pretty similar. They're popular because they're lower risk, have more consistent returns, and are cheaper for asset managers because they don't have to pay a guy to place bets all day, which studies show they are not very good at.
Just ignore the folly of short-term speculation. It's
So that when you look at this, it's the same strategy as the Christchurch. You at every level you have a company. So you have your own real estate company, you have your own mortgage company, you have your own lender, you have your own bank, you have your own insurance company, you have your own property management company. And this way there is never anybody outside of, let's say, the family to go against you. And this is a great way of not covering your tracks, burying your tracks, because especially we find in anything in Moscow, nobody talks. I mean, it's like we were watching in the video, the women aren't allowed to work, so they have no money to leave from the Christchurch. So they have nowhere to go. They have no, and so what are they going to do? Bite the hand that feeds them, literally. So you have full coverage, top to bottom, and that's why I thought this was interesting. And I just came up with all that bullshit.
absolutely a loser's game.
So if the market is up 7% today, so is your index fund. Instead of constantly buying and selling shares, which is what active investors do, BlackRock and these big asset managers buy a little bit of every company and just hold on to those shares basically indefinitely. This is called passive investing, a title that affords them a lot of legal leeway they otherwise wouldn't get. They own so much that it would be impossible for them to sell out of any one stock in one fell swoop.
When you think about passive, we can't sell a company as long as they're in the index.
Most of the money asset managers manage comes from institutional investors. Those are big pension funds, insurance companies, nonprofits, and university endowments. But while all the money they manage is in the hands of these big institutions, most of it actually comes from regular people. Public and private pension plans, 401k owners, college tuition, and anyone with insurance. This is your money, but it doesn't always come back to you. Nor do you get a say in the companies it gets invested in. While they want good returns on those investments, contrary to how we think about Wolf of Wall Street type investors, that's not actually their main goal. They make their profits from the fees they charge their clients, not from the returns on the money they invest. I spoke with Benjamin Braun, a professor of political economy at the London School of Economics. He's written a bunch of studies on asset managers' role in our economy and society.
The fees you earn if you're BlackRock increase when the market value of the assets you manage increases. You maximize your assets under management by winning over new clients and by getting the clients that you already have to give you more money.
When you have $10 trillion, you have to put them somewhere, and eventually that somewhere becomes everywhere.
Universal ownership refers to holding shares in the entire universe of firms listed on the stock market. The big three asset managers, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, hold a sizable but still relatively small stake in all listed corporations.
BlackRock is a 3 to 10% shareholder in all of these companies. This may not sound like a lot, but it's enough that selling all of it at once would likely crash that entire stock, kind of locking them into the whole not selling passive thing.
5% in any individual company is actually very significant because if and when shareholdership is dispersed, 5% makes you, in all likelihood, the single largest shareholder in that company. That's why, for example, in a lot of academic studies, 5% is taken as a threshold for control. There's almost no difference between Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, and even a bunch of other asset managers in terms of their business model. So then you can start and wonder, okay, so if the big three together hold 25% of the shares in any individual company, then you're definitely above the threshold.
Let's zoom in on Amazon. The big three own 16% of all outstanding Amazon shares. Jeff Bezos only owns 9%.
In theory, universal owners should have an interest in maximizing profits in the long term across the entire economy. And that is not how they operate in practice.
The amount of stock you have determines the number of votes you get. BlackRock is almost always in the top 3, maybe 5 if they're feeling broke. So that is a lot of votes. And let's not forget, it's not BlackRock's money that's invested. It's your dad's pension fund and your insurer's massive pile of savings. It sounds crazy, but when you put your money in a pension fund, you sign away your voting rights to the pension fund manager. And then when the pension fund manager puts all their pension funds under an asset manager's control, they sign away all those votes to the asset manager. Kind of pyramid scheme vibes. And how do they actually use those votes? A 2017 study found that asset managers almost always voted with what the company executives recommended. And why are they always voting with company management? Back in the 80s, company managers used to spend company money on company things, like corporate jets, fancy offices, or occasionally paying their employees. And this made the investors sad because they wanted those profits. So they started offering company managers, in addition to bonuses and benefits, stock options. Executives' total pay was now forever tied to how much the company made.
They can push managers, corporate managers, to act more in the interest of shareholders, meaning in the interest of corporate profits, and do more to maximize corporate profits.
This funnels money back to investors who now include management and away from any hope of making companies work better or including employees in the profits that their labor created. Back in the day, like my grandparents' day, more regular people had stocks, and the idea was that every shareholder could vote on things like board elections, mergers and acquisitions, executive compensation, and once in a while, wages. Sort of like democracy for people with disposable income.
Government is the people's business, and every man, woman, and child becomes a shareholder with the first penny of tax paid.
In 1945, 94% of stocks were owned by households, but that's not really how it works anymore. Today, households have more like 40% of the stock market, and about half of that belongs to the top 10%. Today, the top 1% own 50% of corporate equity and mutual fund shares, while the top 10% own 86%. Did you think this yellow part was everyone else? Nope. The tiny green part on the bottom is the least wealthy half of Americans.
You often hear this argument that what is good for shareholders is good for everyone because, especially in the US, where retirement assets are overwhelmingly invested in corporate equities, everyone is a shareholder. But that's simply not true. The bottom 50% virtually...
Assets may be too strong a word. I don't think they give us that much respect, honestly. They expect us to cooperate, or they expect us to do what they expect us to do. And I think that's where the power comes from and everything. It's, if I don't get anything else out of this close to 12-hour live now, yeah. It's whatever I just said, that expectation is where the power is, because if you have a majority of the people that are going to do exactly what's expected, you can predict outcomes. And you can predict outcomes, you can grow more powerful, and you keep the power you have, and so on and so forth. And darn it, I had a thought there. It's gone.
owns no shares at all. The vast majority of shares are held by the top 10%, and within that, even shareholdings are quite concentrated within the top 1%.
And while the strategies corporations choose because asset managers vote for them affect everyone, they only benefit half the population even a little bit and frequently hurt the other half, those without any shares at all. Take the example of worker pay. BlackRock and other asset managers play a huge part in wage stagnation.
If you're a corporation, you can increase profits only in so many ways, and you can always, in the short term, increase returns to shareholders by squeezing workers.
So this kind of uber monopolization really hurts working people, consumers, and even small businesses. And this is where it gets interesting. There's evidence that this type of universal ownership is in part responsible for why everything is so expensive these days. For example,
if you missed my other live, I'm just gonna relax, folks. If you don't mind, just make myself at home. Oh yeah. Let's get this party. I unplugged my mic. Let's get this party started. Let's pull the shade down in this party, because I live in Florida. I don't like light. I think I just pulled the whole shade down, though. If this thing just pulls down, it doesn't pull out. It just pulls down. Oh no, it's coming to a close here, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the last 20 minutes because I still have more. There's always more. It's, my mom used to say, I want to watch one more show. She'd say, there's TV on till 3 in the morning. Now go to bed. So now there's TV on 24/7. Look at what I've become. Oh, if she could see me now, well, she can. She's not here to see me. You ever get that feeling when you're by yourself at 3 in the morning and you hear a noise outside and you like pretend like you're asleep and you realize, oh yeah, I live alone. You live alone. Hey, so here's the real insinuation, the paradox or the problem with companies like BlackRock. Is not only is it a problem, huge problem now. What did they say? Enormous trillions of dollars. But let me sit up so I can speak to you, my friends. Is that okay? They already have figured out these strategies to control markets and to make endless dollars no matter what. They have the stocks, whether it wins or loses, they win. The real the problem I see coming is with now they're going to implement AI to make their decisions for them, or to help them make decisions. Yes, from 9 o'clock last night, people. I started a second one because I thought it was at 12 hours. That's how delirious I was at 3 a.m. Imagine where I'm at now. Yeah, I remember that. My buddy's dad always used to fall asleep with a Coke and a bunch of Publix cookies, sitting there watching. He would watch all the old war movies and the John Wayne movies, and he would fall asleep in his lazy boy, and you'd hear the national anthem playing, and the flag, and then he'd just go to the static at the end. We'd always laugh at that. It was funny. I've always been kind of a night owl as a kid and everything. I picked a bad day to stop doing meth, I'll tell you. Demetrius will by here. Demetrius will be by here soon with Emma. It's very strange that. Anyway, so the BlackRock thing. Finish that point. Okay, so the problem, is not necessarily that they're making more profits and getting more. I guess you would say loophole after loophole after loophole, finding ways to cheat the system or beat the system. And AI will assist them in doing that, I'm sure, even more. The problem is if a company like that relinquishes control to an AI or something like that, you have AI that doesn't have any sensitivity to anything other than the bottom line, the profit margin. And so it's like Elon Musk said, if you have a paperclip company, the whole sole purpose of the AI will be to find profit for that paperclip company and to reduce expenses and increase profits at any cost, environmentally, people-wise, no matter what, as long as the people observing the results of the AI are seeing numbers in the black, then you will continue to use it and maybe unknowingly bring about some type of awful catastrophe. It's not a stretch at all in my imagination. It's just a sidebar. So that's, I can't listen to her anymore. Let's see what's new today, guys. Let's check my feed. Let's see what's going on there. Welcome, good morning. Welcome to the Purge. We're glad you joined us. This is the Forever Purge. We started at 9 p.m. last night, and we're going to go on and on until Brian Koberger is freed from jail and the case is dropped, or I fall asleep, which probably is going to happen first. I don't know if we're going to have a sleep cam. That was a good idea from Postwork, though. Let's see what we have here. Donald Trump. And then you have home recording made easy. Let's see if anybody can in. Oh, there's Wanfer. We got to like that one. New post. I'm back. He's back. Let's see. Wanfer was in the chat earlier. True killer crime. Whoa. She's had a lot of issues lately, I guess. I need to get a lawyer. Oh, let's check this one out, guys. If you mind, if you'll allow me, I'll read it. Who? I need to get a lawyer. LOL. Tommy and Kathleen, you don't have my permission or authority to use my personal info to anyone. Wow. I guess the beat goes on, so to speak, in the YouTube backstabbing world. We have Katie here. Is Katie here right now? Katie's usually here. What the heck, Tommy and Katie? This is Katie. Oh, the other Katie. Les have always talked about you true killer crime as being a great person to follow, and how you were so smart on how you could bring out the reflections. I stand strong with Tommy and Kathleen. I don't know. Okay. I have records and recordings. Don't make me use it, LOL, because I promise you you're lean about it all. I know your type God see you too. See, now there's quite a few things that I don't not only don't participate in, but haven't noticed or paid attention to. And you guys know that I start many trends that people pick up on, and nobody watches my channel, but somehow all the little things that I do appear here and there, and I've already started a list, and it's growing rapidly. Not only do I pop out booms unintentionally, because, like you said, I'm not so smart, but at times I can be clever and lucky, and sometimes it's better to be lucky than it is to be smart. But man, see, I started bragging about myself. I honestly, from the beginning, I didn't see it going to the level that it did, but my original one of my original videos was the beef between the True Crime King and Drip Drop from Crime Series, and I was going to offer a neutral forum for them to work out their differences in our forum here, like Maury Povich or whatever, Jerry Springer, and Drip Drop never accepted, but True Crime King was more than willing to come on and defend his side if he exposed whatever, and so I think Drip Drop has a grudge against me now. He had a chat the other day. It was funny as hell. I wish I could remember. It's from the boyfriend of the friend of the TikTok killer girl, I think. And every other word he said was boom. You know what I'm saying? Boom. He said like 500 booms. He was in an interview with the police at the police station. And everything was, took her pants off, and then boom, it all happened. Boom. And I tried to jump in the chat with Drip Drop, and he literally was just like bypassing my posts. So I can only assume that he's heard of me. And I know a lot of creators will secretly watch other creators and not join in the chats or comment. But I know they're out there because I see my stuff popping up. And I need to do greatest hits of all my because this is my method, you guys. I'm not real good at writing jokes ahead of time and creating a show. And if I look back with all the videos I have, now I could probably put together a pretty good stand-up act if I wanted to, from just from Idaho 4 alone. And I'm not trying at any disclaimer. I'm only here to lighten the mood in a very dark that we're all caught in, and I think you all know that very well, and you know that I'm as vested as anybody in it. I don't have the detective skills of a Heather Fitzgerald or a Lana, but I have my own method, and I work through things, and so far it's been like Randonautica, where things just pop up. Thank you, True. I love your videos. That's what I was gonna pop to it. Actually, in a second, because I thought I saw you had a new one. I know you took a couple days off, and we were talking about how to remind myself. Note to Kane: go to bed. Now, OCD Shaggy hasn't shut me down yet, so as soon as he's got to go to work, I'm over. But we're almost coming up on the 12th hour now. This is the west coast of Florida, broadcasting from Coeur d'Alene all the way down to Boise, over to Rathdrum. Welcome to the Purge forever. The forever Purge. It's too early for that yelling. monster. It's never too early. I said it. I screamed murder earlier, and Meg Peasley or Kohler covers say it's never too early for murder. Because I said, "Oh, sorry, it's too early." If I have to explain it, but anyway, so I kind of had that in mind. I wasn't going to start a channel, but I was like, I spent so much time watching, like the riot and chatting with everyone, and once the creator controversy popped up, I'm like, oh, well, let's purge out our differences. See what I did there? And so that was my first thing. I thought, okay, that'd be nice. And then it sort of just, it seemed to me that ever since I started my channel that it grew and grew and grew and grew. And that was my intention at all. My intention was 100% for people to shut the fuck up and to work out their differences so that we get down to the real business of solving this crime and get on with our freaking lives. Get out of this wormhole Groundhog Day we're stuck in. But it seemed to have the opposite effect because literally, and I think you all could vet that right after that you had Jay Embry and AR. You had one after the other, right? And it became almost clickbait to say, oh, this guy is that, or I've exposed this, and it's like, who, I mean, why are you wasting your time? All right, I mean, the funny thing about the drip drop video that I posted as a preamble or whatever, as a marquee for that discussion to take place, was the funny thing was there were nothing but, I mean, it was, I want to say hundreds of thousands of comments. I love Drip Drop. I don't care what he did. And people were like waiting white knuckled for me to drop anything bad about Crime Circus or Drip Drop. I never had a bad word to say him. I've always supported him, even his wild ideas. He wanted to take people snorkeling in that lake. If Drip Drop, to save you getting wet and freezing cold, you could use one of those fishing magnets that they have if you're listening, and you might be able to pull up the knife. And I think the best idea that I've ever had, and I've had pretty okay ideas, I think, is hold on, let me do this right. Let me play some music in the background for you folks. The best idea I ever had, I think, and if somebody out there is so inclined to do it, God bless them, go for it. But to do a Randonautica in the King Road area, if you're not familiar with Randonautica, it's a algorithm that is based on quantum physics, supposedly, and it uses the algorithm to come up with random places, and you put in your intention of what you want to find, whether it be spooky or from everything from dead body to a happy party. And many people that have used this Randonautica app have stumbled across crime scenes. Like, for instance, one girl and her friends were just doing it off the cuff as a joke, and they came across a suitcase that happened to have an unalived body in it at a pier on the beach. It washed up, and it turned out there was the bodies from a landlord had killed his tenants. And crazy stuff like that. I mean, you see the videos. I'm sure many of you are familiar with them. And another thing you find from the Randonautica videos is that Teslas see dead people. They have I don't know what the app is built into the dashboard, but it's intended for you to be able to see pedestrians going across the road. and to be able to alert you or the car to stop before you hit them. And so you'll go on these Randonautica things, and people will pull up to the location, and it'll be a graveyard, and there'll be 50 people walking around, and then they show outside the window, or there'll be 50 people on the app in the car showing people walking around, and then they look out the window with the camera, and there's nobody there. So Tesla see dead people, and Randonautica finds crime scenes. So I just thought it would be very interesting. As soon as I go to Moscow or to Boise or whatever, or when I go to Boise, I will travel to Moscow, and if nobody's done it by that point, I'll do my own Randonautica exploration in the area of downtown or by the university there, and just for shits and giggles, see what happens. I think whether or not you actually find something, it would be an interesting program to watch. And I think that P. Fox or Cold or Covered was asking me what's happening to AR's face. I have my own, not a program, but my own system for creating video effects. And all I do is I take like a Photoshop, and actually Photo Wiz, I think it's called, is one of the best for it. And I don't have it right now. Unfortunately, I don't know why. I think you have to pay for it now. And I had the free version on my other phone. But, and so what I do is I just take frames from a video, and I'll add my own effects that you find a lot. There's more crazy ability. It's easier to affect a video with a Photoshop program than it is with a video program like After Effects, or now with the TikTok stuff, you can do crazy stuff. But this gives me my own style. I've been doing video for over 24 years now. And I started around 2000. I got my own equipment and started doing. I was like the #1 wedding video guy for about 5 years in the area. Every photographer was calling me whenever they had a wedding video, more or less, that especially they couldn't handle. But I was very busy, and so I wanted to make movies, and I never did get into it. I wrote a script about the end of the world, and it was called Countryside, and that's the town I lived in at that time, Countryside. But it was like Homicide, Countryside. And it was about a videographer who lived with his dad, and they did weddings. And long story short, he ends up filming the end of the world. And I did put that idea out there to somebody one time, and then not long after, and I'm not saying it was stolen from me, but then Steven Spielberg came out with 8mm or 16mm, whatever that movie was, where the kids are filming the end of the world. Coincidence? I don't think so. You see, successful people that, like when you have a hit album, you're desperate to have a follow-up sophomore album when you get a single. And so they'll steal music without any hesitation or remorse. They'll steal movie ideas because obviously they've run out of movie ideas. And boy, have I gone off on a tangent on this one, huh? Hey, welcome to the Purge. Good morning. Have your coffee. P. Fox is here. And Meg P. from the Saigon coast up to Coeur d'Alene. Down to, okay, so for our next shot, we're going to hit a little thing that I promised you all long ago, when that far away, was to check my messages. And we're going to check Thought Riot in just a second. Oh, we have a new subscriber. Welcome, Jamie or Jaime Me. Wow. Let's check her out. Let's subscribe. Okay, it's a kitty cat. I swear, if you're in, Jamie, or if you're in here, that was a cloak, a black cloak. Did you guys see that? Did you notice? Let's see. She doesn't have any content yet, but I'm sure. Let's see how long. Her first subscriber joined in 2011. Okay, so she's one of us. And she likes kitty meows. So I like her already. So let's check out my feed, guys, real quick, and then I'll go to Thought Riot check. Bing bong bing. Anything news? It was funny because I did a news check and then had just happened. And did you guys know that we had an earth-wide earthquake for the last 9 days? Did you feel it? Apparently there was some tsunami that caused the earth to shake. Boom, 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 boom. And I wanted to make one more conclusion that I came to, and I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm 3 minutes over my goal, or not my goal, or what I promised you folks. I know you were hanging on the edge of your seats. After we do this, is that we have to look at Siren. I wasn't looking at it this way. As the closest we had, and I'm sure you all realize it, and I'm usually pretty slow in the uptake, but as the closest thing we have to a real person that's actually not only been in the house, but is 100% involved in this case, and he's right there, and doesn't it drive you nuts? Doesn't it make you crazy? But it just puts a new perspective on it when you look at it that way, to me. But anyway, when you have no memory, everything is a fresh perspective when you have no memory. You had to stop it. They were on auto subscribe. Oh, that's funny, Shaggy. Are Mark and Betty here? Oh, yeah, right on. Speaking of the Devils. Welcome, Mark and Betty. Such pleasant to have you in the chat always. So what was the next thing I want to check? I want to check Muse, because you never meow. Something, and they always pop up. It seems like YouTube now is first to the thing. Is the P Diddy thing gonna get beaten into our heads forever? And now you always have to remember when something like this pops up, like the P Diddy thing, that typically it's very coincidental that it coincides with another major event, and it always seems as if it's a they told me, Carlo, at 40 I was going to lose my eyesight. The next day on my birthday I needed reading glasses. I think I might have been a little baked though too. But where was I? That it's a distraction. And it's timed perfectly, and especially when you have a large celebrity such as the Diddler, something that people can't seem to take their eyes off of. It gives them the opportunity. It's like calling in a crime. Like Bub says, Bubbly Waters always says that the way they try to get away with crimes is they'll call 911 and report a fire on one side of town, and then while the police are distracted, they'll commit their crime on the other. So resources are lower. And things of this nature. Get to the shop. I have the hiccup mups. They're gone now. I need a drink. Hold on. Excuse me one moment. All right, let's see if there's any change, because I'm just as curious as you are. Not that curious. What are you guys looking at? Okay, let's see. Okay. Yeah, they say the brain is the first to go. I don't know. I have a theory. I don't even know why I'm putting it out there. I have a theory that, and I'm only going to go on personal experience, okay? And trigger warning. It's gross. It's not gross, but it's a thought that maybe some of you But I have a theory that, for me anyway, the private part gets better with age. Is that maybe it's all the lotion, guys? I don't know. Okay, let's check that out. All right. I'm sorry. I'm terrible. I am bad. Okay. Meow, meow, meow. And even, in a lot of females, and it's not even, some girls have had a lot of children and this type of thing, and even then, and I should shut up while I'm ahead. All right, so let's check it out. And wait a second here. Oh my, what's this? Thank you for contacting Thought Riot Podcast. Here at Thought Riot Podcast, we believe we work for you, the viewer. We take that responsibility very. So this is the form letter that I've gotten back 50 times from them. Now, at this point, you guys, what this tells me is you guys all know Brandon and Malia. And yes, very sad. R.I.P. Thought Riot and all of us at the same time. They took us right down with them. But so it was many times that Brendan revealed that they spent, with all the platforms that they're on and everything, over $10,000 a month just on advertising. So I don't know what they were bringing in, with all these platforms combined, because they were very big on Reddit, Facebook, Twitch, these types of things. These things is nature. And I'm going to start saying that. I'm going to slap myself silly. But you can see here I got many of the same return emails. And so their goal was to be able to leave their current jobs and make Thought Riot their full-time job, which would have been great. They were up to like 40,000 subs last I saw. Now, what this tells me, and I think you're with me, by this form letter still coming back with no response, because Brendan was a heretic about replying to comments or emails, always willing to help, always very active, and their goal was to make that a full-time job. So for them to vanish off the face of the earth is unbelievable. Echo, I know you did it was Chickbait that did a live about a whole show about Thought Riot and Deep Dive or whatever. Yeah, Brendan was some type of worked for some type of government agency. I know that, but even if they did have some type of secret job, they would have said goodbye to their fans, because there was a connection there, the bond, I feel. And it would have been more. And the final thought on that is these form letters still being the response you get when you send them an email tells me that nobody's manning the wheel. That they didn't even shut that down. They haven't closed the YouTube site. They haven't deleted a single video. So, let's see if I can bookface myself. Bing bong bong ba dum bong ba dum bong. Patrick Ridgway. Oh, I have a message. Let's see who it's from. Oh, it's not there no more. Okay, fair enough. So I have no messages. And here's the last one. And let's make a phone call. See if the audio goes through here to Thought Riot from Messenger. Malia could have been. All right, so you can't see the screen, but here I'll pull up a thing so you can see what it does. Cause I feel I'm cheating everybody every time I say, well, it says this, and they oops. Maybe it won't. I don't know. Ching. There it is. This is the message you get when I try to call on Messenger. No answer, one ring. And then you'll do it a second time and watch. Something went wrong. Try restarting. So you'll have that, guys. And at this point now, there's no turning. They get recalled to Russia. I can't even. You guys, I can't even. I put a video together and then my mic didn't work. She fixed her mic by throwing it across the room. Tell it. I love it. So okay. And let's see now. Meow. What is this problem? That's funny. Look at what it pulled up, and I didn't even pull it up. Yeah. Apple Vision is the one thing I promised to cover, and I did not. Thank you, Kane. And thank you, mods, for all your wonderful help. All you awesome, beautiful mods. Some mods don't support their creators, but creators. My beautiful mods do. Not our mods. They love. They're chat people, and they love the people I refer to. So I appreciate that. Makes it easier for me. And let's look now. So Apple, what did I say it was called? Apple Vision. This is gonna blow your mind. Best for last, I guess. It's been quite a live thing.
You are making it clear it's a privacy fence and you don't want people looking in to any area around your property. But number two, society has recognized when you put up a privacy fence that there is a reasonable expectation you want to remain private. But what about part two? How do we know if there was an actual search? Here's what's crazy. Police use of a virtual reality headset or any other live surveillance feed cameras has been ruled to be legal and not a violation of your Fourth Amendment search rights as of right now by the United States Supreme Court. Why? Primarily, they see it as there's no actual search that took place. The courts really focus specifically on one point. Where is the location of the cameras that the officers are tapping into to surveil you? If those cameras are located on a public easement or maybe in a public area, or those cameras maybe were given consent to be used by business owners or residential area homeowners to the police. In other words, they gave police consent to use those cameras. Then the court has said that that is not a violation because whatever is seen in plain view by an officer is not a violation of your Fourth Amendment search rights. So as long as the police can continue to have people either consent to use their cameras or they place cameras up in public easements, then the cops can tap into these as much as they want. Here's the question. Now that cops are able to tap into these resources anytime they want to and use it anywhere through a virtual headset, are they nearing the breaking point on this law? This is where Supreme Court case law gets even a little more complicated. Because now we start talking about the Supreme Court case of United States versus Jones. In that case, the court ruled that prolonged GPS tracking by the police of someone's vehicle violated their Fourth Amendment search rights. But what happens when a police officer now uses an Apple Vision Pro to monitor your entire neighborhood? Maybe he's going to access license plate readers. He's going to access security camera feeds and then start comparing people's license plates to police databases. All of this without you even knowing about it. In addition to Orange County Police Department, the Los Angeles Police Department has already recently invested an additional $20,000 in these virtual reality headsets, and all of it, their plan, is to use it to tap into live camera feeds and compare it to any other databases they have.
So let's go ahead and pull out the background. That's the result. He'll tell you what goes on here.
Are cops able to monitor anyone from anywhere, from cameras all over the city, and they can see you from more places than just behind their desk? As a former prosecutor, now turned people's lawyer, I have seen firsthand how technology has shaped law enforcement, and not always for the better. Imagine this. You're going about your day as normal, And somewhere nearby, a police officer is accessing live video surveillance camera feeds from all over the city. He's then comparing them to police databases, and he's deploying resources all through the use of a virtual reality headset. Apple's Vision Pro headset is making that possible, and it's going on right now in California. Last month, the Orange County Sheriff's Department in California admitted that they are testing and looking to actively deploy Apple's virtual headsets for police surveillance. Imagine a police officer being able to stand almost anywhere, putting on this virtual headset and immediately getting 3D maps, criminal database information, social media photos, and any other information from the RealTime Crime Center, and being able to actually actively look and see what's going on in the location he's at physically in the moment. With this headset, police can now track, respond, and strategize all on the go. But here's the real question. What does this mean for your privacy? Can they do all of this without a warrant? Where is the legal line drawn when it comes to this type of police surveillance activity? That brings us to case law. In Katz versus United States, the United States Supreme Court ruled that police must have a warrant if they are going to tap into private communications, even if it's in a public space. This case set the standard. It established a test for any type of technology to determine whether or not there is a reasonable expectation of privacy for a violation of your rights. The court in Katz really focused on one primary point. It all hinges on whether or not the police use of technology qualifies as a search. Under current Fourth Amendment law, in order for your Fourth Amendment rights to be violated, the Supreme Court has said that you must have a reasonable expectation of privacy in a particular place or object, and then there must be an actual search that takes place by the police. How do we know if we have a reasonable expectation of privacy? This is where the court in Katz gave us a two-part test. Under the Katz test, you have a reasonable expectation of privacy if, number one, you have manifested a subjective expectation of privacy in the object or thing, and number two, society is willing to recognize that expectation as reasonable. For example, the courts have long held that putting up a privacy fence around your backyard or even in your front yard establishes a reasonable expectation of privacy. Why? Well, number one, you are making it clear it's a privacy fence and you don't want people looking in to any area around your property. But number two, society has recognized when you put up a privacy fence that there is a reasonable expectation you want to remain private. But what about part two? How do we know if there was an actual search? Here's what's crazy. Police use of a virtual reality headset or any other live surveillance feed cameras has been ruled to be legal and not a violation of your Fourth Amendment search rights as of right now by the United States Supreme Court. Why? Primarily, they see it as there's no actual search that took place. The courts really focused specifically on one point. Where is the location of the cameras that the officers are tapping into to surveil you? If those cameras are located on a public easement or maybe in a public area, or those cameras maybe were given consent to be used by business owners or residential area homeowners to the police. In other words, they gave police consent to use those cameras. Then the court has said that that is not a violation because whatever is seen in plain view by an officer is not a violation of your Fourth Amendment search rights. So as long as the police can continue to have people either consent to use their cameras or they place cameras up in public easements, then the cops can tap into these as much as they want. Here's the question. Now that cops are able to tap into these resources anytime they want to and use it anywhere through a virtual headset, are they nearing the breaking point on this law? This is where Supreme Court case law gets even a little more complicated, because now we start talking about the Supreme Court case of United States versus Jones. In that case, the court ruled that prolonged GPS tracking by the police of someone's vehicle violated their Fourth Amendment search rights. But what happens when a police officer now uses an Apple Vision Pro to monitor your entire neighborhood? Maybe he's going to access license plate readers. He's going to access security camera feeds and then start comparing people's license plates to police databases. All of this without you even knowing about it. In addition to Orange County Police Department, the Los Angeles Police Department has already recently invested an additional $20,000 in these virtual reality headsets, and all of it, their plan is to use it to tap into live camera feeds and compare it to any other databases they have so that they can use them in real time to track people.
Okay, so one of the problems I see with this happening is that how could you guys be freezing? It's still the middle of summer here in Florida. One of the problem is yes, there will be homeowners that consent to law enforcement using their live feeds from their cameras. The problem being is you have now networked cameras that will inadvertently in some cases, I think, become indoor cameras will be part of the network that the police have access to. So now not only are they watching the street in front of you, they're watching what's going on inside your house, unsuspectingly. And it's not something they'd be, oh, hey, we accidentally tapped into the feed of your teenage daughter's bedroom. No. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Be like, with the police, with their history is they'll take a picture of it and text it to their buddy. So if that continues, that's the human rights aspect of that there. But Rollo, OCD Shaggy. RoboCop is exactly the direction that it's headed in. Now, what he doesn't say is you not only have the real. Yeah, if you saw, I'll do the real-time crime thing. Because that's where I'll wrap it up. Because I got to shut it down at some point, right? I want to make sure I get a full 12 hours. I got to get my good 12 hours in the chat. The real-time crime is implemented in several cities, including Clearwater, Florida, where I live. And it's so the police are asking that you if I'll play this just quickly for us in a second, but they're implementing these things just like you have in England, where it's the CCTV cameras. You have less police on the street and more cameras following people's every move. And they have not only the camera image itself, you have license plate readers, and now you have facial recognition software that's being implemented. So, they say you have no reasonable expectation of privacy in a public place, and now that couldn't be more of a cold, hard fact. But now also they have the businesses which are submitting their feeds to the police. And so when you go in a business, the transactions that you're doing are being monitored if they wanted to. And, they always slip these technologies in as for the children or to fight crime. And it always turns into something else. And, and their tagline on that one, just like I'm here to help you, is it's to help us fight crime. The first thing they'll say, though, the tagline is we don't want to violate your privacy, but you'll hear that with any technology that's implemented by law enforcement. We don't want to violate your personal privacy, but. And that's a big ass butt. Tina got a big old butt. You know what I'm saying? I pull up quick to retrieve it, folks. I do long lives, but it's my method. And I feel like the conclusions I reach are I'm not here to slander anybody. I'm just Jambry. No, I'm my own private Idaho, okay? And my Kaneisms and my Purgisms and my revelations come from just going through it. And like I said, it's sometimes better to be lucky than it is smart. And so far, like especially on this live, I feel like it's the best one I've ever done. And just from fate, I intended on doing an hour with Jen. That turned into like 3, 4, 5 hours, and then I just kept going, and stuff just kept popping up. And I want everybody to go to the beginning of this video if you would like to see. I want a reminder the Phoenix. I don't know if you can rewind it yourselves right now as it's alive or not. I cannot. For some reason. You saw me try. But you'll see that Phoenix ad play as I posted the video. And I'm sorry to whoever asked in the chat if I could post the link. I think it was Tonkia that asked me to do. I couldn't find the tab that it was on. I'm sorry I didn't post it. But if you watch the beginning of this video and you can fast forward through it or play it at high speed or whatever, you'll see the Phoenix ad play right before I start. You'll see in the video it's just a bar across the screen, and then it's got the audio waveforms. It's a blue box, and it's got a white, and it's a show with two girls talking about a real deep dive. You should watch it if you have the time, if you didn't catch it. But Bubbly sent me the link, and it's for two girls, and I forgot to subscribe to them too, so I'll have to go to my history to find out who they were. They were very funny, and they were very extremely informative as far as Doug Wilson and his church, way more than all the research I'd done in the half hour leading up to the program. No, I'm just kidding. It was an hour. The right before I played the video, as I put in the link and I said something, and then I start the video, an ad for Phoenix University popped up, and the first image is a kid in a ski mask, like taunting his parents or his brother or a dog or something like that. And then like the whole video was just like, oh, and just the timing of it was just because of course we had just been talking about it, and I just thought it was unbelievable. So I'm glad, at least if nothing else, I was able to capture it. Hopefully it's in the video and you guys can go back and look at that. So I did that actually already, Meg P, and nothing came up. And I put 2024. I went to the Phoenix University website, and there was nothing. But there's certainly a lot of scandals, and they had a class action for false advertising in 2021 for $50 million. They had to pay out. So it boggles the mind why even the University of Idaho is interested in that dog. It's full of fleas. It's a diseased rhinoceros peasant. What in the hell do they want with that? Here you soil the reputation of a somewhat, in the public's eyes, prominent university, I guess, or respected university. We all know better, but it was just so weird with all the. I don't think the sale has been completed, and if you're not familiar with the sale and the investigation going into Scott Green and the purchase of Phoenix University, he's being investigated by a senator. And God bless this guy. I went to ITT, Meg P, and that university is exactly the same thing, but they have brick and mortar, but none of their credits count towards anything. It's one of those things, you spend $50,000 and then you have nothing to show for it, even if you finish the program, which 80% of the students that start at Phoenix University don't finish. So what do they want with that? It's anyway. So the investigation is going into Scott Green, and the allegation is, I think, that he funneled the money to his old stockbroker company and did it on the DL, some kind of shady way to secure some of the funds for the purchase. But the investigation, I think, is focused on the fact that there were other bids for the university, competing bids other than the University of Idaho, that are being questioned as to whether they were either real proposals or just shell companies or versions of the University of Idaho. So they were either driving up or driving down the price to give it more value. Because, regardless of what you pay for it, for when you're a university like that, the value is going to be in what it's sold for previously. And that one's going to be worse than driving a brand new car off the lot. It's going to be worth way less than half after they've acquired it. So if that purchase does go through, I'll be amazed. I hope it doesn't. Not that I give two flips what the University of Idaho does or how it. And the thing is, and if we follow, let's do a quick check before. Well, what so the RealTime Crime now, you get it. It's this stuff. It's this thing here. It's to help law enforcement fight crime, but we all know that they use it for whatever the hell they want. But this type of facility is, they don't take down the image thing. Sorry, is the RealTime Crime Time Center. So what I was saying is they've gotten businesses and city cameras already in the system. So each city that has it has access to thousands of cameras. Highway, there's cameras in the street lights in the highway. There's cameras at high crime areas, traffic lights, and then they've got the businesses, and now they're getting private citizens to submit. But also, one thing that a lot of people don't know is that they have cameras on the FedEx and UPS trucks, which are now also a part of the RealTime Crime Network. So the beast grows. And OCD Shaggy, what I was saying, that it's funny that you brought up RoboCop, because you'll see in the next year or so it's Boston Dynamic. I was saying Boston Scientific, but I think it's Boston Dynamics has an army of dog robots that they've built, and it sounds funny, but it is exactly like iRobot, where they've got them built and they've already started to release public relations videos for these things, and they're rolling them out with a lighter side. One of the ads I saw was the dog was at a party and it peed the beer out into somebody's cup for people to drink. And so, oh, ha, 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 that's funny. What they didn't tell you is that thing is going to be weaponized eventually. It is almost indestructible. It has a camera, obviously, and that'll tap into the real crime. So you'll have these robots wandering the streets, filming you, face recognition you, arresting you instantly if you have a warrant. There's no hiding anymore. And, good luck getting away with any crimes anymore, hopefully. But my question was, with the drone thing, if there was one in Moscow. Because I know they have drones and they fly these things at night. And they film everything. And they have classes dedicated to train the pilots. So I know that Moscow is on the leading edge. Look at their police department. Look at the building. They're right up there on the cloud with the high tech. I know they got drones. So what are the chances that there's some drone footage of that night of the people going in and out? Is it likely? But with the robots, back to the robots, what they don't tell you is they're indestructible. They're going to be somewhat autonomous, run by AI. So they're not going to be nice. They're going to be weaponized, and what they don't tell you is that they can move so fast that the only way you can see them is with a strobe light. So you have a mechanical beast, a weaponized beast on the street that you can't even see coming. You can't even see it moving. I mean, that's like very fast. That's, I don't know, speed of sound level fast, not speed of light, obviously, but you need the strobe light to be able to get glimpses of where it is. It's like the Flash, literally. So that's a scary thing, and there's something else for you to tuck yourself in with tonight. Turner based on true story, so true. It's come true, if not. And we don't learn from it, do we, OCD Shag? We don't learn from RoboCop. We don't learn. The movie's already played out. It's like War Games with Ferris Bueller. Would you like to play a game? And he plays all the games out, and in the end, the only logical conclusion, the only way to win the game is never to play at all. And on that note, I'll let you go. so profound, right? But anyway, my voice is shutting down. I got to get some breakfast in me. I'm going to take a nap for the next 72 hours. And I'm really glad I did this. And I'm so glad everybody was here to share it with me. And like I said, go back and look if you'd like to see that Phoenix commercial. I believe it's at the beginning of this video. Might be at the tail end of the other one if I'm wrong. But what you'll see is a blue bar across the screen with the audio waveforms of the girls talking about the Christ Church and Doug Wilson in particular and his various nefarious alleged activities. So that's all for me at the Forever Purge. Y'all have a great morning and a wonderful day. I love each and every one of you. More than thought, right? Even you, Echoes. So, hey, Echoes, did you pass my song idea on to Ryan Upchurch yet? Just want to give you a little nudge, wink, wink reminder if you're out there. So, thank you guys. I appreciate it, and I'm glad I'm back healthy again to be able to be here with y'all. And we will do it again very soon. Jen's promised to be on another show with me, and that went swimmingly, so I'm very happy with that. We were like thunder and lightning. So we will hopefully continue that combo, and we'll see where it goes. To the moon and back, to the stars. Infinity and beyond. Okay, I'm shutting down now. Wait, Rolamato, what are you trying? Sinaloa? You live near where the Sinaloa. You know, Rolamato, I was thinking about that when you were talking about that the other day. When I worked at Amazon, this girl was my, she was one level up from me. And her story was, she was from, the town's called Sinaloa, right? And this, I haven't followed the border stuff in a while. I know Laredo, maybe she's from Laredo, wherever it is, the bridge that they hang the guys from. That's the town she was from. That's where she grew up, with the Sinaloa cartel around. That was her upbringing. And so her first trip out of Mexico, this girl Alejandra, who was my boss, after growing up in that town, me too, Heather, was to go to Afghanistan for the United States Army. And then she gets back from Afghanistan and has to work at Amazon. And she said that was worse than either one of them. So, okay, is that in mainland, Rollo? I'm not familiar with. There's so many cities in Mexico. I'm only really familiar with Baja, from say like Rosarita down. We don't know cities. We just call them what the landmarkers are for the surf spots. We K38, K39. That way you know where the good surf spots are. K38s. You just park right on the beach. Once you get past Rosarita, there's not a lot of tourism or day visitors. You get into the real Mexico, and you can eat good, and beautiful women and water and surf. And they go down all the way to Puerto Escondido's an island off of Baja, or off its mainland. But then you have obviously Cabo San Lucas, which is the premier destination, and it's a small town. It's very overrun for what it is, but it's got great breaking waves out front and a real party atmosphere there. So I go on and on and on and on. What were you telling me? I want to see this now. I'll look it up even if I do stop my live. So I'm gonna look up what Rollo's talking about here. You can roll a Rollo to your friend. It's chocolate covered caramel from end to end. Hey, all right. That was one of my favorite commercials. I'm YouTube googling it. Let's check it out. Bing. Uh-oh. Bum, bum, bum.
Muy buenos días, adelante.
See if we can get a subtitle.
Muy buenos días, Daniel y Enrique, los saludo desde Culiacán. Pues comentarles que en este día número 11 en Culiacán, pues ya amanecimos hoy con ya reportes de...
Okay, I'm going to assume that probably majority of our chatters, our audience, no habla the Hispanic. Okay. Oh. Es todo en español. Okay, here's the fentanyl cartel.
1, 2, 3, 1.
This will probably be a part of their, so I'll keep my copyright strike short. Whenever there's music in a video, a lot of times they'll copyright strike you just because it was in that video, whether it's a copyrighted song or not. Let's see if they're talking over.
And in these streets, songs of praise ring out for the drug lords.
Soy el ratón, soy Ovidio, soy Guzmán, hijo del Chapo. Soy hermano de Alfredito y de Archibaldo, y por cierto me disculpo por lo del Culiacanazo. Yo no peleé.
Murders happen here daily, the ultimate penalty for upsetting the cartel. But right now, it's deaths over the border in America which are getting all the attention. For years, marijuana, heroin and cocaine have all been produced and trafficked through this area. There's a heavy military presence, but the cartel is thriving thanks to a new product, fentanyl. And it's one of the most deadly drugs the world has seen. We're driving towards the mountains of Sinaloa. This is cartel land. It's an area controlled by the sons of El Chapo Guzman. And after days of talking to a person close to the cartel, we've been granted permission to film inside a fentanyl lab, the drug that is killing thousands of people in the US. There are now dozens, probably hundreds of fentanyl labs here in Sinaloa. No land is needed to grow ingredients. It's entirely synthetic.
What's that movie with the chick from The Bridge, the redheaded chick, and not Antonio Banderas, the guy who looks like Brad Pitt, the other guy, about I think it's about the Sinaloa cartel, about the movie I'm talking about. There was two of them. They were both excellent movies. If Rollo knows what I'm, La Costera. That sounds scary. It's like, why do they call themselves Sandspike? Because it's scary. True Lies. They're up. every 10 years a new deadly drug is manufactured, and they get deadlier each time. Look at Trank. Look what that does to the people on the streets. It's terrible. Certainly, either that or they need to finally admit that the war on drugs failed and take the money away from the cartels by making it legal, like they did with weed. I mean, still with the few states that haven't legalized it, the black market for weed persists, and it will always will, because they are regulating it. And Benicio del Toro, thank you. Yes, absolutely. I don't know why I can't remember the name. And I'm gonna tell you, if you're gonna watch it, do you remember the name, Rolo? Let me see. It is not called Bing Bong P Fox. That's what I'm thinking. That's all I can say. Bing Bong. Bing Bong Diddly Bong Diddly Bong Diddly Bong Bong. What's that one side is? Mommy and Daddy, why are we so poor? We all have to sleep on the floor. Bong bong diddly bong bong diddly bong bong diddly bong bong dong da diddly bong bong. Rolo's teasing me with the either that or he's looking up with the movie with Catherine Zeta-Jones. And I'll end on that. Bubbly's always ends her videos halfway through, so I figure I can too. I think it's probably Traffic. No, I never saw Traffic. I heard that's Michael Douglas, right? Or Michael, yeah, Michael Douglas. Is it Traffic? No, not that one. Not that one. No. No, I say no. Oh, darn it, now I can't. It's not Catherine Zeta-Jones. It's the girl from The Bridge. That's what I said. Benicio del Toro, isn't it? About cartels. Wasn't Richard Gere also in Traffic? I think I want to say. Let me see if we got Sicario. Thank you, Sicario. Here it is, guys. And I will tell you that the opening of that movie will not.
State Department is pulling an agent that specializes in cartel activity. You'll be part of the team.
Okay, so this was the one I was thinking of. I have not seen Traffic that I remember. I may have seen it. Oh wait, in Traffic, is that the one where he rescues his daughter from the drug house or whatever? Michael Douglas. I'm thinking of a different movie there even. Sicario, and there's a part 1, and there's a part 2 that is even better. The sequel is even better. And so if you want to know what's really going on in like Laredo, Nuevo Laredo, and on the border and Arizona and these types of things, what happens on the daily, this will give you a pretty good look at it. Obviously it's a fantasy Hollywood perspective, but it's one of the few original ideas that have come out of Hollywood in the last decade or two. You've noticed that all they do is remake movies or live action cartoons now, and because they can't come up with any new ideas, because I think part of it was they're so afraid of offending anybody, and then they don't want to pay anybody with creative talents for their work. So Hollywood did a big belly flop, and that's I think a big reason for the fall of Netflix, and obviously COVID kind of killed the movie theater, and anyways, so that's why I like Sicario, because it had an original plot line, it's very realistic, Anyway, the opening scene, I'll give it to you. It's pretty graphic. They, plot twist warning. But Emily Blunt is walking into a suspected cartel house, and it's awful. It's a terrible smell, but they don't see any bodies or anything, but they know something's not right. And so they start tearing apart the walls, and they find the bodies all wrapped in plastic, like they're dry clean laundry. And there's just hundreds of them in this house. And so she's working with this agent, and they're walking around. They kind of introduce you to the characters, right? And so the one character that was leading her around walks over to this shed, and she just at that moment realizes that something wasn't right, and screaming no. And the guy opens the door, and it's booby trapped, and you see the bodies just go into pieces and explodes. Really amazing opening scene for a movie. So for me, 2 thumbs up. All right, 5 stars. And 5-star chat again, y'all freaking awesome. I'm awesome. OCD Shaggy, you might have to pull your first mod abilities on Rollo. He keeps telling me to pull this stuff up that I can't resist. I can't say no to Rollo. It's a problem. It's becoming a problem, Jack. You're gonna have to monitor me. I see that Meg P was striking her own chats again, right here in front of us, right on a world stage. Chickbait, welcome back, I guess. We were somewhat talking about you a minute ago. Here we are. She was going to play the guitar. I'd have you on to play the guitar, but it's too early. No, it's kidding. I have to shut it down. OCD Shaggy told me in several languages that I'm too tired to be doing this crap anymore. Oh, really? Is this what you're looking at? Did I type in the right date? What did I type in? Narc and trip out. Using trip killers to cut short bad drug trips? Or 11 things you should never do with a narcissist. What? The Last Narc? Rollo, okay. OCD. I gotta shut it down. The Last Narc. Okay, now you tell me. Wait, is that on here already? The Last Narc? No. Narc out. Narc out, man. I'm narking out. What is The Last Narc? Okay. All right, you don't have to yell. You're going to do it whether you like it or not, Kane. No going to bed. Oh, man, I am definitely sleeping. Okay. Deals on The Last Narc. Blockbuster movies. Interesting. There we go. Oh. Is that Antonio or Anthony Hopkins or Anthony Hopkins? Oh, Tony.
I remember being at a gym when all of a sudden news comes on the screen, and I stopped. I said, "Oh my God, they've got Kiki."
Kiki always wanted to do the right thing. At 18, he wanted to be an FBI agent.
Kiki was one of the guys that you would want on your team.
He was good at what he did, and he inflicted tremendous pain on the cartel, and they were not going to take that sitting down, and they didn't.
Oh, man, hell yeah. I want this.
Yo tengo de principio al fin la muerte de Kiki.
Si decía algo también me quebraba con tu corrillo.
I remember the children coming home. I had to tell them, that he had been tortured.
My mission was find out everything that happened to Kiki, from the time he got picked up to the time he died. Kiki Camarena was picked up because he was about to uncover that U.S. intelligence officials was protecting the drug lords. There's layers and layers of this case. There's never been a war on drugs.
Kiki was uncovering stuff that was unbelievable.
The DEA headquarters told Hector, stop investigating the murder of Kiki Camarena.
The Camarena case is being covered up to this day. I'm fearful that my own government is going to kill me. I want the world to know the truth.
Hey Lisa here. Now, goofs or mistakes are common in the making of all movies, and according to the Movie Mistakes website, the movies with the most goofs are Apocalypse Now with 390, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban has 296, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets has 289, Superman 4: The Quest for Peace has...
World, Bubbly Waters. Make sure you do all the things, guys, and don't be shy and leave a comment for me, or give me one of these. Give me one of these, if you don't mind. And I appreciate all of you. I see Lollipop, boom, banana. Lollylop is in here, and that was a good comment. She had one comment. That was funny as hell. He slept twice since I would do it in my life. So, yeah, that'll tell me something. All right, say it in Spanish. Va a dormir, Kane, go to bed. Kids, go to bed. So there's my face. This is what it looks like. And my eyes are red because I'm tired. Yeah. All right, Lollipop, Rolo, Chickbait. Joaquin Tonk is back, actually. Wow. Okay, I know Rolo's going to put something in there, and I'm not even going to look. I'm scrolling up. All right, good morning, everybody, and have yourself a wonderful day. I'll be back in a couple hours live. No, I'm just kidding. Soon enough. And we'll have Jen on, and we'll all do it again. Fun times. Thank you. And I'm going to try to be cool and have a great